The journey of the young sorcerer. My teacher is a sorcerer, my mother is a sorceress, my grandfather is a sorcerer, and the only girl in my class who can rival me is also a sorceress. In a land where the church reigns supreme and sorcerers are deemed heretics, what am I to do? Fear not, for I too have backing as an apostle of the deity of wisdom. What do I have to dread? What? The divine being has neither church nor temple. Could it be that you are a false deity? Chapter 1. The Young Vale's Dilemma. Through the morning mist, the young Vale gazed at the sails receding by the shore, a trace of melancholy etched upon his youthful visage. The dawn in Drake County gradually awakened from its tranquility, becoming slightly more boisterous. Yet, his spirits could not brighten like the sun. The gentle teacher who had accompanied him for 3 years had been taken away. The priest of the Dawn Church declared that his teacher had succumbed to temptation by a devil and required the forgiveness of the goddess of dawn for purification, lest his soul be devoured by the fiend. What is a devil? At the tender age of 13, Vale remained oblivious. Drake County, located in the southeastern region of the Karst Kingdom, boasted over 50 towns and a population exceeding 2 million. Within Drake City alone, there resided over 800,000 souls, including nobles, merchants, workers, farmers, scholars, and students. Naturally, every city was replete with churches, priests, clerics, and soldiers. Vale was a student at the Middy's Intermediate Academy in Drake County. His parents, both merchants, operated a quaint CF. As a member of the middle class in Drake County, Vale's childhood was one of joy. He had received a fine education and associated with peers from affluent families. Inherited from his mother's beauty and his father's strength, he was always the center of attention among his companions. At school, he was the recipient of the most treats from the girls, although he strictly adhered to his parents' admonitions against consuming gifts from outsiders. But everything changed the night before last. His teacher, the amiable erudite Professor Weissel, renowned for traversing numerous counties in the Karst Kingdom, was an elderly gentleman of tall, slender stature, always impeccably dressed in his tailored attire and top hat, wielding a polished cane that reflected his refined upbringing. Professor Weissel, with his vast knowledge, brought joy to his students and was capable of answering all their inquiries. He encouraged them to think critically, inspired curiosity, and imparted peculiar knowledge that proved invaluable in their lives. Through books, Vale had come to understand the vastness and mystery of the world, where aside from the omnipotent deities, there existed extraordinary knights of the temple, priests, legendary magical beasts, and sorcerers. It was said that magical beasts were created by devils to harvest souls, while sorcerers were heretics who bartered their souls and flesh for wicked power from the fiends. The textbooks provided by the school were deceptive. Coming from a merchant background, Vale understood that deities were not infallible, and clerics were not virtuous beings. He had witnessed firsthand as they escorted a girl to the confessional, only for her lifeless body to be discovered the following day, stark naked by the river. The municipal hall released an investigation report, declaring that the damned brigands of Mabust County had become scapegoats. Those filthy, greedy, uncouth robbers who sought to gain without toil frequently wreaked havoc in Drake County. Vale had seen the girl's face and, upon noticing her absence in class the next day, realized he had not been mistaken. The principal claimed she had left with her family to study in the distant royal capital, while Professor Weissel urged everyone to pray for her. As for what to pray for, Professor Weissel had not clarified who was right and who was wrong. Vale was perplexed. He could not fathom why Professor Weissel had gifted him those 3 tomes indeed. They were not merely lent, but given to him. Professor Weissel's countenance was grim, appearing excessively weary, and the wrinkles on his face seemed more pronounced. Another upheaval occurred as knights and priests from the temple of the goddess of dawn invaded Professor Weissel's home, seemingly embroiled in a cataclysmic battle. Ultimately, the overwhelming numbers of the temple's knights and priests emerged victorious, albeit at a considerable cost. The identity of Professor Weissel was inevitably revealed. He was a classical sorcerer. What does being a classical sorcerer entail? Are there indeed various types of sorcerers? While others might be curious, Vale, having just concluded reading the origins of sorcery, understood that classical sorcery pertained to the study of humanities and the exploration of nature's mysteries. They were both powerful and vulnerable, yet invariably white sorcerers who cherished the dissemination of knowledge and the appreciation of beauty, yet were intolerable to the temple. Who was truly at fault? The young Vale found himself in deep turmoil. A contingent of knights from the temple of the goddess of dawn and a venerable priest had taken residence at Midi's Intermediate Academy, with all students subjected to home visits. Vale, being favored by Professor Weissel, was under particular scrutiny. While he was unaware of many things, he knew that the silver box and the 3 handwritten tomes must remain hidden from the temple, otherwise he too would be condemned as a heretic. Indeed, those who knew history were also considered heretics, and any hint of disrespect or doubt towards the goddess was deemed heretical by the temple. As 2 knights of the temple accompanied the venerable priest to his home, Vale felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Would they discover the truth? Would he be branded as a heretic? Was it truly safe beneath the bed? Surely, the noble knights and priest would not stoop to rummage beneath the bed of a 13-year-old boy, would they? Vale clutched the pendant of the goddess of dawn, crafted from 3 silver coins purchased from the temple, his heart racing as he watched the priest produce a pristine orb of light, which emanated a soft glow, illuminating a 10-meter radius. His 5-year-old sister, Vaya, curiously approached to touch the orb. Upon seeing this, the elderly priest appeared to be even more cleansed, his murky eyes sparkling with joy as he reached out to pat Via's little head. Sweet little angel, this is a gift from the goddess, a divine eye that pierces through the world's evils. Filthy beings imbued with malevolence cannot hide from the gaze of the divine, while pure entities become even more radiant in its presence, just like you. Dear little angel. Little angel Vaya tilted her head adorably, a gap-toothed grin illuminating her face. Then, as if recalling something, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Regardless of age, girls take pride in their appearance, and she was reluctant to reveal her missing tooth. Such a charming gesture elicited hearty laughter from the temple knights and the white-haired priest. Everything in the living room appeared satisfactory. The tidy and clean environment garnered the priest's praise, who proclaimed it a reflection of the goddess teaching sunshine, warmth, and purity, bringing light and justice to the world. As they visited her parents' study, bedroom, and Via's little room, they were nearing Vale's chamber. He was the first to push open his door, only to be met with the unsettling sight of a faint black glow emanating from beneath his bed. Disaster. The young Vale found himself in a perilous predicament. Chapter 2. Young lad, would you care to enter into a contract with me and become a magical girl? Suddenly, a voice echoed in the depths of the boy Vale's mind, causing him to shudder and nearly exclaim. The voice re-emerged, soothing yet firm. Do not be alarmed, young one. I am the great deity of wisdom, chaos. God, here to assist you in your time of crisis. What must I offer in return for your aid? Vale inquired. Recalling the teachings from Professor Weasel's tomes, which describe deities and demons as beings of equal rank, each possessing their own desires, divine grace is not granted lightly. Nor is assistance offered freely by demons. The principle of equivalent exchange is the moral code upheld by deities of justice and order. While the insatiable greed of demons thrives on exploitation, a lively laughter resonated in his mind. Come now, sign a contract with me to become a magical girl. And together we shall eradicate the evils of this world, striving for a brighter tomorrow. Wait a moment, I seem to have uttered something quite peculiar. Please disregard that. Let us start anew. Young lad, become the apostle of the great deity of wisdom, chaos, God, and dedicate your efforts to gather all the knowledge of the world and unveil its truths. Must I sacrifice my flesh and soul? Upon realizing this was not a demonic pact, Vale felt a wave of calm wash over him. As long as I silently affirm my commitment and abide by the ancient contract, I, Vale Declan, willingly accept the role of the apostle of the great deity of wisdom. Chaos. God, dedicating my life to the pursuit of truth. The voice in his mind remained. And although Vale wondered why the contract did not require his blood on a peculiar parchment, he found solace in the absence of a bloody ritual, indicating the deity's benevolence. He had lingered at the threshold long enough. The dark glow beneath the bed seemed to intensify, and he could sense the impatience of the temple knights. He quickly recited in his heart, I, Vale Declan, willingly accept the role of the apostle of the great deity of wisdom, chaos, God, dedicating my life to the pursuit of truth. Suddenly, the amulet around his neck radiated a warm glow, unveiling a vast expanse before him. Mountains, rivers, lakes, oceans, and forests, all sprawled across the land. A luminous floating island shone in the sky, and within a grand temple, a faceless statue beamed with wisdom, its eyes fixed upon him. Young lad, your request has been acknowledged. I, the great deity of wisdom, chaos, God, bestow upon you the identity of my divine apostle. The statue gently raised its hand, sending a beam of light into Vale's mind. The amulet on his chest seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, resembling a peculiar token, though it might have been mere illusion. Just as Vale began to relax, he glanced beneath the bed and saw that the dark glow had not diminished in the slightest. Great deity, please save me. Your apostle Vale is in grave danger. Oh, I see. The deity's languid voice, tinged with a hint of ambiguity, replied. It is late, and I am rather tired. We can discuss matters another time. Please, great deity. Your devoted apostle is on the verge of being condemned as a heretic by the Temple of Dawn. Vale implored, understanding the gravity of his situation. Divine favor is not to be easily bestowed. I require you to collect 3,000 tomes as the price to navigate through this crisis. Do you consent? The deity's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. There was no time for hesitation. Survival took precedence. Vale hastily nodded in agreement and vowed his soul. In a perspective unseen by others, a flicker of golden light flashed in Vale's eyes. He dashed to the bedside and bent down to retrieve something from beneath the bed. The once silver box had vanished without a trace, replaced by a vividly adorned, colorful album. I have just offered the silver box to the great deity of wisdom, who in turn has graciously gifted me a legendary tome beloved by youths, the Playboy magazine. An elderly priest, his hair as white as snow, entered the room, holding a luminous orb of light. The chamber, a young man's sanctuary of over 20 square meters, reflected a comfortable upbringing, and its neatness was undoubtedly a testament to the teachings of the Dawn Goddess. A simple stroll around would reveal any anomalies, except for the boy's subtle nervousness as he concealed a book behind him, although he knew it was not a matter of great concern. The priest's curiosity piqued. What had prompted this young lad to rush into his bedroom from beneath the bed? The divine instructs us to be honest and forthright, and our faith in the divine must remain unwavering. Young one, the divine reminds us that honest and courageous children are more likely to receive the favor of the divine. Your eyes betray your need for guidance. There is nothing that cannot be forgiven after sincere repentance. The priest's gentle visage radiated purity, his murky eyes glimmering with an unusual light. The divine induction spell had been cast. Vale felt as though he stood before Professor Weasel, acutely aware that lying to him was a grave offense, and concealing the truth was an act of betrayal. Unbeknownst to him, the colorful album had already found its way into the priest's hands. The 50th anniversary edition of Playboy? How can this be? Before the priest could comprehend the significance, the younger of the two temple knights exclaimed in shock. With only 30,000 copies issued across the continent, and fewer than 1,000 in the kingdom of Caste, this tome was a coveted treasure, nearly impossible to acquire even in the capital. The young knights gazed towards Vale transformed, now tinged with admiration and respect. Silence, Val. Remember your station. You are a noble temple knight, not a frivolous dandy. You are currently on duty. The older knight glared at him. Yet his own eyes betrayed a longing for the album, yearning to possess such a rare edition. The priest scrutinized the album in Vale's grasp, a disheveled golden-haired woman, a half-veiled dancer, and a muscular man exuding a bronze sheen. It seemed he had misjudged the situation entirely. Since the divine induction has commenced, let us not waste this opportunity. Honest and courageous child, someone witnessed you removing a silver book box from Professor Weasel's bookstore. Is that true? Now, our honest and brave child Vale, could you enlighten me as to the whereabouts of that silver box? The priest coaxed gently. He relished being addressed as father. As an individual of modest talent, he devoted his life to the Dawn Goddess, never marrying and praying ceaselessly until, at the age of 50, he ascended to the rank of a first-star priest, mastering the true essence of basic divine magic. Unlike ordinary priests, he preferred to be called father, for only those who demonstrated unwavering devotion to the goddess and remained unmarried throughout their lives could earn such a title, and he was indeed one of them, albeit a lowly one among his peers. Child, to whom did you relinquish the white book box that does not belong to you? Who was that individual? You must return it to Professor Weasel within a month. The priest's voice brimmed with righteousness, leaving Vale feeling somewhat ashamed. I don't know to whom I gave it. I cannot see their face, only hear their voice, Vale replied, speaking the truth, yet the listeners reacted with starkly different sentiments. Have I arrived too late? The Book of Wisdom has already been taken by his accomplices. The white-haired priest exhibited a hint of disappointment. Professor Weasel was no ordinary sorcerer, but a preacher of the classical school, wielding the most cherished advanced meditation techniques and sorcery of his tradition. as well as the legendary Book of Wisdom. Child, you shall feel shame for your actions. You must earnestly repent to the goddess, who will forgive your transgressions. The priest drew a circle upon his chest, symbolizing the dawn of the goddess of Aurora. My friend, exchanging a box of unknown purpose for the revered tome, the Playboy 50th Anniversary Collection, is certainly a worthwhile trade. Sir Wall, a knight of the temple, approached swiftly as the white-haired priest concluded his divine incantation. As a fellow practitioner, may I have the honor of gazing upon the sacred relic? I am Wall, a one-star temple knight, and in the forthcoming months, I shall serve as the guardian of the Middy's Academy and instruct in the art of swordsmanship. I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 3. What to do if mother wants to burn the Riska book. Mrs. Declan is a quintessential middle-class woman from Derbyshire, though her appearance does not reflect this. She has received a formal education, hailing from a family of lawyers, and possesses both poise and beauty. The helpless young will stands pitifully by the dining table in the living room, enduring his mother-esque lecture. Well, dear, our little Will has reached that age where he becomes intrigued by the female form. The tall and well-proportioned father comes from a fallen knightly lineage. As the second son, he was cast out by his elder brother after their father's passing and was compelled to fend for himself. At 17, he arrived alone in Derbyshire from Maplestowe, and after 3 years of hard work, he finally established this CAF. While I educate the children, please be silent, Mr. Declan. Upon hearing his wife address him, Mr. Declan promptly chose to refrain from speaking. He knows precisely when to voice his opinions and when to avoid inciting his wife's ire. After years of intimate companionship, no one understands her better than he does. She is a kind and considerate wife, as well as a mother with profound affection for her family. All right, my dear. I entrust our poor child Will to you. Vera, accompany your father to the CAF. Your unfortunate brother cannot attend school today. Your mother will impart a whole day of moral education upon him to mold him into a respected gentleman. The CAF owner, Mr. Declan, smiled and shrugged at his wife, taking his little daughter's hand as they stepped outside. The CAF is adjacent, a part of their home, and he has sacrificed much for this family. Knowing well that the bustling area along the municipal avenue near the Lord's Manor is highly sought after. It is not just the middle class. Many affluent individuals desire such a spacious courtyard and shop in this locale. My dear daughter Vera Declan, would you prefer cake or cheese? Or perhaps, cake cheese or cheesecake? Mr. Declan playfully tempted his daughter as they walked. The 5-year-old cutie quickly drooled, contemplating which delectable treat to choose, thinking to herself, Brother has been reprimanded for his misdeeds, and no one is competing with me. Can I indulge in 2 portions? Mrs. Declan, with a frown, hurried over and pulled Vera's finger from her mouth, carefully wiping it with a handkerchief, her little mouth receiving the same treatment. Dear, you cannot indulge them like this. Will is destined to become a distinguished gentleman, and a gentleman must not prioritize frivolous literature over knowledge. You know how much hope his father has for him, wishing for him to inherit the family law firm. I am an only child. Girls cannot become lawyers. Will is his father's sole hope. And as for our lovely Vera, you cannot mold her into a little glutton, drooling at the sight of treats. It is unbecoming for her future marriage prospects. Dear, your concerns are overly anticipatory. Will is merely 13, still undergoing intermediate education, with 2 years until he embarks on advanced studies and 5 years until adulthood. We cannot preordain his life. He must take responsibility for his own journey rather than conform to our expectations. Just as I relinquished my aspirations of becoming a knight mercenary to become a CAF owner, Vera, at only 5, is in her blissful, innocent phase. All we can provide her is a joyful childhood, and she will begin her education next year, leaving her with less time for carefree play. Dear, we should show them a bit more kindness. In this household, it is the towering, benevolent father who embodies kindness, while the lovely mother appears more stern. All right. I can never win an argument with you. Mrs. Declan conceded, recognizing her husband's deep love for their family, much like her own. Perhaps the differences in upbringing and life experiences between the Derbyshire and Maplestowe residents lead to their divergent approaches to child-rearing. Mrs. Declan always wishes to meticulously plan her children's futures, while Mr. Declan hopes they carve their own paths. However, one thing they share is their sincere and profound love for their home and children. I adore you, my beautiful Mrs. Declan. Mr. Declan takes immense pride in his wife, often showcasing his affection without reservations. This is his husband, Mr. Floret Declan. It appears we may be rather busy today. Mrs. Jellison has reserved a small private room. and Sir Floda is to hold his annual celebration in our CAF. Lawyer Kinfall seems to have a meeting scheduled here with a jeweler. Damn that detective Spire. He treats our CAF as a meeting point for guests, occupying a table all day long with just a single cup of coffee and less business calls. He ought to pay me a fee for monopolizing the space. Mr. Floret Declan, holding his lovely daughter in one arm and his beautiful wife in the other, rambled on. Yet it seemed more like a display of pride. Dear, I am aware the CAF is thriving, and you wish to hire new staff, but we lack suitable candidates. You mentioned that only our family members may reside here, making it challenging to hire trustworthy individuals, especially with ladies of status surrounding us. Mrs. Moira Declan interrupted his tirade, turning her attention to the neglected young Will Declan. Will, you are now 13 and must take responsibility for your actions. I do not wish to see items unsuitable for gentlemen and ladies in our home. Dispose of them or burn them. The choice is yours. I will inspect your room in the evening. Do not attempt to hide anything in Vera's room. I am the one who cleans her space. And your belongings often appear there. While I understand your bond with your sister, hiding things there is not wise. I didn't Will's rebuttal was feeble. His sister. Ever innocent and adorable. All right. It wasn't my sweet sister who took it. It was I who foolishly stuffed it into her room. Oh, dear mother, strong father. Please open your discerning eyes to see that little witch's true nature. A glance from Mrs. Moira Declan immediately silenced the honest and brave young Will, who could only lower his gaze to his toes. The front door gently closed, and he heard the sound of the lock clicking shut. Was he being confined? He had never felt the house was particularly spacious, but now, alone, it felt as though their three-story villa was excessively large. What to do? Must he truly burn it? Yet, Sir Nightfall's words had hinted that he hoped to see the treasured edition of the Risk book at school 3 days hence, and from his tone, it seemed to hold significant value, perhaps even more than money could procure. What to do? Where to hide it? His bedroom was definitely out of the question. His mother is resolute in her actions. Hiding it in his sister's room was also imprudent, as that little witch would undoubtedly seize upon it, leaving him restless for the next month or two. What about his parents' room? Though some say the most dangerous places can also be the safest, danger remains perilous, and he could not afford to gamble on their not discovering it. The study could be a possibility, but his mother frequented it daily, sometimes teaching his father, other times instructing his sister. He had spent 5 or 6 years there before turning 10, and his mother, with her superior education, was the epitome of perfection. Indeed, the basement, a repository of my father's previously utilized odds and ends, may prove to be a rather splendid locale. It is a place seldom frequented, where my father might not visit more than twice a year, and my mother scarcely makes an appearance to clean it even once every 2 or 3 years. Chapter 4. What to do with the increasing number of little yellow books. The basement at home is remarkably concealed. The cupboard beneath the candlelit wall has remained closed for years. Upon opening it, one discovers winter essentials such as cotton clothing and quilts, which, once cleared away, reveal a thick wooden board beneath. No one suspects anything amiss beneath this solid wooden barrier, unless one were to lift the entire cupboard. The heavy, solid wood board requires tools for prying open, revealing a slanted passageway below. With an oil lamp in hand, one carefully navigates the narrow passage, descending at least 20 meters before stepping onto the firm ground of the basement. The space is not large. A quick estimation by Vale suggests its true location lies beneath the gazebo in the yard, though it is uncertain when his father constructed it, or if it was even his father at all, as it might have been built by the previous owner. The items in the basement are few, primarily large objects that are rarely used due to the difficulty of retrieval. Vale recalls his childhood desire to make this place his secret base, having visited with his father on a few occasions. Memories linger. But after being sent to study by his mother, he seldom returned. The familiar suit of armor remains as pristine as ever, indicating that his father cherished it, maintaining it occasionally. Beside it lies a double-handed sword, measuring 4 feet in length, far too heavy for Vale to lift. A large wooden chest stands locked, never having been opened in Vale's presence. He is uncertain of its contents, but his father's nostalgic expressions suggest it contains old relics. A handcrafted wooden rack displays numerous items, some familiar and others not, none particularly valuable, yet all distinctly aged. An exquisite saddle bears marks of heavy use, while 2 iron gauntlets are scarred, hinting at the perilous battles their owner once faced. A dagger, about a foot long, does not resemble a typical carving knife, and a pair of worn leather boots resemble those worn by mercenaries, likely belonging to his father during his youth. The leather armor, unassuming yet lightweight, has not been used in ages. Vale finds it difficult to tear apart. Nearby lies a complete set of horse care equipment, although the family does not own a warhorse. A small wicker backpack catches Vale's attention. His father had hidden it after Vale nearly set it ablaze during one visit, marking the first and only time his father had struck him. Recalling this incident, Vale gently touches the ancient backpack, well-preserved despite its age. Compelled by curiosity, he cautiously opens it, revealing a leather scroll. Is it possible that someone still uses leather scrolls for recording information? More than a century ago, the artisan god's follower, Kai Luan, created papermaking, which, blessed by the artisan god, led to a significant transformation in human society, eventually replacing leather as the primary medium for writing. The existence of a leather scroll at home, outside libraries and museums, piques Vale's interest. As his fingers brush against the scroll, the pendant around his neck suddenly glows faintly, and a mechanical voice resonates in his ear. Special document detected. Apostle function activated. Do you, humble apostle of the great wisdom deity cows, wish to sacrifice the knowledge within the leather scroll for the deity's blessing? Surprised by this unexpected turn, Vale wonders why a deity, typically aloof, would concern itself with a mere mortal like him. It dawns on him that his father's claims of their lineage from a knightly family are indeed true. His family is merely a branch, and his father might be a genuine knight. The scroll contains a concise yet illustrated knightly training method, spanning 3 pages. Vale strives to memorize its contents, but realizes it is impractical within a short time. Great spirit of wisdom, may I transcribe the contents for later sacrifice? Vale yearns for extraordinary powers, envisioning heroic knights battling goblins, demons, and dragons, all while winning the hearts of beautiful princesses. The deity seeks knowledge, not its physical embodiment. Contributing knowledge does not entail losing the scroll. Do you confirm your desire to contribute the scroll's knowledge? The spirit's words nearly choke Vale. Had he known this sooner, he wouldn't have to strain to memorize the contents, confirming the contribution of the scroll's knowledge. With this, Vale feels a sense of relief. As soon as he speaks, the pendant emits a soft glow that sweeps over the scroll. Basic night breathing technique, compatibility with Apostle at 75, has been sacrificed. The Great Wisdom Deity Cows confirms receipt. Apostle function activated successfully. Current Apostle level, Novice Apostle. Contribution points acquired, 100. Storage function activated. Would you like to open the Apostle space? Vale, slightly bewildered, inquires about the Apostle space. The spirit explains, upon activation of the Apostle function, a connection is established with the Great Wisdom Deity Cows, allowing access to certain divine capabilities. The Apostle space is a private domain created by the deity within the divine realm, accessible at any time. The first activation of this function, blessed by the deity, requires 100 contribution points. Should you miss this opportunity, the next activation will demand 1,000 contribution points. Open the Apostle space function. Vale realizes the disparity in point requirements and is determined not to be taken advantage of. Success. Apostle space function activated. Please check your Apostle space. Upon activation, an influx of information fills Vale's mind, and he instinctively follows the guidance. He envisions a small space. How small, precisely? Perhaps just sufficient to accommodate his 50-year anniversary edition of Playboy. Ah, what an ideal repository for my collection. Storing it in the Apostle space ensures it remains undiscovered, easily accessible whenever needed, allowing him to feign that he carries it at all times. He feels increasingly clever. With a thought, the Playboy volume vanishes from his hand and reappears at will, bringing Vale immense joy. The Great Wisdom Deity Cows is exceedingly pleased with your initial knowledge sacrifice and has decided to reward you. The spirit notes your thirst for knowledge and bestows upon you several volumes, encouraging you to continue your efforts. As the spirit's voice fades, a stack of colorful books appears before Vale, including 10 issues of the ordinary edition of Playboy. Dear God, spare me. My interest in Playboy is not so fervent. I was merely testing the Apostle space. Chapter 5. Has the little yellow book been stolen? With a deep sense of gratitude towards the divine, Veer meticulously arranged the wicker basket. To prevent any discovery, he carefully wrapped 10 copies of Playboy in an old garment, securing them tightly within the basket. It seemed that there were still some hidden tomes at home. Perhaps the knowledge imparted by his mother since childhood could be offered as a sacrifice. After all, the sacrificial knowledge would not be lost, and no one else would ever know. Moreover, he could earn contribution points, a splendid idea, indeed. Furthermore, from the He learned that he could continue to unlock other functionalities of the Apostle and utilize contribution points to expand the Apostle's space. The thought of possessing spatial abilities filled Veer with confidence and vigor. He felt as though he could charge ahead with unbridled enthusiasm. With a light-hearted gait, he entered the study. Although the house was empty, one could never be sure when his father, mother, or sister might suddenly appear. So it was prudent to lock the door behind him. Ding. Ordinary literature detected, with a certain sacrificial value. Please confirm whether to contribute. Veer took out a hefty volume of a comprehensive history of the continent, and indeed, the amulet pendant on his chest emitted a prompt sound. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected confirmation. Ding. Apprentice Apostle Veer has contributed one copy of A Comprehensive History of the Continent, published by the Kingdom of Castor, 4th edition, ordinary version, earning 2 contribution points. Please continue your efforts, Apostle. The voice of the was as monotonous as ever, yet Veer felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Such a thick volume only garnered 2 points. Ding. Apprentice Apostle Veer has contributed one copy of The Radiance of the Goddess, published by the Dawn Goddess Church of the Kingdom of Castor, earning 3 contribution points. Please continue your efforts. Apostle. Ding. Apprentice Apostle Veer has contributed one copy of The Glory of the Kingdom of Castor, published by the Kingdom of Castor, earning 1 contribution point. Please continue your efforts, Apostle. Ding. Apprentice Apostle Veer has contributed one copy of The Etiquette of a Lady, published by the Kingdom of Castor, earning 1 contribution point. Please continue your efforts, Apostle. Ding. Apprentice Apostle Veer has contributed one copy of The Legend of the Night King, published by the Kingdom of Castor, earning 2 contribution points. Please continue your efforts, Apostle. Ding. Apprentice Apostle Veer has contributed one copy of 100 Choices of Coffee, published by the Kingdom of Castor, earning 1 contribution point. Please continue your efforts, Apostle. Ding. Apprentice Apostle Veer has contributed one copy of National Geographic, The Scenery of the Kingdom of Castor, published by the Kingdom of Castor, earning 2 contribution points. Please continue your efforts, Apostle. And so the cycle continued. As Veer watched his contribution points steadily increase, his enthusiasm undiminished. Although the books at home were limited, a 13-year-old had managed to contribute dozens of volumes, consuming a fair amount of his time, and the rewards were quite satisfactory, an impressive total of 89 contribution points. What should he do next? Veer hesitated. The exchange function required 100 contribution points, while he only had 89. Expanding the Apostle's space did not have a specific contribution point requirement. More points meant more exchanges, fewer points meant fewer exchanges. After contemplating the knight's training method in his possession, Veer gritted his teeth and decided to exchange all his contribution points for an expansion of the Apostle's space. Instantly, the space expanded slightly, and 3 animal hide scrolls slipped inside. Unbeknownst to Veer, a long black serpent silently emerged from the ceiling, slithering down the wall to the ground. The serpent's black head rose high, morphing into a bald middle-aged man. The man, slender in stature, bore hands adorned with strange patterns, reminiscent of serpent scales, subtly flickering in and out of view. The bald man opened a cabinet, carelessly tossing aside cotton clothes and blankets, and slipped through the wooden partition into the basement. In the corner of the living room, a decorative tree suddenly bore a small white orb, which, for reasons unknown, began to crack open, transforming into an eye. A beam of black light shot forth, striking the white orb, which shattered with a soft crack, scattering into a cloud of dust. The bald man dared not linger. Having already been exposed, there was no need to conceal himself further. He hurried to the window, flung it open, and leaped into the backyard. A fleeting glance revealed 2 temple knights standing at the entrance of the Declan residence. The bald man felt relieved by his caution. The Church of the Goddess had indeed not given up deploying personnel here. Yet, his superior skills had ultimately secured the Book of Wisdom in his possession. Silently, he scaled the tall wall, landing just in time to see 2 figures frolicking among the flowers in the garden. Damn, how could he be so unfortunate? The 2 figures, enjoying their rendezvous, were keenly aware of their surroundings. Coincidentally, they spotted a glimmering bald head scaling the wall. Before the bald man could react, a sharp, piercing scream echoed through the air. Veer heard a knock at the door and saw the entrance to the basement swing open. Upon opening the door, he was met by 2 temple knights he had only just become acquainted with. My friend, Veer Declan, have you noticed anything unusual occurring? Veer stepped past Veer into the living room, his gaze shifting to the powder beneath the decorative tree and the untidy cabinet, as well as the entrance to the passageway beneath the cabinet. Are you cleaning? It doesn't look like it. Would you mind if we took a look downstairs? The more mature knight gestured toward the basement entrance. Though Veer was unsure why, he instinctively nodded, and the three of them hurried inside. This time, there was no need for an oil lamp, as Ken held a glowing orb of pure white light to guide their way. Noticing Veer's puzzled expression, Vor wore a smirk of satisfaction. Mate, that is the divine magic of the temple knights, the radiance of the dawn goddess. It dispels darkness and illuminates our path forward. In fact, I can occasionally summon it myself, truly. The basement was not large, and the items were not particularly disordered. Ken drew his sword and swiftly severed a small venomous snake. Scanning the area, he addressed Veer. Young friend, please confirm whether anything precious is missing. Someone has invaded here. It was an evil sorcerer. Sorcerer? Veer could not suppress a gasp. Glancing around until his eyes fell upon the spot where he had hidden his belongings, the wicker basket was nowhere to be found. The 10 copies of Playboy had been stolen? Thank the heavens. Veer marveled internally, but before he could voice his thoughts, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Damn it. Who could it be? Who has stolen our family's night training method? The night training method? Veer exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Floret Declan radiated an aura of fury, resembling a beast ready to pounce. Indeed, the ancestral night training method of the Declan family was hidden here. Damn it. Who could it be? How could they possibly know of its existence? Can you tell me what you were doing just now? Ken inquired after surveying the scene. Of course, esteemed temple knight. I was in the study the entire time. May we check then? After all, the presence of an evil sorcerer in your home poses a significant threat to your safety. Ken's words, to Veer, felt like a threat in themselves. Chapter 6. The little yellow book has returned, and I know nothing. Floret Declan openly lamented. Oh, divine goddess. Our family has always been devout followers. Each year, in addition to paying taxes to the municipal hall, we dutifully offer our tributes to the temple without fail. Among the 4 individuals present, none noticed the fierce battle occurring next door, where a priest, 2 pastors, and 10 temple knights clashed with a bald sorcerer. The goddess's church, constrained in the bustling district, witnessed the sorcerer's escape, leaving behind a wrought tin box, severed from its straps by the temple knights. The elderly bishop, his beard bristling with suppressed fury, tossed 10 copies of Playboy onto the table before the priest and pastors, demanding an explanation. The temple knight responsible for protecting the Declan family requested an audience. Outside, the voice of the guardian knight rang out, prompting the bishop to grant them entry. After bowing respectfully, Ken and Walb recounted everything they had witnessed at the Declan residence, including the open volume of the goddess's radiance in the study. The temple knight saluted and departed, neglecting to glance at the wrought tan box on the table, leaving only the bishop, the priest, and the pastors. The bishop gestured toward the box, remarking, "This box is at least 20 years old, distinctly bearing the Mabusht County style. The tattered garment embroidered with the name Declan must belong to Floret Declan." According to the Intelligence Department's investigation, Floret Declan hailed from a once noble knightly family in Mabusht County, where his elder brother held the title of mid-level knight and lord of the realm. 20 years ago, the old lord passed away, bequeathing the title and castle to the eldest son, while the younger son was cast out, journeying alone to Draco County. After years of struggle, he established a CAF and married the daughter of a prominent lawyer, successfully integrating into the middle class of Draco County. Now tell me, where is the knight's training manual that the Declan family has lost? To whom do these 10 copies of Playboy belong? The bishop felt a throbbing headache. These recent editions of Playboy clearly could not have belonged to Floret Declan. From Ken and Walb's accounts, it was evident that the basement housed Floret Declan's past. He would never have so carelessly stored such magazines in such a serious place. What to do? They too were troubled. They had acquired the wrought tan box, but could not return it directly to the owner, who insisted that what he had lost was the knight's training manual. The likelihood that they had originally possessed the knight's training manual placed them in a precarious position. If they simply returned the box and the 10 copies of Playboy, they would undoubtedly be suspected of the church embezzling the knight's training manual. This would not only fail to earn them gratitude but could also provoke resentment. Who wouldn't be furious in such a situation, being toyed with by 10 copies of Playboy? What was the probability that these items belonged to someone else? The elderly pastor hesitated. The wrought tan box can be confirmed as belonging to Floret Declan. Young Weir acquired a silver box from Professor Weasel, which was mysteriously exchanged at home for a Playboy magazine by an unknown individual. It was understandable for a young boy to be drawn to such magazines. I have great confidence in my divine abilities and do not believe he is lying, for someone with extraordinary powers. Young would stand no chance of resistance and could easily have been hypnotized into allowing the exchange of the silver box. From Nightwalb, I learned that the 50th anniversary edition of Playboy is exceedingly rare. It is questionable if even 10 copies exist throughout Draco County. Theoretically, Youngwer could have no other means of obtaining that magazine. His words are credible. It is highly likely that the bald sorcerer is not a classical wizard, but rather one from the beast school. As the intelligence regarding Professor Weasel's possession of the Book of Wisdom has already been leaked, possibly by the Municipal Hall's Department of Abilities, which has always been a sieve. We acted swiftly to apprehend Professor Weasel, yet his wisdom should not be underestimated. He had already arranged an escape route, sending the Book of Wisdom away through Youngweir. The information we could trace is also accessible to the Municipal Hall's Security Department, perhaps even more swiftly. While we were monitoring Youngweir, other wizards were keeping watch over us. The Book of Wisdom, which inspires intellect, is invaluable to wizards of any school, particularly the beast school, who constantly seek to evolve their minds. The elderly pastor did not hesitate to employ various derogatory terms to describe the barbaric wizards of the beast school. Thus, this morning's conflict arose. The bald sorcerer had little time for unnecessary antics and prudently chose to flee. Therefore, I suspect that these copies of Playboy actually belong to Youngweir. The old pastor finally articulated his thoughts after much rambling. This rascal. The bishop nearly choked at this revelation. Such a scenario was not entirely implausible. However, to maintain the dignity of the temple, they could not directly inquire or handle the matter in such a manner. Let us hand over the box and its contents to the Municipal Hall's Security Department. The bishop sighed wearily, and the protection of the Declan family would continue. A message was to be released tomorrow morning at the East Coast dock. Professor Weasel would be transported to Prison Island. As night fell, a familiar guest arrived at the Declan residence, Sheriff Ritter from the Municipal Hall Security Department, who had once worked closely with Floret to eradicate rioters. He had accompanied Floret in his fervent pursuit of Mojay's, but had ultimately stepped back to allow the awakening of the mid-level knight's combat spirit. Hey, buddy. You haven't visited me and Mojay's CAF for 12 days, and it's been a month and 8 days since you last came to our home. Floret Declan greeted his guest with a warm embrace, his gaze drawn to the large box Ritter carried. No need to bring gifts, my friend. Your presence is more than enough. No, brother, this isn't for you. It's a gift I promised Youngweir. Ritter pushed Floret's hand aside and, smiling broadly at Mojay's and Youngweir, led the boy to a corner. Look, little one, see what Uncle has brought you. Do you like it? Faced with the familiar 10 copies of Playboy, were felt despair. Uncle Ritter, I prefer Dragon Knight novels over these. If you honestly tell me where you've hidden your father's knight training manual, I will gift you the latest Dragon Knight novel, the most recent edition by the kingdom's most renowned author, Tangler, titled Dragons and Magic Swords, Ritter coaxed. Youngwer blinked. Utterly oblivious to what Uncle Ritter was hinting at, he had no idea the knight training manual was hidden in the study. I know nothing. With a thud, Floret's fist landed on Youngweir's head. So you've hidden the training manual, you little rascal. You've caused me heartache for half the day. All right, buddy. Youngwer didn't do it intentionally. At his age, curiosity is at its peak. It's time he embraced the knightly legacy, Ritter interjected, grasping Floret's hand to prevent further violence. Don't you wish to remedy your regrets? Chapter 7. The Apostle's Mission. Talent. I am invincible. Rhett, bearing a woven backpack and tattered clothing, arrived with news of the impending transfer of Playboy and Professor Weasel to Prison Island, departing with a box of cake and a stomach full of delicacies. The father, who should have been comforting his wounded spirit and persuading his mother, was instead caressing 3 animal skin scrolls, his fleeting joy at their recovery momentarily overshadowing the plight of his son, who was enduring his wife's torment. As for Vale, he began to feel a sense of relief that his mother had not heeded her mentor's advice to remain as a teacher at the academy. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly developed a strong aversion to the higher education system. May the goddess bless you, Professor Weasel. Young Vale drew a circle on his chest. As a crisp voice echoed from behind, the goddess does not bless heretics. Although I have never believed Professor Weasel to be a heretic, the church has never heeded the words of children like us. Lilith, are you the only one here to bid farewell to Professor Weasel? Young Vale asked, slightly disappointed and saddened. Professor Weasel had been exceptionally kind to every child in the school, imparting knowledge and joy. Yet only he and Lilith were present to see him off. Lilith, adorned in a gothic gown with golden locks, bore a hint of sorrow on her face. Professor Weasel is the most knowledgeable teacher I have ever encountered. His wisdom is as boundless as the ocean. He has taught us many things that others cannot access. Lilith. The acknowledged beauty of Mirdis Intermediate Academy hailed from a noble lineage, possessing perfect beauty, excellent upbringing, remarkable learning abilities, extraordinary wisdom, and commendable skills. She was always accompanied by 1 or 2 guards, her wardrobe changing weekly with each piece being of considerable value. She held very particular standards concerning food, refusing anything that was not gourmet. Despite her noble roots, she did not look down upon her classmates, often surrounded by a group of young girls. While the boys could only gaze from a distance, hesitant to approach, as if the radiance surrounding her could blind them. Young Vale was one of the few boys who could engage her in calm conversation, as he was the only one capable of keeping pace with her academically. Though he felt embarrassed to be outmatched by her in certain areas, it was still a point of pride to excel over this paragon of perfection in some respects. Vale had long anticipated Lilith's departure. This extraordinary girl had frequently lamented the inadequacies of Mirdis Intermediate Academy, only finding its extraordinary allure in Professor Weasel's presence. Without him, Mirdis would be no different from other intermediate academies. Although it still held a respectable reputation in Drake County and accepted students from at least middle-class backgrounds, it paled in comparison to the Nobility Academy, the finest institution in the county, catering to the education of the elite. Lilith had transferred to Mirdis from the Nobility Academy, having previously studied there. It was said that she had met Professor Weasel by chance, becoming enamored with his profound knowledge, and wished to have him as her tutor, only to be declined. "Hey, Vale, would you consider attending the Nobility Academy?" Lilith suddenly made an unexpected request. Vale was taken aback, gazing at her in confusion as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes unfocused upon the sea. "Among all at Mirdis, your potential is the greatest. You are my rival. Frankly, if Professor Weasel were still here, learning under him, I truly could not bear to leave Mirdis, fearing you would surpass me. However, without Professor Weasel's guidance, you will miss out on the mentorship of a great master, and your path will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Compared to me at the Nobility Academy, the gap will only widen." Vale felt a surge of anger at her words. How could this girl be so conceited, disregarding the talents of others? In the end, she cast him a pitying glance, as if to suggest he should follow in her wake. Ding. Detection of Apostles' Turmoil. Proxy Spirit has issued a task. Talent: I am invincible. Task description: reject Lilith's invitation and establish a monthly contest. The competition's content will be determined at the beginning of the month, with Lilith providing the materials and a fair assessment at the month's end. Time limit: 1 year. Victory condition: achieve at least 7 wins. Task reward: 1 physical enhancement and 1 mental enhancement. Failure penalty: 1 month of cross-dressing. Do you accept the task? Vale was startled by the voice, but noticed that Lilith showed no reaction, as if he were the only one able to hear it. As for whether to accept the challenge, the rewards of physical and mental enhancement were enticing, even if he did not fully comprehend them. Such was the blessing of the divine, undoubtedly a boon. But what if he were to fail? A month of cross-dressing, could he perhaps weasel out of it? Ding. Apostle. Please note that the divine cannot be deceived. Maintain reverence and devotion towards the divine. Additional reminder: the apostle owes the divine a debt of 3,000 books, with 2,947 volumes remaining. Please fulfill your contribution promptly. This is the apostle's first borrowing, and no interest will be charged. In the future, the principal and interest will be collected according to the principle of 7 out and 13 returned. I accept the task. Young Vale gritted his teeth, choosing to face the challenge head-on. He turned to Lilith and said, "Please allow me to refuse. Professor Weasel was my mentor, imparting much knowledge and life philosophy, guiding us forward. It does not imply that without him, we can only stagnate. With the teachings of Professor Weasel, I am confident that even if I remain at Mirdis, I will not fall behind you. Is that so?" "A refusal indeed," Lilith replied, laced with sarcasm. "It appears the Nobility Academy has deteriorated to the point where even someone of your background looks down upon it. Perhaps your choice is correct. The Nobility Academy boasts a beautiful environment, a vast faculty, an extensive library, and many offspring of the upper class. There, everything is a competition. A middle-class child would indeed struggle to adapt. Shall we compare the students of the Nobility Academy with those of Mirdis?" Vale challenged, suppressing his inner excitement. "Compare what?" Lilith inquired, her interest piqued. "Let us compare our studies and progress. You will specify the content, provide the materials, and we will begin at the start of each month, culminating at the end. I wish to prove that even without Professor Weasel's guidance, I will not be inferior to you. Young Vale fixed his gaze on Lilith. His fists clenched, determined that she must accept. Otherwise, the wager would not be valid, and he would face the dreadful consequence of a month in women's clothing. Interesting, Lilith Kindle, accept your challenge. I shall not take advantage of you by deliberately selecting subjects in which the Nobility Academy excels. For our first month's contest, we shall engage in swordsmanship. Lilith's words nearly caused Vale to stumble. How could she not see that this was an unfair advantage? Please, Lady Lilith. You have been training in swordsmanship for so long, while I have only just begun my nightly training. Chapter 8. The New Reward. Playboy First Edition. The Apostle still has 2,947 volumes to return. Please repay them as soon as possible. Otherwise, other functions will remain inaccessible, and certain requests from the Apostles will not be entertained. The voice of the proxy spirit, devoid of any emotion, resonated in my ears. I understand. 2,947 volumes. I will repay them promptly, not merely to settle the debt, but also to accrue contribution points. Little Weir had already devised a plan. Professor Weasel's bookstore harbored ample volumes to settle this debt. Little Weir, who diligently exercised every day, was in good physical shape. His father, Floret Declan, was determined to mold him into a knight, ensuring that his physique remained robust. It was not uncommon for him to run 3 to 5 kilometers without difficulty. As the sun gradually ascended, panting and drenched in sweat, we finally arrived at Professor Weasel's bookstore. The unassuming exterior of the small bookstore exuded an air of antiquity. A tiny bell jingled as he pushed the door open. And in that fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse Professor Weasel's smiling face at the counter. Professor Weasel always wore a warm smile. He rarely expressed anger and never resorted to corporal punishment. His greatest pleasure was to sip tea and read a book while resting beneath a grand tree. Young lad, this bookstore is temporarily closed to the public. If you wish to purchase books, please visit other bookstores. Instead of Professor Weasel, a tall temple knight greeted him, a knight of imposing stature whom Weir had never seen before. The temple knight scrutinized the anxious Little Weir and glanced at the golden membership card, gently shaking his head. Indeed, child. You are a golden member here and may freely read the books, provided the store is open to the public. For now, you must leave, at least for 3 days. If the bookstore is still standing after that, you may return to read. But at this moment, I must ensure the integrity of the contents here. I cannot permit you to browse at will. Good children must be obedient. Can I return this membership card then? Little Weir asked nervously, looking up at the towering temple knight. I wish to read, but I used my pocket money to obtain this card. If I cannot return it, I will have no funds to visit other bookstores. Oh dear, this is quite a dilemma. You have perplexed me. The tall temple knight momentarily faltered, just as another temple knight swaggered in. Ah, big fellow Hangel, are you on duty here today? Oh, look who we have here. It's Little Weir, the fortunate one who possesses the coveted Playboy 50th anniversary edition that we all yearn for. Weir felt a flush of embarrassment. Vol, with a friendly arm around his shoulders, exclaimed, the latest 10 issues of Playboy. How did you acquire them? Oh, this must be a closely guarded secret. I, Vol, am known for my discretion in the temple. I won't pry into your secret, but you must lend me those Playboys for a few days. The volumes are currently with my father, but I can attempt to borrow them for you. Little Weir hesitated before pleading with Vol. I want to read here. I promise not to take anything. You may watch me as I search for books. Vol burst into laughter, heartily patting Weir's shoulder. Of course, that's perfectly acceptable. In fact, all the books here have been verified by our divine magic. They are merely ordinary books, posing no issues. Only the inflexible big fellow Hangel would fail to be flexible. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you may peruse freely. As he spoke, he made a discreet gesture unseen by Little Weir, prompting the big fellow Hangel to abruptly fall silent. Little Weir joyfully leaped up, turning his pleading gaze toward Hangel. The towering knight glanced at Vol, then at Weir, finally nodding in acquiescence, albeit without uttering a word, sealing his lips with a zipper motion. Weir let out a cheer and dashed to the bookshelf, embarking on his literary journey. Indeed, it is he. The bishop has commanded me to follow and protect him, instructing me not to impose restrictions and even to cooperate with his actions. There may be unexpected surprises. Such were the bishop's words. Vol shrugged, harboring no animosity toward the boy, but rather a measure of fondness as they shared a common interest. Little Weir swiftly sought out his books. The same titles could not contribute to the divine twice, and although the bookstore was modest in size, it possessed a wealth of volumes. Vol and big fellow Hangel watched over him throughout the morning until we finally turned the last page of his final book. The process was rather tedious, and both temple knights felt fatigued, while Weir's arms felt as though they were on the verge of losing sensation. Ding. Apprentice Apostle Weir has contributed 3,568 volumes. Debt repaid. Time taken, 1.5 days. The positive attitude of the apprentice apostle toward repaying the debt warrants a reward. Please accept. As the voice of the proxy spirit faded, Weir felt as though another book had materialized in his hands. Its cover was similarly vibrant, though slightly coarse, with images that were more explicit and direct. Upon a mere glance, Weir's face turned crimson. The two temple knights who had been observing him noticed the change and quietly drew closer. Goodness, is that the legendary Playboy first edition? 50 years ago, when Playboy was first printed, its fame was modest, with only 800 copies issued and over 600 sold. The remainder retained by merchants for their own collections. Is this the book you were searching for all along? The big fellow temple knight Hangel pointed awkwardly at the ostentatious Playboy, his expression somewhat bizarre, realizing that the fruit of his morning's watch was merely a risk book. No, big fellow Hangel, this is not just a book. It is a sacred text in the hearts of our kind. The foundation upon which the Playboy dynasty was established. How could one merely describe it as a book? My friend Weir, would you mind lending me this sacred text for a few days? Vol's face was alight with a smile, though it was a smile that felt somewhat unsettling. My father is preparing to impart the knightly training methods to me, and I shall commence my knightly cultivation. Please guide me, Vol Temple Knight. This book is a gift for you. Little Weir felt a sense of helplessness. Why did that wise deity always favor him with Playboy? Surely, selling it would yield abundant rewards, yet he lacked the courage to do so. Having finally encountered someone who revered the book, he decided to transfer that responsibility and fervor to volume from this moment. You are undoubtedly my brother, Vol exclaimed, clutching the Playboy first edition tightly, nearly howling with excitement. Having skipped breakfast, Little Weir departed alone. Watching his retreating figure, Vol immediately wiped the smile from his face. Little Weir was closely associated with Professor Weasel, and the silver bookcase had also passed through his hands. Though its final fate remained uncertain, it was undeniably linked to him. The repeated appearances of Playboy, including 2 rare collectible editions, were decidedly abnormal. What secrets lay hidden within this matter could only be determined by the bishop. Little Weir had no inkling that the Playboy magazines he had stumbled upon had indeed diverted the attention of the Dawn Goddess Temple, from the bishop and priests to the temple knights themselves. Chapter 9. Upgrading the Chatty Proxy Spirit, 4,862 contribution points. This was the reward for Xiao Weir enduring hunger for half a day. Surely, he could exchange this for an array of excellent items from the divine realm. Ding. As a novice apostle, Xiao Weir's total contribution points exceeded 5,000, granting him an upgrade in privileges. He was now a formal 1-star apostle, unlocking the exchange feature, which would deduct 100 contribution points. The identification feature was also available, requiring a deduction of 1,000 contribution points. Apostles could consume contribution points to utilize the identification function. 1 contribution point would allow 10 seconds of use of the Eye of Identification, with any duration below 10 seconds counted as a full 10 seconds. The Eye of Identification was also tiered. As a 1-star apostle, he could actively activate the basic Eye of Identification. A familiar, rigid voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Apostolic advancement successful. Proxy Spirit privileges enhanced. Please select a name for the Proxy Spirit and confirm its address for the apostle. A surge of information flooded his consciousness, and Xiao Weir immediately comprehended the significance of this upgrade. He gained a deeper understanding of his identity as an apostle with the spirit named Xiaoya, characterized by a personality and voice akin to that of his younger sister, Weiya, who would address him as master. Xiao Weir felt an undeniable sense of pride. The rigid proxy spirit referred to him as master, which felt rather gratifying. Lowly loving master, the spirit Xiaoya is at your service. The familiar voice of his sister resonated in his ears. Upon hearing it, Xiao Weir felt a pang of regret. The voice was melodious, a quintessential lowly tone. No, it could be described as a child's pure voice. The appearance was delightful and familiar, yet he had unwittingly configured her personality to mimic that of a younger sister, which was rather reckless. In a moment of exuberance, he had overlooked the cunning nature of his sister. Would it be too late to regret and return this choice? Lowly loving master. Each upgrade as an apostle grants a free upgrade opportunity for the spirit and a chance to reset its image. A one-star apostle wishing to reset the proxy spirit's appearance must pay 10,000 contribution points. Lowly loving master currently lacks sufficient contribution points. Please strive to work harder. The spirit's sharp tongue struck again. Shower promptly muted the proxy spirit's voice and began exploring the application of his apostolic abilities. The apostolic space, needless to say, required a significant amount of contribution points for expansion. However, each upgrade offered a discount opportunity. The apostle could invest contribution points and roll dice. With discounts ranging from 10 to 60%, at least he wouldn't incur a loss. The exchange feature was divided into 3 categories, the first being knowledge exchange, allowing the acquisition of relevant knowledge directly into the mind, enabling the apostle to possess such knowledge instantly. The second being material exchange, which permitted the acquisition of tangible items such as books, food, daily necessities, weapons and armor, and extraordinary items, which could not be exchanged due to insufficient privileges. The third involved the direct exchange of power, speed, physique, bloodline, and extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, many options were grayed out, indicating they could not be exchanged. Scanning the exchange list, dense with various life skills, common knowledge, and an array of books, Shower felt a tingling excitement, yet hesitated to exchange freely. Knowledge was one matter, as others could not see it, but how could he explain the material items to his family? It would be wiser to expand the apostolic space first. Then he could exchange for whatever he desired and store it within, without fear of discovery. Ding! The one-star apostle invested 3,000 contribution points and achieved a 10% discount. The expansion of the apostolic space was successful. Please check it yourself. Master brother, please do not mute Xiaoya's voice. It is so lonely for Xiaoyu alone. The proxy spirit's voice emerged in his mind, and her image appeared, strikingly resembling his beloved younger sister. All right. He instinctively acquiesced to the proxy spirit's request, and her virtual image promptly formed a victory sign, celebrating the moment. Why is this sister so talkative? My sister shouldn't be like this, should she? Xiao Wei, I haven't had a proper conversation with you before. What abilities do you possess? The events of the past few days had overwhelmed Xiao Wei, leaving him mentally and physically drained. Although Xiao Wei was his proxy spirit, they had never adequately communicated. Once he had a moment of respite, the astute Xiao were prepared to delve into understanding the divine being he served, starting with the proxy spirit assigned to him. My abilities are vast. The most fundamental one is connecting with the great wise deity, Chaos. Indeed, this is the most basic yet powerful ability. Xiao concurred with the proxy spirit. Directly conversing with the deity was indeed a significant privilege. One must not gaze directly upon the deity. It was uncertain who first proclaimed this truth, yet it had long been revered by the people. Deities were not only to be avoided in gaze, but also not to be offended. Secondly, one must serve the apostle according to the privileges bestowed by the deity, nurturing the apostle's swift growth to acquire greater strength, enabling better knowledge gathering for the wise deity. Currently, as a one-star apostle, your privileges are limited, and you are merely an ordinary human. Yet to comprehend your extraordinary powers, some functions are presently inaccessible. Is an extraordinary power akin to the martial arts and magic portrayed in knightly novels? Xiao was quite curious about this. He had yet to see the newly published novel Dragons and Magic Swords by the kingdom's most renowned novelist, Tang Er, yet in many previous knightly tales, aside from knights, priests, and mechanical puppeteers, a powerful profession was the mage, an aspirational role capable of casting fireballs and flying. Not quite. A junior knight does not possess extraordinary power. It is only when a knight reaches the intermediate level that they begin to awaken their martial aura and first encounter extraordinary power. The title of mage is not entirely accurate. Aside from knights and warriors who awaken martial aura, other extraordinary practitioners generally utilize magical power. Temples have their own priests and fathers, whose magical power carries the essence of the deities, employing divine arts granted by the gods. The mage you refer to is more accurately called a sorcerer. Their power is not obtained through prayers to the deities, but rather through their meditations, drawing magical energy from the heavens and earth, and using specific magical arrays, also known as spell models, to manifest what is termed magic or sorcery. For instance, if a sorcerer is akin to a sage of the artisan temple, capable of inventing and utilizing tools at will, then the temple's priests and fathers are like soldiers wielding practical tools in battle or farmers using hoes for tilling. They know only how to utilize the abilities bestowed by the deities, yet remain ignorant of the powers themselves. They can use them but cannot impart this knowledge to others. Mastery of divine arts is forever reserved for the deities. Conversely, once a sorcerer masters sorcery, it can be passed down. Oh, does that mean sorcerers are more formidable than deities? Xiaower immediately found himself intrigued by sorcerers. Lowly loving master, you are mistaken. Deities are generally more powerful than ordinary sorcerers. It could be said that the pinnacle of the sorcerer's path may indeed lead to the deities, who are simply more potent sorcerers. Compared to fathers and priests, sorcerers enjoy greater freedom. Their strength is solely determined by personal ability, with little relation to profession. However, their divine status is significantly limited, and their ultimate achievements cannot reach the realm of deities. You need not worry, lowly loving master. Your career has yet to commence, allowing ample freedom of choice. Wait, am I not the apostle of the wise deity? Am I not a prospective cleric? Not at all. You are an apostle, not a believer. The wise deity does not require fixed believers. All who pursue wisdom are his followers. I am so fatigued. Xiao Wei needs to rest. Let us converse again when time allows. Lowly loving master, farewell. Seemingly realizing she had misspoken, the proxy spirit Xiao Wei promptly logged off, leaving Xiao Wei in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 10. The rogue is not to be feared, but a cultured rogue knowledge is the crystallization of wisdom, and books serve as its vessel. This is the very reason why Little Wire is able to earn contribution points by sacrificing books. After the proxy spirit, Xiao Wei, revealed this secret to him, she logged off to rest. Upon returning home, Wire found that his father, mother, and younger sister had already closed the CAF early and were waiting for him at home. The small steak on the table had grown cold, while his share of bread and cheese remained untouched. I'm sorry. After bidding farewell to the professor, I went to his bookstore and lost track of time. Wire confessed without waiting for his parents to inquire. Child, as long as you are safe, that is what matters, exclaimed the beautiful Maisis Declan, embracing her son with tears of joy. Do you know how anxious we were when you were missing all morning? If it weren't for the temple knights notifying us, we would have had no idea where you were. Yes, father, I will never make that mistake again, Wire quickly acknowledged, realizing that a good child learns from his mistakes. And even if he falters again, it is not the end. From the moment he stepped through the door, Wire sensed something unusual. The furniture appeared to have been rearranged, and there were clear signs of damage, as if a battle had recently taken place. Father, has something happened at home? Floret Declan patted his son's shoulder heartily, laughing as he replied, Son, your playboy could not be saved after all. This morning, someone broke into our home and stole my wicker box, along with the playboy you had stored inside. This time, the temple knights arrived too late. That damned thief was quite formidable. Even I, a powerful junior knight, could only watch helplessly. One temple knight perished, and 2 others were injured. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the priest, they might not have survived. Nevertheless, it is perhaps for the best that the items were stolen. Without them, we are safer, aren't we? My dear Wire, although I, as your father, do not oppose your interest in the playboy, I still hope you can devote more energy to your studies. I didn't. Wire protested, feeling utterly wronged, for he had never read a single issue of the Playboy, let alone finished one. What a tragic tale it is, a mere frivolous book igniting a bloody incident, resulting in the loss of 1 temple knight and injuries to 2 others. Who knows how many more might become embroiled in this? Could the allure of the Playboy truly be that potent? Wire found himself lost in thought. Father, please teach me the ways of knightly cultivation. I wish to grow stronger, immensely so. Wire clenched his fists, realizing that their home had been invaded multiple times, and he appeared to be a magnet for trouble. With more challenges looming ahead, he understood that he must become strong. Relying on the temple's protection was no longer viable, and they bore no obligation to safeguard him. Oh, now that's the spirit of a true Declan. Regardless of what path you choose in the future, possessing a robust physique and formidable personal strength will always serve you well. Floret Declan expressed his delight in his son's determination. Then when shall we begin? Immediately. I must prepare your training equipment. Our Declan family's knightly cultivation methods are certainly on par with Red's, though he may have had a stroke of better fortune. Haha, I have a talented son ready to inherit the family's knightly methods, while Red has only an 8-year-old daughter. And it is far more challenging for girls to become knights. Becoming a nun is often their preferred path. Dear, please don't twist my ear. The children are still here, he chuckled, appreciating his son's boldness despite receiving a disapproving glance from his wife, Maisis Declan, who had long since grown accustomed to her husband's antics. She looked gently at her son, now growing up, and asked, My dear Wire, have you thought about your future career? What do you envision for yourself? A jack-of-all-trades agency? Wow, that profession is fantastic. It is far more prestigious than the mercenary work I once did. I only had brute strength, lacking the intellect that you possess. He continued, inheriting my knightly legacy and possessing your mother's beauty and wisdom, the jack-of-all-trades agency is undoubtedly the perfect fit for you. But why assist lawyers or doctors? You needn't concern yourself with your grandfather's law firm. It's not substantial enough to warrant any sentiment in letting it go. Ow, ow, ow. Dear, please let go. Maiasis gently tugged at her husband's ear, reminding him not to overlook her presence. Hearing their son express a desire to inherit the family's knightly cultivation methods seemed to have overly excited him, and she felt it necessary to temper his exuberance to avoid any potential embarrassment. Ah, I see. But what about the legal profession? It seems somewhat incongruous with that of a knight, Floret Declan remarked, filled with admiration for his wife's wisdom and pride in his son's cleverness. Well said, Wire. Your mother is proud of you, but let us avoid discussing anything unlawful in the future. We are law-abiding citizens. Even skirting the edges of legality is still adherence to the law. Do you understand? Maiasis, well versed in the nuances of a lawyer's background, began to guide her son, who nodded earnestly. Father, I want to be a knight too, piped up their previously overlooked daughter. No, my dear Vea. You are destined to become a refined lady. A knight is not a suitable choice. How about this afternoon? We learn to brew coffee together, or perhaps flower arrangement. Your mother's skills in that are quite remarkable at school. Maiasis quickly redirected her daughter's attention, aware that her husband had already led their son astray, and she could not allow him to mold their precious little princess into a warrior. Chapter 444. The Unreliable Lord of Corleone. The exchange conference between the cities of Drake and Mabust is about to commence, encompassing military, commerce, faith, culture, and educational exchanges. This time, the organizers are. Chapter 445. Are you a spy sent by another church? In anticipation of the exchange conference with Drake City, Lord Corian personally oversaw the construction of a vast park, which encompasses a martial arts arena, an amphitheater, and various sports facilities. Chapter 446. Double Blessings. Chapter 447. The illegitimate son of the Lord of Corleone, a noble earl, bestowed by His Majesty, has emerged in the county of Mabuster. This news has reverberated like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil pond, generating tumultuous waves throughout the kingdom. Chapter 448. Yearning to find a burrow to hide in. Upon hearing that the esteemed Earl of Declan achieved such remarkable success as the youngest senior knight in the kingdom after merely 2 years of knightly training, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of admiration. Chapter 449. The ambitious brother of the Corleone family. I never expected you to be quite formidable. Although Kinsley was defeated by Raoul's elder brother, he is still considered a prodigy among his peers. Your ability to achieve such rapid progress. Chapter 450. The Boring Lord of the City. I no longer wish to hold this position. What must I sacrifice to receive your assistance in becoming the Lord of the City? Tennessee Corleone was exceedingly straightforward, since the other party had articulated their intentions so plainly. Chapter 451. Tennessee's initial trial. Floret Declan had scarcely held the title of Lord for over a month when he ascended to the rank of Baron. Witnessing a doubling of his dominion as Lord Ebola's lands merged into his own. Chapter 452. The temptation of Lilith. Lilith and Jasmine made a joint visit, leaving little or no choice but to receive them personally. Accompanying him was Lord Corleone, and with both earls present, the occasion was undeniably of a grand caliber. Chapter 453. Forcefully fed a mouthful of dog food, utterly sweet. Chapter 454. A monstrous being, truly a monstrous being. Chapter 455. The Enchantress. My name is Flana Fox, a novice priestess of the Fox clan. In accordance with the divine will of the great deity, I have journeyed across vast distances in search of the fabled Chosen One. Chapter 456. The Fox clan priestess unable to advance due to an excessive genius. Upon reaching the designated spot, Little Veer casually gestured towards a nearby bench. Florina glanced at the bench, then at Little Veer, before gently nodding and making her way over. Chapter 457. Everything is for the students. The auction concluded successfully. Due to Frina's appearance, Vil and the others departed early, leaving many nobles and wealthy merchants who had prepared to encounter them in a state of excitement. Chapter 458. The weight of your trust. Frina was assigned to the Lord's mansion, where she spent her days accompanying Lilith and Nicole, who had been summoned in haste, learning the nuances of human life. In the evenings, she would immerse herself in the activities at the Divine Square. Chapter 459. My foolish brother time always seems to glide swiftly during beautiful moments. However, for the warriors and knights of Marbust Academy, these past few days have dragged on interminably, with each day feeling like an endless stretch. Chapter 460. The drill at Marbust Square. The High Priestess of the Dawn Goddess, the High Priest of the Storm God, and the High Priest of the God of Commerce and Wealth paid a joint visit, accompanied by the esteemed Lord of Corleone City. Chapter 461. The Academy Martial Arts Exchange Conference. The Exchange Conference has yet to commence, yet the martial demonstrations between the two cities have already ignited a fervor, particularly among the residents of Marbust County, who are fiercely proud and unyielding in their demeanor. Chapter 462. The New Lord Inheritance System. The competition between the warriors and knights of the two prestigious academies has concluded, showcasing a balance of victories on both sides. However, in terms of the highest combat prowess, it is evident that Lilith, Mike, and Slep from Drake City hold the upper hand. Chapter 463. The Punishment of the Divine Space. How could Viscount Mars be a devotee of demons? Turner stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the reality before him, the one who had always supported him. Chapter 464. The Sky Knight Battles the Moon Rabbit. Chapter 465. The Divine Technique shining against the Moon Rabbit. Guess what? Little Weir blinked playfully, raising a finger to point at the Moon Rabbit Baron. The Lord of Corleone is a knight, and even after becoming a deity. Chapter 466. Little Bunny, be good and open the door. With a resounding crash, a small, square cottage plummeted to the ground, forcefully transforming a stretch of wilderness into a deep crater. Although the magical artifact possesses remarkable qualities, Chapter 467. The Significance of Bishop Gallus. Firstly, I urge you to maintain your position as the bishop of the Mabuster Night Goddess Church and refrain from hastily appointing a successor. Young Will's initial demand left Bishop Gallus momentarily stunned. Chapter 468. Dividing the Spoils. 3 magical artifacts. Observing the troubled expression of Bishop Gallus, Priest Matt gradually departed. Her ability to reflect and discern the underlying issues after receiving the report attested to her intelligence, proving that she was not truly foolish. Chapter 469. Nicole's confusion. Lilith gazed at little Will with a smile, this time refraining from intervening. Yet she was aware that Will could not possibly have neglected to offer her some advantage. If I do not take the initiative. Chapter 470. A small dried fish attempts to deceive me. No way. Oh, quickly bring it to me. By the way, where is our offering? How can one survive without offerings? Felina felt utterly perplexed by the operational methods of the god of war. Chapter 471. The new warlord priest Corian. The exchange conference between Mabus City and Drek City spanned a duration of 12 days. Among these, the discussions pertaining to the church and commercial exchanges consumed the most time, with all parties achieving gratifying results. Thus, the exchanges concluded. Chapter 472. Lilith, you have indeed concocted a veritable hodgepodge. The divine arts appear to be a simplified version of complete sorcery, substituting certain critical elements with holy power, thereby diminishing the complexity of spellcasting while augmenting aspects related to the divine. Chapter 473. The Place of Envy. The ancestral hall as night descended. It was only when Xiao Weier and Lilith's stomachs began to rumble that they realized they had yet to partake in lunch that day, though they were not lords themselves. The territory. Chapter 474. The Honorable Ham. Declan nephew Will Declan paid a visit to his great-uncle. Young Will feigned ignorance, deliberately making his footsteps heavy, and then respectfully greeted. Chapter 475. The First Family Patriarch. I have decided, granduncle, to establish the Declan family lineage in the territory of Baron Declan. I am uncertain of your esteemed opinion on this matter. Please do not be shocked. Chapter 476. The Sacred Sanctuary. Please refrain from indecent proposals. The Knight of Jasmine has vanished, along with the Warrior of Nicole. Chapter 477. The True Teachings of M.O.G's Husband Training. In the Moonlight Cottage, Nicole retrieved a barbed arrow, causing the corners of the mouth of the beautiful Knight Jasmine to twitch, her exquisite visage contorting into an expression of distress, appearing particularly. Chapter 478. The Unexpected Arrival of Adorable Allies. How much longer can the Moonlight Cottage endure? Nicole's understanding of the Moonlight Cottage is limited to the accounts previously narrated by Little Weir. It is impervious yet can be violently breached. Chapter 479. Welcome to the research laboratory of the Goblin Empire's War Fortress. Buried underground, submerged by floods, and scorched by flames, the shape-shifting puppets exhibited extraordinary versatility along their journey, their capabilities surpassing even those of Jasmine and Nicole's expectations. Chapter 480. Jasmine, with a modest bust and a lackluster intellect. Stop pretending. The two of you are clearly in cahoots, aren't you? A sardonic smile graced Jasmine's face, although she was uncertain of your true intentions. Chapter 481, Lilith's Great Aunt. A passage leads straight to a laboratory, flanked on both sides by two enormous warehouses, within which are haphazardly piled steel that would undoubtedly incite madness among countless individuals if exposed to the outside world. Chapter 482. The unexpected crisis. The poison afflicting Jasmine is not lethal, yet it proves to be exceedingly troublesome. Under the combined efforts of the sacred antidote and the flower fairy, it gradually begins to alleviate. Life here. Chapter 483. A series of twists and turns. A sudden capture. Certification approved. The Goblin Empire's War Fortress Research Laboratory No. 2 is at your service, esteemed Chief Researcher. The crisp sound fell into. Chapter 484. Deceit and the Slaying of Goblins. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. The young man, exuding charm and courtesy, offered a respectful salute to Merstenrohr. His demeanor was impeccable from the perspective of humanity, save for the faintest hint of a smirk at the corner of his lips. Chapter 485. Indeed. Women are born actresses today. The Wizard Tower of the Stardust Mountain is particularly lively, as the arrival of 3 official wizards has transformed it into one of the few formidable wizard towers on the continent of the gods. It appears that. Chapter 486. The power of the strong. Is the information accurate? On the way to the ogre tribe, Youngwer gazed into the distance with a grim expression. The night Jasmine brandished her longsword, confronting the foes before her. Chapter 487. The Hellish Black Dragon and the Hellish Lich. The Kalen River is the largest river in the Karst Kingdom, flowing from east to west and traversing the entire realm before cascading into the sea. It serves as one of the indispensable lifelines of the Karst Kingdom. Chapter 488. Beaten to death, striking relentlessly. The nightmarish beast, enveloped in darkness with 4 flickering ghostly flames dancing beneath its feet, exhibited astonishing speed. The Black Dragon, evidently still in its juvenile stage, remained still. However, once it stirred, its true nature was revealed, proving to be merely. Chapter 489. A Grand Harvest Review. A generous offering of puppets. Praku has met his demise, having been severely beaten before being sacrificed to the god of wisdom and demons. Little Weir remarked, "What does it matter if there is a life box? Did not the flesh puppets of the Dark Elves also?" Chapter 490. The peculiar demon contract. With a throbbing headache and a body that felt as though it had been trampled by a bear, Eider Kindle struggled to lift himself. Before him lay a dimly lit underground cavern. Chapter 491. He possesses the potential to become a grand enchanter. A towering ogre, drooling profusely, carried the departing Eider Kindle, while the body of the black dragon swiftly diminished, transforming in the blink of an eye into one holding a grimoire. Chapter 492. Light is not an innocent child. Light Kindle's journey cannot be described as smooth sailing. In every city he visits, he is invariably met by individuals who have long been prepared for his arrival. They treat him with courtesy, and he finds it difficult to decline their advances. Chapter 493. The Shifting Fortunes of Drek, even the origins of these fortunes. Chapter 494. A family of monsters. As he surveyed the surroundings filled with a dozen uniquely shaped steel automatons, each possessing formidable power at the entry level, Dakra observed the concentration of magical energy emanating from the nearby wizard's tower. He understood that he and the Elder. Chapter 495. The temporary base in the alternate dimension is completed. There is a reason why Xavier did not bring these clergy members inside, however. The rationale extends beyond what he previously articulated. In private, he also provided an explanation to Lord Corleone. Chapter 496. Cunning yet adorable. I may have somewhat overestimated the monsters residing outside the city. In merely half a day's time, the creatures in the northern marshes were entirely eradicated, these deformed lizardfolk having regressed significantly. Chapter 497. Jasmine the Great Knight, you have drifted. The battle plan has changed. As night fell, Xavier convened everyone for a new tactical discussion. We have gravely underestimated the impact of a millennium on. Chapter 498. A visit to the enchanted elf tribe. To the east of the city in the alternate realm lies a dense forest, where lush trees provide ample shade and vines intertwine in abundance. What is most remarkable is that this area possesses the most delicate essence of magic throughout the entire realm. With every corner. Chapter 499. I wish to become a true elf, even if it means dying immediately. Dorothy, Lilith, Goliath. And Little will never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. The corruption of the elves has deeply affected their faith in the elven goddess. Chapter 500. The inventions of the dark goblins within the confines of the defensive tower. Wizard Stardust gazed incredulously at his grandson, questioning whether his ears had deceived him. You intend to dismantle the defensive tower and reconstruct it in. Chapter 501. Divided into 5 routes. Capturing the city. Having lived for over 30 years in the goblin ruins, Julian's aesthetic sense has undergone a subtle transformation. The new defensive towers appear somewhat peculiar. However, it is not the assembly. Chapter 502. The unwanted hellhound of flames. On the first day of the grand sweep through the city, everyone returned with abundant spoils. Although the search was confined to an area within 3 to 5 miles near the eastern city gate, the harvest was remarkably gratifying. Chapter 503. His Majesty's wisdom within the royal palace of the Karst kingdom. Light unfurled a letter upon the table. The king's study was enveloped in silence, with only His Majesty and the representatives from our Department of Education present. Chapter 504. Purifying the space, acquiring authority in the ruins of the otherworldly city. A multitude of mechanical puppets tirelessly toiled under the guidance of the inhabitants. Except for the subterranean section of the central hall, the entirety of the city had been reclaimed. Chapter 505. Allocation of permissions for the 7-story tower. As the 7-story sacred tower re-establishes itself, the 7 statues suddenly emit a brilliant radiance, transforming into streaks of light that surge into the sacred tower. Concurrently, waves of information cascade over Lilith, Xiao Wei'er, and I. Chapter 506. The return of the fallen god of Drake City. In the reception hall of the Kindle family in Drake City, the familiar arrangements and scents lingered in the air. However, the atmosphere had transformed entirely. Eider Kindle silently observed the emptiness. Chapter 507. Throwing a tantrum is futile within the palace of the Karst kingdom. His Majesty the King, unable to contain himself, pounded his thigh while examining the intelligence report in his hands, occasionally erupting into a peculiar chuckle. Just. Chapter 508. I wish to marry Sister Annie. Luke hurriedly dashed into his brother's study, forcefully kicking the door open. He beheld Agaru Declan, who was engrossed in calculations, seemingly oblivious to his entrance. Chapter 509. Teach her to be a competent turtle dove. Beneath a colossal Qingling tree, 2 imposing figures sat opposite each other. A game of demonic chess had reached a pivotal moment, yet the expressions of the 2 individuals diverged significantly. Chapter 510. Victory ensures death, defeat offers survival. Chapter 511. First-level wizard apprentice. Veer stardust in the distance. 20 colossal warships glided slowly towards us, each boasting a uniform, 3-tiered structure, with none measuring less than 100 meters in length. Aside from the distinct emblems adorning the bows, they were remarkably similar in design. Chapter 512. What a good child. The arrival of the warships from the Wizarding Isles permits each port city a mere 3 days of stay. The aspiring wizard apprentices, armed with their letters of recommendation, prepare for the qualification assessment for wizard apprentices. Chapter 513. Boarding the flagship. Setting sail. Wizard Kevin traveled in a comfortable carriage, personally driven by Lord Lant, accompanied by Wizard Stardust. They leisurely entered the domain of the Rose Duchess, where everything around him filled him with. Chapter 514. The Traveler's School. The 2nd-tier sorcerer, Kennedy Cardale, was filled with excitement as he finally took the first step away from the continent of the gods, departing from this realm teeming with foolish savages, following his esteemed mentor towards. Chapter 515. The interactions of 2nd-level wizards. Following the visit of Count Catter, the bishop stationed here paid a call. Conflicts of interest similarly arise between churches and among different branches of the same church. Chapter 516. The playful game. Aboard the warship, His Majesty the King of XXX country pays a visit to Count Declan. The Cardinal of the Night Goddess Church, XXX, pays a visit to the esteemed Lord of the Divine Favor of Declan. Chapter 517. Which school do you belong to? Sailing along the continental shelf, it takes over a month to complete a circuit even at the swift pace of a wizard's warship. There are several docking points along the way, each requiring. Chapter 518. The Enchanted Town. The first trial. Welcome to the Enchanted Town. I am Mayor Matthew, the miner with the red beard. You may call me Mayor Matthew. Awaiting your arrival is a dwarf, sporting. Chapter 519. Arena requires guidance. The Enchanted Town is indeed a quaint settlement, yet it is imbued with a fantastical essence. The hues of the city walls are a vibrant tapestry of colors, while the 2 grand gates are exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of artistry. Chapter 520. The outdoor bonfire party. To partake in the assessment, one must embody the spirit of participation. Naturally, Little Wire was reluctant to scurry off to the seventh sacred tower merely due to a lack of accommodation or to flee altogether. Chapter 521, Loss or Gain. The influence of exemplary figures is profound. With the remarkable talents of the flagship, represented by Little Weir, as a template, other wizard apprentices began to emulate, leaving their once pristine grounds sullied. Chapter 522, Victory in the First Battle. Welcome, everyone, to the Enchanted Circus. I am the charming and beloved darling, Beaky. Allow me to introduce the principal members of our circus, who are also my. Chapter 523, The Remarkable Art of Beast Taming. Inspired by the previous experiences of Boki dedicated himself wholeheartedly to this performance. However, his inherent traits and profession dictated that he could not follow the path of beast taming in the bustling city of Drake. Chapter 524, Boki, Bopi, Transformation of Bobo. The younger brother who has managed to defeat my two elder brothers is truly remarkable. However, I shall not concede defeat, while my elder brothers are preoccupied with other pursuits. I am the one. Chapter 525, Telepathic Void Traversal. Transforming into animals presents a slight challenge. Even with my pet pouch, I can merely morph into a cat. As for becoming a dove, a puppy, or a duck. Chapter 526, the most challenging yet simplest hidden level. Chapter 527, Impressive. Truly the leader on their way out, Monisha, Miranda, and Arena were filled with excitement. 10 points were effortlessly secured by Boss Vale. It was remarkably easy, wasn't it? Chapter 528, The Entangled Garrus. In the ensuing days, both Xavier and Lilith undertook a variety of challenges, including culinary trials, successfully completing the second level and earning 3. Chapter 529, Hidden Rewards. A sense of foreboding before reaching the Wizard Islands. Merely arriving at a forward outpost has already surpassed the expectations of many apprentice wizards. Here, formidable beings who have ascended to higher tiers are ubiquitous, and the sentinels stationed at the gates. Chapter 530, Crafting the Secret Arts of Bloodline Warriors. The fleet of the Wizard Islands is set to embark in 3 days. On board the flagship, Kennedy, Daniel, Derek, Monisa, Launat, and Miranda are preparing for the journey. Chapter 531, Where One Falls. There one lies. The continent of the gods is encircled by the vast ocean, distanced significantly from the Isles of Sorcerers. The journey is fraught with peril. After departing from the enchanting town and sailing eastward for several days, the battle. Chapter 532, The Siren's Dream Island of Stormy Seas, the second trial of the Sorcerers Archipelago. This announcement arrived unexpectedly, leaving many in a state of confusion. The Storm. Chapter 533, Preparations before entry. How many puppets does Xiaowei possess? The answer is that there are indeed more than one might anticipate. However, the number of aesthetically pleasing puppets at his disposal is rather limited. Chapter 534, I did not speak of you. The apprentice wizards exchanged glances, their eyes fixed upon the distant, colossal cloud of vibrant colors. How shall we ascend to it? Una Pecker, Garrus, and Kennedy. Chapter 535, The Girl Who Calls Herself the Guide. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sound of vessels striking rocks reverberated through the air as small boats came to an abrupt halt. Any apprentice wizard aboard who lacked skill. Chapter 536, Is your wife revolting and you remain indifferent? In the depths of the forest, a middle-aged man donned in a sleeveless garment crafted from animal hide, his feet encased in leather boots, emerged step by step. His countenance was fierce, and the bloodstains etched upon his arms were unmistakably evident. Chapter 537, Transparent Pricing, Fairness for All. The names of the location's guardian town, Deep Blue Cavern, Death Gorge, and Demon City, evoke a sense of foreboding, with the latter 3 suggesting a sinister nature, unlike the first. Those present were not. Chapter 538, Could it be that you have developed feelings for Karis, the Pathfinder mercenary corps, clearly priced and honest? The middle-aged man's face turned a shade of iron blue. This individual seemed to be playing by his own rules. Chapter 539, I am far more astute than that foolish simpleton. Caesar and Gallus simultaneously regarded Unipec with expressions akin to those reserved for imbeciles. The latter, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched her chin and chuckled awkwardly. Just a joke, just. Chapter 540, Your strength is impressive, at least a mid-level warrior. Chapter 541, Has that fool been deceived into lameness? When Hans had finished his personal grooming and arrived at the attic, a sumptuous lunch had already been prepared. However, the one who provided the ingredients found himself unworthy of taking a seat at the table. Chapter 542, I already have a fiancée, while you remain unattached. Amidst the clanging sounds, young Weir, drenched in sweat and under the watchful gaze of many, cast the searing red-hot iron into the frigid water, producing a hissing sound. Chapter 543. Counteracting Poison with Poison. Utilizing companionship among women. The pace of crafting magical runic equipment is considerably slower than that of forging. Although the two individuals share the workload equally, they effectively collaborate to achieve a common goal, thereby significantly enhancing their efficiency. Chapter 544. The familiar harpy with a rapid thrust of her lance, ding ding ding, riding the iron steed Lilith, executed a swift three-strike assault. In response, the harpy opposite her retaliated with equal ferocity, wielding her own razor-sharp. Chapter 545. The Awakening of Caesar. As Lilith's voice faded, a figure emerged behind her, gently embracing her waist and whispering, "That fellow has truly departed. The demon city is capable of overpowering the guardian town." Chapter 546. We are the strongest existence. Do not mistake my words for deception, nor assume that I am arrogantly belittling Dream Island. I am merely articulating a truth, one that is readily apparent to those who seek to understand. Chapter 547. How long has it been since you last cleaned your body? A long, mournful horn echoed, and chaos ensued in the Death Valley as a group swiftly regrouped for another rapid maneuver. In midair. Chapter 548. My initial sprite only needs to be adorable. Lilith cast a dramatic eye roll at Xiaowao, while Unipek nearly burst into laughter, and Monisa regarded her with an adoring gaze. The leader truly possessed an extraordinary talent for amusing banter. Chapter 549. Eradicating the demon castle primarily depends on mood. If one could utilize the Apostle's space, might it be possible to reinforce this passage, thereby safely transporting living beings or individuals in and out? Littleware has already acquired. Chapter 550. Truly embarrassed to be a mage, Xiao Wei's ambitious plan to establish her reputation through martial prowess was thwarted by the lack of cooperation from the masters of the Death Valley, rendering it stillborn. After closely observing the equipment of the Pioneer Mercenary Corps, Death. Chapter 551. The Devil's Revenge. In a lavishly adorned living room, two figures sat facing each other. A petite young girl glared indignantly at the young man opposite her, who, in contrast, savored the fragrant tea before him with meticulous attention. Chapter 552. The Apostle Brother is the best. Suddenly, the surrounding light intensified, and Xiao Wei found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. This sensation was profoundly unfamiliar. Yet before she could react. Chapter 553. The revelation of the seven-tiered holy tower. You master is nothing but a scoundrel. This was a statement made by the solemn young Veer to Lilith upon waking in the morning, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Chapter 554. The first battle in the demon space under Lilith's command. 3 flying mining vehicles advanced in a triangular formation, with the vehicle carrying Xiaowei as the spearhead, surging through the spatial passage. Suddenly, the hazy vision ahead cleared dramatically. Chapter 555. Someone is scheming behind the scenes. Not far from the camp, 2 silhouettes quietly retreated. Only after they had distanced themselves did they unfurl their wings and swiftly soar toward the highest peak. At least. Chapter 556. The Pillaging of Eagle Beak Cliff. It appears that we have encountered a formidable adversary. Young Weir gazed at the desolate mountain before him, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Intriguing indeed. Chapter 557. The treasure of the harpy. The aquatic beasts, ensnared by their own folly, became the spoils of Little Weir. After descending over 50 fathoms, he finally reached the bottom, where the waters of the pool revealed a remarkable sight. Chapter 558. Anything is possible. Xiao Wei activated the Eye of Appraisal, and with Xiao Wei's assistance, he collected all the most vibrant and bloodline-rich beast bone fossils, even discovering a remarkable. Chapter 559. A slightly firm attitude. A small group of goblins hurriedly approached, clutching magical stones. The remnants of their previous encounters hinted that these were the very goblins that Little Weir had released earlier. Chapter 560. The Harpy's Intuition. The Eagle Beak Cliff, characterized by its steep terrain and towering cliffs on all sides, is a quintessential stronghold that is difficult to penetrate. However, such a formidable location proves to be a veritable treasure for the Harpies, who possess the ability to soar through the skies. Chapter 561. Your ignorance of the bloodline evolution stone. How swift is the flight of a first-tier pinnacle harpy? I am Celial Hawk, a harpy hailing from the depths of hell, tasked with the quest of seeking. Chapter 562. The assault on the demon castle. Cecilia had no time to enlighten these naive fools with the fundamental knowledge of the underworld, nor did she wish to engage in futile arguments. After briefly introducing the Bloodline Evolution Stone, she directly. Chapter 563. The death of the disguised demon patience is of the essence. Those outsiders possess formidable strength. If we do not obstruct them at the opposite end of the spatial passage and secure an unequivocally advantageous position, it will be impossible to subdue them. Chapter 564. The fall of the Death Valley. Cecilia seethed with rage, cursing those two blood-sucking fiends and the dark-winged demon with fervent disdain. The three ascending demons. Chapter 565. The valuable Annie priest. Even among the orcs, a priest possesses formidable physical prowess, thanks to the beastly essence coursing through their veins. Although priest Angie yearned to flee on her own, she understood that. Chapter 566. We owe you nothing. The harpy offered the dark sacred stone as a reward, inviting us to breach the Death Canyon and unearth the sacred remains of the harpy beneath it. The Darkwing Demon. Chapter 567. The Sacred Relics of the Saints. Chapter 568. The emergence of the sacred relic Celial. At this moment you truly embody the essence of a genuine demon from the abyss. Your previous pretense was utterly revolting. The young scion of the bloodline. Chapter 569. Is this common knowledge? What are sacred relics? To put it simply, they are corpses whose bloodlines have not entirely dissipated after death, with a minimum requirement of being at least second tier. The rationale is straightforward, as first tier refers to the truly. Chapter 570. Demons at War. Dwarves interfere. Alas, I have been discovered. The young lad, upon noticing the three individuals below, felt the gaze of someone from above fixated upon him. Unable to contain himself, he stuck out his tongue and then. Chapter 571. What is it that cannot be resolved with 1,000 merits? Little one, do you still have strength left? The voice of the night elf was weak and weary. He now regretted being so harsh with the forge and furnace back then, had he. Chapter 572. Celier's promotion. With a resounding boom, Xiao Wei landed on the ground, and the transforming puppet morphed once more. However, this time it was in response to the overwhelming power unleashed by Celier. Chapter 573. The restoration of the Death Valley. As dawn broke, several figures emerged before the Death Valley. The once mighty city walls bore dried bloodstains, yet the pungent scent of blood lingered in the air. Chapter 574. Reconstructing the Valley of Death. The human sorcerers and the aquatic warriors departed in a state of utter disarray. Despite their combined efforts, they were thoroughly defeated by the young Vale, leaving behind a considerable treasure in their hasty retreat. Chapter 575. If anyone defies, let them perish. The demon castle has been completely sealed off, with magical arrays fully activated, severing all connections with the outside world. The Guardian Town, Deep Blue Cave, and Death Gorge are mobilizing with a multitude of severed heads. Chapter 576. A new Guardian Town. The outsider dealt a severe blow to the mayor, subsequently hanging him before the town gate for all to witness. The captain of the guard was appointed as the new mayor by the outsider, while the esteemed wizard prostrated himself in servitude. Chapter 577. Do not speak nonsense. We orcs cannot achieve such things. Little Weir and Lilith, orchestrating the remote control of Demon City, found their meticulous plans to eradicate the internal demons swiftly unraveling, not due to the residents of Demon City becoming aware, but rather. Chapter 578. Capturing the two-headed serpent. The Gale Demon Fox is rather diminutive, measuring just over 1 meter in length, including its tail. Its petite and endearing appearance evokes a sense of tenderness, yet Little Weir nonetheless proceeded to. Chapter 579. The secrets of the Deep Blue Cave. The Demon City has fallen. A mere 6 days of the beastly invasion has reduced it to ruins. The inhabitants, both human and alien, have nearly all departed, leaving behind a desolate hell. Chapter 580. The characteristics of the key to space. The frequency of spatial passages opening on Dream Island is remarkably high. Essentially, within 5 to 7 days after the closure of one spatial passage, the next one will emerge. Furthermore, Chapter 581. I adore this notion. The daily life on Dream Island follows a remarkably structured routine, oscillating between 5 to 7 days of bustling activity and a subsequent 5 to 7 days of leisure. Following the realm of the undead demons in the God of War Canyon, the Guardian Town has welcomed. Chapter 582. The error margin does not exceed 10 years. The demonic realm has been thoroughly explored by the Pioneer Mercenary Corps and the Guardians of the Town. Except for the depths which remain inaccessible, they have essentially scavenged all the resources that this space has to offer. Chapter 583. A visit to the Deep Blue Cave. Matters within the demon realm are beyond the comprehension of Xiao Wei and Lilith. They endeavored to send emissaries to the deep blue cave, preparing for a cordial visit. Chapter 584. The Inflated Mermaids Sacrifice This Game. Aptly named Who Moves First Loses, ultimately concluded with a resounding victory for Little Weir. This triumph was not attributable to his ample time or unwavering composure. Chapter 585. I truly believe you will become smarter and better. I am utterly disheartened. Arriving with high hopes only to depart in disappointment. The apprentice wizards gazed at the expressionless Little Will, feeling as though the atmospheric pressure around them had plummeted by 100%, rendering them somewhat hesitant to speak. Chapter 586. Preparing to establish authority before the demon fortress lies a vast accumulation of demon corpses. These magical beasts imbued with extreme fire attributes possess considerable value, particularly for the dwarves who have a penchant for forging. Chapter 587. How dare you look down upon me? The outcome of Lilith's initial display of power left everyone seemingly less fearful of the flame demon, although they were aware that this was their leader. Chapter 588. The peculiar ascending beasts, the flaming ravens, do not exist as solitary beings. Rather, they constitute a collective. When their king was captured, their initial thoughts were not of devising a means to rescue their sovereign, but rather. Chapter 589. The contract with the fire elemental spirit Ding. A pure elemental life form has been detected, identified as a unique and pristine fire elemental spirit native to the elemental plane. The fire elemental spirit actively merges, becoming an apostolic contract spirit. Chapter 590. The resurgence of the purification compass after spending an entire night mastering the newly awakened bloodline. Although complete assimilation and absorption were not achieved, a notable enhancement in strength was nonetheless attained, rendering the influence of the bloodline largely manageable. Chapter 591. The dark world of the Ebon Castle. The bountiful rewards within the demon realm did not satiate the discontent of Little Weir. The key to the space still bore no clues. Little Weir shared his thoughts with Lilith, and the two. Chapter 592. The high-level intelligent beast capable of speech. Within the pitch-black ancient castle, magical lamps emitted a gentle, soft glow. The spacious hall was adorned with plush, immaculate carpets, neatly arranged tables and chairs, and a warm ambience. Chapter 593. The true pinnacle of first-order power. Meow, foolish bipedal creatures. Capturing your esteemed feline lord is not as simple as it seems. Hee. Indeed, I am the most astute. A solitary shadow looms upon the empty ground. Chapter 594. If you cannot defeat, then collaborate. With a swift motion, Little Weir unsheathed his long sword and crouched low, unleashing a wave of sword energy aimed at the legs of Lady of the Night. The longsword followed closely behind. Lady of the Night casually summoned the shadows. Chapter 595. The key to space. Having traversed lofty mountains and crossed dense forests, one delves through a winding cave for several kilometers, subsequently entering an underground river, which leads to a subterranean lake. Chapter 596. I am the supreme king of soft rice. What did I witness? In a hall that is similar yet distinctly different, Lady of the Night languidly reclines upon a bed, the familiar warmth of the fireplace blazing brightly. Chapter 597. The first layer of the Genesis Codex. Chapter 598. Wishing you a daily experience of domestic violence. Lady of the Night ultimately chose a new life. Accompanied by her shadow cat, Little Black, and two flying magical puppets under her father's command, as she entered the War God Canyon, unaware of her own. Chapter 599. I can assure you that I will not kill you, although I was well prepared. After 7 consecutive days of depleting my mental energy 2 to 3 times each day, I could still only explore less than 1/5 of a demonic realm. Chapter 600. Your master is quite devious for reasons unbeknownst to him. Little Weir has observed a peculiar change in Lady of the Night over the past few days. She has begun to draw closer to him, seeming to harbor unspoken thoughts and hesitations. Chapter 601. The War Instrument, Gargoyle. The spatial passage of the Demon Castle has reopened, as anticipated. However, it remains uncertain whether this occurrence is influenced by the absence of the sacred bones that Little Weir has taken away. Chapter 602. The Hammer Strikes. Guerrilla tactics. According to the theory of troop types countering one another, which type of unit is most suitable for dealing with heavy infantry? Light cavalry, swift as the wind, can strike and vanish in an instant. However, the current. Chapter 603. The sudden change on the merfolk battlefield. The deep blue cave, though referred to as a cave, is in fact an underground sea. Its expansive depths are interspersed with hot springs and cold springs, creating a harmonious interplay. Countless pearls, resembling stars and moons, embellish the surroundings, while numerous sea creatures make their home in this enchanting realm. Chapter 604. The Fall of the Deep Blue Cave. Why has this come to pass? O Divine Majesty, have you forsaken your devout followers? Enos Arena emitted a powerless lament as the spatial conduit was breached. Chapter 605. The Infiltrated Spatial Artifact. Who are you? Why are you here? In the vast, empty hall, Bishop Enoch was fervently praying when suddenly, the silhouette of a woman appeared behind him. Chapter 606. Would you dare to acknowledge me as your grandson? The merman, filled with excitement, as a formidable warrior of the merman clan, boasts a lifespan of 300 to 500 years, immense strength, and considerable authority, yet finds himself in a mere realm of minor demons. Chapter 607. The merfolk's armor. A head emerged from the surface of the sea, revealing the young boy who had fallen into the water. Most of his body floated above the waves, and he patted his chest, displaying a look of lingering fright. Chapter 608. Obey or face dire consequences. A formidable stone wall stretched across 100 meters from the shore, connecting one end to a steep cliff while the other supported two towering arrow towers. Upon this wall, hundreds of human archers were poised. Chapter 609. Infighting among the demons of hell. Chapter 610. The divine favor of the ocean goddess within the depths of the deep blue cave. The number of merfolk warriors continues to swell, as only 1,000 merfolk soldiers are permitted to enter the realm of battle at a time. They must proceed in successive waves. Chapter 611. An old-fashioned love story. Long ago, in a time that resonates with the ordinary. A century represents a lifetime for the average person. For a wizard apprentice, it also signifies an entire existence, however. Chapter 612. I am the most affectionate little sprite of my apostle brother. My lifespan is nearing its end. I entrusted the key of space to the divinely favored one who vanquished the demon castle. This is the will conveyed by her divine majesty, the goddess. Chapter 613. Allow me to vent my frustration upon the preliminary upgrade of the patch being completed. The information that Xiao Wei relayed to Xiao Wei caused his brows to furrow in surprise, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 614. A fatal discrepancy. A tremendous harvest. What is the difference between 1/3 authority and complete authority in Dream Island? Little Veer will reveal the stark contrast to you. The fierce entanglement and struggle between Feimer and the Sea King has persisted for a century. Chapter 615. The Essence of the Genesis Codex. Upon sensing that Brother Apostle had captured a new key to a dimension, feelings of distress arose within him. In response, the deity of wisdom meticulously compiled the essence of the Genesis Codex for Brother Apostle. Chapter 616. The choice of Lady Night. Lady Night exchanged the key of space for the opportunity to depart from Dream Island, entrusting her spoils to young Weir for safekeeping, the cost of which was none. Subsequently, she began to. Chapter 617. The hidden dangers of the sacred bones. A dazzling light flickered outside the Dream Island, and figures surged forth, gradually causing the ethereal Dream Island to fade away until it vanished completely. On two minecarts. Chapter 618. The harpy blocks the way. The adventure on Dream Island felt akin to a vivid dream, a dream so tangible that upon awakening, the numerous wizard apprentices emerged not only with a considerable fortune and enhanced combat experience, but with little else. Chapter 619. Do miners lack human rights? The third-tier harpy Agnes and the second-tier harpy Celia boarded the flagship, accompanied by a substantial fortune, 1,000 medium-grade magic stones and 100,000 low-grade magic stones. Chapter 620. What if you win? There are numerous matters that can be addressed, yet they cannot be openly disclosed. There are many topics that may be discussed, but they cannot be articulated candidly in public. Some individuals, despite being adversaries, must. Chapter 621. The care from elders. Little Weir departed with the animal skin scroll in hand, accompanied by a substantial quantity of provisions, among which were more than a dozen extraterrestrial meteorites, the larger ones towering over a meter in height, while the smaller ones. Chapter 622. A family does not enter the same door. 3 days swiftly passed, and deciphering the cryptic texts of the harpies from the infernal lineage was no simple task. Yet, neither Tangler nor Julian had returned. Chapter 623. Could it be that he is incapable? Chapter 624. Before the esteemed detective. While you are still far from being convincing. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 resounding explosions, a colossal sea creature emerged from the depths, followed by a formidable army of sea creatures that positioned itself before the 3 warships. Chapter 625. Lilith's silence. A lavish dinner was held on the deck, where everyone aboard the flagship, to varying degrees, enjoyed a share of the delights, even the apprentice wizards like Kennedy and Manisa. Chapter 626. Home Tradition. Are women stronger than men? In the flagship captain's office, Wizard Kevin stared wide-eyed, his mouth slightly agape, unable to close. As he pointed at Little Weir, Lilith addressed Wizard Stardust, saying, Chapter 627. The island of the seven-ringed Wizard Academy. The world has never been equitable, and life lacks absolute fairness. Among the wizard apprentices hailing from the continent of the gods, individuals of varying talents experience disparate fates. Chapter 628. The attention of the Monster Academy. The Wizarding Archipelago's seven-ring region is exceptionally vast, inhabited by a multitude of races including merfolk, elves, orcs, gnomes, dwarves, barbarians, halflings, goblins, and humans, among others. Chapter 629. This child may truly encounter calamity in love, young man. I hear you have once again captured attention today? In the library, Little Weir and Lilith sat opposite each other, each engrossed in a book, savoring its contents, while Wizard Kevin. Chapter 630. The Marine Treasures Pavilion of the Academy City. The more I learn about the Wizard Islands, the more I realize how little I truly know. It seems that the Divine Continent is merely a novice village, a central zone, a secondary ring. Chapter 631. Blood Moon Warrior Dory cares. I desire the Pearl Ring. Chapter 632. How should such a maniac be taught a lesson? With a resounding clap, Lilith removed the pearl ring and placed it upon the counter, her gaze sweeping over Betty and Dolly. Caress remarked, though this item is quite fine, it still cannot be considered. Chapter 633. Please continue your performance even if their knightly profession is formidable. It does not necessarily imply that they excel in the realm of sorcery. Yet, here stands an apprentice of wizardry, audacious enough to critique Master Allen's alchemical creations. Chapter 634. I arrest you in the name of the Academy Town Patrol. Stop, Snook. The red-haired old wizard's expression changed drastically. The distinctions among the warrior, knight, and wizard professions are significant. Wizards embody knowledge and mystery, yet. Chapter 635. The young girl is one of his companions. The lord of the Academy City was attentively attending to several formal wizards, serving them with utmost care. Despite being a seasoned Sky Knight, his combat prowess might not necessarily surpass that of some among them. Chapter 636. Confrontation with the Sky Knights. The captains of Team 16, Team 19, and Team 23 endeavored to capture the young girl. The armored maiden observed the three retreating figures, yet she remained unscathed amidst the fierce battle. Chapter 637. Not necessarily a misunderstanding. Very well. Let us put an end to this. Just as the city lord of the Academy City found himself in a predicament, a voice emerged to rescue him. It belonged to a distinguished guest of his, a member of the Five Rings Wizarding Academy. Chapter 638. We are the inspectors of the safety and quality of this world. What is the situation? All eyes turned towards Xiaowei, hoping to receive a precise answer from him. Xiaowei. Chapter 639. I shall certainly become a powerful being. Klein personally dealt with Snoke. The Monster Academy may harbor monsters, but it cannot tolerate the followers of hellish demons. Since one has succumbed to the temptations of these infernal entities, then. Chapter 640. Understood, yet infeasible. Nox has perished. Within a rather spacious classroom, 2 to 3 dozen warriors, knights, and wizards are scattered about. Some huddled in small groups while others keep their distance. Chapter 641. The affection from my cousin is at you. The arrogant young man who belittled the precious talisman I crafted at the Hygiene Pavilion, clad in a fiery red sorcerer's robe, adorned with intricate embroidery upon your chest. Chapter 642. The return of the Tyrannosaurus woman. Julian, with a sharp clap, Little Will's hand came to rest on Alchemist Allen's shoulder, his eyes brimming with compassion. Alchemist Allen, I had initially intended to request your guidance in alchemy. Chapter 643. How can you be so shameless? Professional certification, in a strict sense, prohibits certifications of the same level unless a higher-ranking professional oversees the process remotely and comprehensively. This requirement poses a considerable challenge for the Seven-Ring Wizard Tower. Chapter 644. Confronting heaven, earth, and nothingness. Generally speaking, assessments do not transcend levels. Those at the initial stages may encounter a relatively lenient examination. However, the final tier of evaluation undoubtedly presents a significant increase in difficulty. Once, Chapter 645. Can you stop me from cheating? For Xiaowei, being an alchemist or blacksmith is not a necessity. As long as he desires, he can acquire numerous vocational certifications. Given his unwavering confidence, one must ponder. Chapter 646. Failed assessment? Identification technique. With a simple trick, a wave of his hand. The basic information of the magical materials appeared in his mind. This conventional approach was. Chapter 647. The Alchemy Master, where is your face? With a swift motion, the little while cast aside 5 of the materials, focusing intently on the remaining 8. The first item was a fist-sized chunk. Chapter 648. You know nothing of alchemical forging with exceptional performance in the written examination and flawless material appraisal. The final challenge lies in the art of forging. Within the span of 3 hours, one must craft an item of commendable quality, either a magical rune equipment or of similar excellence. Chapter 649. Underestimating your talent. Comet realized that he had somewhat underestimated the capabilities of this candidate. In his mind, a young individual hailing from a desolate continent, no matter how talented, could only reach a certain limit. Chapter 650. Dakra is my brother. Both pieces were completed in surprisingly half the time. Little Will stretched his limbs and gestured towards Alchemist Alan and Apothecary Comet with an inviting demeanor. Chapter 651. Suffering loss? Gaining advantage? The Alchemist Alan unexpectedly acquired a piece of Dragonvein bloodstone and 12 vials of high-quality potions, which represented a considerable fortune for him. Chapter 652. Is it truly acceptable to seek favor through undue means? Are you too suggesting that you spent an entire night in the library, sifting through countless pieces of information to uncover these ancient records that are of assistance to me? Chapter 653. The Enchantress Julian. The alchemical assessment for the apprentice pharmacist. Way air, unfolded without significant turbulence. After all, it was merely an evaluation for apprentice pharmacists. Even if one were to triumph through 3 stages, advancing directly from a level 1 apprentice to a level 3 pharmacist. Chapter 654. Do you wish to marry? Have you considered your sister's opinion? The magical skateboard, a widely embraced phenomenon, is easily mastered by any wizarding apprentice, rendering it a semi-popular item. It enjoys immense popularity among the middle and outer circles, requiring minimal space. Chapter 655. The Queen's Blade points the way. We advance unwaveringly within the inner sanctum of the Wizard's Tower. Chaos reigned today. Yet it was merely the law enforcement that found themselves in disarray. They had apprehended a group of individuals illicitly manipulating demonic forces, but this cohort could only. Chapter 656. Julian, this girl is indeed remarkably clever. Chapter 657. Can honoring elders be considered robbery? Strength, talent, and connections are one aspect, but luck is equally an indispensable factor. This young fellow is remarkably fortunate, astonishingly so. Julian. Chapter 658. Mario the Sorcerer's inner turmoil. After a bout of laughter and merriment, the atmosphere gradually settled. Mario cast his gaze towards Julian and remarked, Ah, young Julian, this item you have presented. Chapter 659. Join the constructed Wizard Tower. Or do not blame me for defaulting. The 7-ring Wizard Islands cannot truly represent the genuine Wizard Islands. They are merely a desolate expanse, a newly established remote village. It is only the 6-ring Wizard Islands that possess a semblance of a town. Chapter 660. Lilith, the Temptress. Recently, the Archbishop, jealous in his white robes, has been exceedingly pleased. That little imp who persistently opposed him has finally departed from the divine continent, heading to the concentrated camp of heretics, the Wizard Islands. Chapter 661. The Full-Time Husband, Floret. The formidable figures of Rollo, Nicole, and Jasmine, alongside Floret and Lady of the Night, swiftly acquired the identity tokens issued by the constructed Wizard Tower, thereby resolving their identity concerns on the Wizard Islands. Chapter 662. My current hairstyle is unmatched. Here lies the entrance to the mightiest Wizard Academy. However, the annual recruitment concluded 3 months ago, and you have missed the opportunity. On the desolate plateau. Chapter 663. Rivals of Lilith. 2 hours later, after thoroughly experiencing the simple life of a wizard apprentice, the young Vil met Lilith at the main entrance. You are quite punctual, she remarked. Chapter 664. The secret of the ultimate entrance examination. Little Weir pointed at the incomplete, yet still proudly standing grand gate, and cautiously inquired, Can you all perceive the formidable aura emanating from this gate? Chapter 665. The Tale of the Age of the Wizard of Stardust. Oh, how could I have forgotten him? Stardust exclaimed, as the protective enchantment of his wizard's robe activated, and the hexagram at his feet shimmered with brilliance, causing him to be propelled backward. Chapter 666. The coveted student Kevin refrained from uttering such futile words. Young one, despite your surname being Stardust and your remarkable potential in starlight sorcery, the fluctuations of fire elements within you. Chapter 667. Treat your spirit well, for you are her everything. The benevolent assailant moves amidst the heavens, while the wise defender resides beneath the earth. This phrase is particularly fitting for the present-day Mythos Wizarding Academy, as the essence of the academy. Chapter 668. The terrifying nature of Sister Complex. What is the essence of spirit? From whence does it originate? The five esteemed sorcerers, Director Colin, Sorceress Selena, Sorcerer Richie, Sorcerer Pollock, and Sorcerer Kevin, gathered with young Will. Chapter 669. Such favorable treatment. Is it possible to decline? Desiring to depart from the academy? Certainly. One may do so by simply following the standard graduation assessment procedures. Dean Colin is remarkably open-minded. Even the sorceress Selena initially confronted him. Chapter 670. The young alchemist. The news that the most formidable Grand Sorcerer, Dean Corin, of the Mythos Sorcerer Academy, has once again taken on an apprentice after a century, swiftly disseminated throughout the entirety of the virtual mental realm of the academy. Chapter 671. You are all giants, and we can only look up. Is this not our first-level casting apprentice class? A voice tinged with a hint of teasing resounded as one stepped through the entrance of the alchemy office building. A figure. Chapter 672. The credit card is stuck. Alchemists, potion masters, botanists, appraisers, and grand knights, all 5 certifications were attained in a mere 3 days. During this brief period, the entire Mythos Academy. Chapter 673. The true prodigy. The obedient Guililuo is not to be mistaken for a fool. Rather, her intuition and emotions surpass her rational analysis. Upon encountering Xiao Wire and Lilith once more, she instinctively sensed. Chapter 674. Why is it so difficult to bind the hands and feet of students? When Little Weir and Lilith showcased their newly acquired formal sorcery, the expressions of Dean Cullen and the Saint Sorceress Selena were filled with horror. That evening, the 5 saints. Chapter 675. The newcomer slayer is vanquished. The ladder duel is a traditional event of the Mythos Wizard Academy, open to all wizard apprentices under the age of 40 who have yet to graduate. The participants in the ladder duel. Chapter 676. Can a genius truly afford such waste? Bloodwolf, a somewhat slender young man, possessed long crimson hair that cascaded over his shoulders. He donned a short-sleeved leather armor, with twin daggers sheathed at his waist, and a 4-foot-long magical staff slung across his back. Chapter 677. The Gathering of Oddities. The defeated alliance. How is it that the Blood Wolf, the underdog, has unexpectedly ascended to the rank of a level 3 wizard apprentice? Moreover, this promotion occurred immediately following a defeat in the Celestial Ladder Arena? Shouldn't it be? Chapter 678. I am not so magnanimous as to be a Siscon. Organizations like the defeated alliance, which lack seriousness, are not uncommon at the Mythos Wizard Academy. In fact, they can be considered quite prevalent. However, such organizations are unable to gain recognition from the Academy. Chapter 679. To promote the Fallen Hounds Alliance. The Ice and Snow Hound clutched its belly, its face a canvas of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Defeated. And in such an inexplicable manner. Chapter 680. Should you take me as your master to learn blacksmithing? A remarkable streak of 5 consecutive victories in a single day, followed by 10 victories over the course of 2 days, and culminating in 15 wins within 3 days. After 5 days, the tally reached an astounding 25 consecutive victories. The emergence of 3 exceptionally talented newcomers in the ladder duel arena could no longer be concealed. Chapter 681. The notion of taking disciples. Disciple-taking. Are you truly serious? The Golden Retriever, the 4-eyed Mad Dog, the Flame-Wreathed Girl, and the Snow-White Canine Maiden might perceive this as a light-hearted jest, for after all, wizards. Chapter 682. The Lilith's Guide to Taming Husbands adds another page. Today is not a fortunate day for the apprentice of the Tortoiseshell Wizard. Although he skillfully secured the 2nd battle of Little Veer and the 3rd battle of the Mighty Luo, he was very decisively. Chapter 683. What is your name again? Do you truly wish to take me as a student? Gazing at the petite, fiery-haired girl before him, Little Weir was momentarily taken aback, while not far away, a golden retriever and a whirlwind dog. Chapter 684. The Reasoning of the 4-eyed Mad Dog. May I take you as my mentor? The Ice and Snow Canine Maiden stood before Xiaowile, her gaze filled with yearning. Just moments ago, Xiaowile's teachings had not shunned her presence, she felt. Chapter 685. I merely desire an opportunity. 30 consecutive victories do not represent the limits of Xiao Wire, Lilith, or the formidable strength Lolo. One might ponder, is there truly a boundary for them within the arena of ladder duels? The pinnacle of the ladder duel arena is capable of transcending. Chapter 686. The Omnipotent Druid Profession Chapter 687. Aunt Winsty, the azure-haired maiden, Haley, introduced herself. Upon hearing this name, Little Will and Lilith exchanged glances. 1. Chapter 688. The power of brotherly affection is profound perhaps, but we cannot wait for you for 5 years. Within 6 months, we shall attain our graduation qualifications and depart from the academy. Young Veer waved his hand and said, Chapter 689. All present are weaklings. Winston's arrival with a frail individual did not attract much attention. Yet the news she brought rendered all attendees cautious. What they truly required was this opportunity. Chapter 690. Indeed, the weak have no rights. The consecutive victories of Xiao Weier, Lilith, and the mighty Luo reached a remarkable 68th match. As noon approached, no challengers dared to step forward, compelling them to abandon the queue and depart. Chapter 691. The fundamental qualities of an actor. Chapter 692. A cornered dog will bite. The more one enhances their strength and deepens their understanding of the 3 newcomers, the greater the sense of despair becomes. Engaging in battle with them, under the condition of ample preparation, results in a grueling struggle. Chapter 693. Indeed, my teacher is more handsome in the expansive training ground. A figure as pure as snow gracefully retreated, hands pressing against a floating spellbook before them. Accompanied by a melodious voice, they uttered, I spike. Chapter 694. It is certainly not Lilith. The exalted status of Lilith in the hearts of young girls has always been a source of perplexity for Xiao Wei. In terms of wizardry rank and cultivation, Xiao Wei feels that he is undoubtedly. Chapter 695. Accompanying the master on a leisurely day today. The master shall not engage in dueling, training, forging, or concocting potions. Astonishingly, he intends to indulge in leisure and recreation. It has been a month since I became his apprentice, and regarding. Chapter 696. Those who enjoy sports do not harbor pessimism towards life. Heave-ho, 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 heave-ho. On the expansive and level Bluestone Avenue, 2 figures approached. Chapter 697. You possess a talent of 100, yet the perfect score is 1,000. The journey is perpetually uphill. Whether one is heading out of the city or returning, the ascent is unending. The further one travels, the steeper the incline becomes. After traversing 10 miles from the city, there lies a ring road. Chapter 698. He is not a prince, but the child of fortune. The terrifying tower is indeed a tower, a dilapidated structure rising over Tinjiang across 5 levels, enveloped by a desolate estate. It is uncertain whether this is an intentional effort to evoke fear. Chapter 699. The eccentric stone carving that devours magical stones. Xiao Weier casually retrieved 2 inferior magical stones, flicking his fingers to release them simultaneously. The 2 stones flew forth, each veering off in different directions, one landing before the ominous entrance of the towering fortress. Chapter 700. Illusory Reality. Racial talents. The fiery-haired maiden Susan and the snow maiden Vivian were not chosen as disciples by Little Vale and Lilith by mere chance. Their innate qualities are indeed remarkable. Level 1. Chapter 701. A sudden epiphany. The fiery-haired maiden, Susan, tirelessly squandered the alchemical materials within the confines of the alchemist's workshop, while the frost-haired girl depleted the herbal resources of the apothecary. In the presence of Lilith. Chapter 702. The Reward of Enlightenment. Temptation. Level 1. Ding. The apostle brother has achieved enlightenment, gaining insights into the principles of life. His mental clarity has been purified, enhancing both his magical perception and his ability to control magic. Chapter 703. The Northern Princess. The cycle of destiny. On the boundless expanse of the snowfield, fierce winds howled, while a handful of wooden cottages, no taller than 30 to 50 meters, trembled in the midst of the blizzard's wrath. The world lay shrouded in a vast, desolate gloom. Chapter 704. Speculation on dream reincarnation. Suddenly, a subtle fissure appeared in the sky, from which a pair of sharp claws emerged. With a vigorous tug, the fissure transformed into a passage. Chapter 705. Who is the true mastermind? 5 shadowy figures glided through the walls like phantoms, effortlessly transcending the barriers of tables and chairs that sought to impede them. Vivian's father quietly polished. Chapter 706. A slap followed by a sweet date. Chapter 707. The origin of the terrifying tower. The 5 levels of the terrifying tower are far from desolate. They house a plethora of treasures. A towering magical beast lies upon the ground, grunting softly, while another smaller, goat-like creature, pure as snow. Chapter 708. The resurgence of the 4-eyed mad dog. The underdog alliance of the Mythos Wizard Academy, once languishing at the bottom, has experienced an unexpected revival. Among the nearly 100 novice wizards languishing at the lowest ranks, over 20 emerged triumphantly, breaking through the ranks with remarkable prowess. Chapter 709. Academy Exchange Conference. The Wizarding Archipelago's Fifth Ring region is remarkably vast, home to the greatest number of established wizard academies. It is also the primary source for talent directed towards the 4th and 6th rings, with a considerable influx of individuals from the relatively more advanced 6th ring. Chapter 710. The Identity of the Divine Chosen seems rather deceptive. The 15-day exchange conference at the Wizarding Academy is predominantly occupied by the 5-day competition among the Academy's students, the significance of which is self-evident. Furthermore, the grouping for the battles is entirely determined by the previous session's outcomes. Chapter 711. A flawless debut and resounding victory. The Mythos Wizard Academy was allocated to a separate building, receiving treatment akin to that of other wizard academies. The 8 participants in the Academy's grand competition were isolated for their protection. Chapter 712. The Contest of Wits. Susan's growth. Tomorrow's adversary may prove to be formidable. In the realm of Zimuworld, Little Will cradled the mighty Rollo and suddenly spoke up, observing the bustling Lilith. Chapter 713. Master of Control. Vivian. The Reef Sorcerers Academy dispatched its second contestant, an adept in powerful water attribute spells, the foremost ranked apprentice sorcerer. The wheel challenge differs from one-on-one duels. Chapter 714. Similar words, similar meanings. My dear girl, your prowess is commendable, yet you remain quite youthful. Should you be granted 3 to 5 years to mature, perhaps you could contend with me. However, at present, you are still exceedingly distant from my level. Chapter 715. The Victory of Lilith. Why? After Lucas took the stage, he cautiously confronted the formidable grotesque. However, the grotesque surrendered and withdrew without hesitation. Lucas gazed at the retreating figure of the grotesque. Chapter 716. Who is the hidden hand of the Genius Academy? Lilith exits the stage, and young Verdun takes the spotlight. Celeria gazes at the boy across from her, her heart filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Defeated, unbeatable, before the undeniable might, won. Chapter 717. In reality, she is the daughter of Lilith and me. The news of the 3-ring Genius Academy student from the Midas Sorcerer Academy, who executed a dimensional strike, spread throughout the entire 5 Realms Academy Exchange Conference within just half a day. Chapter 718. She possesses the potential to become a Grand Mage in the Academy Exchange Conference. It is impossible for the rankings of the Academy competition to be solely determined by strength. However, the overall order will not deviate significantly. At the very least, the top 5 positions typically remain consistent. Chapter 719. Good news, bad news in a best-of-5 format. The Mythos Wizarding Academy secured a hard-fought victory in the semifinals. Following Vivian's disheartening defeat at the hands of the Audrey Construct Wizards, West also. Chapter 720. The target of criticism as the champions of the previous Academy Grand Tournament, the apprentices of the Spes Wizard Academy possess a profound sense of honor. They aspire to achieve consecutive victories, thus their fervent dedication to this upcoming competition. Chapter 721. Friendship First. Competition second in the first match of the quarterfinals at the 5 Rings Wizard Academy. The top-ranked Spes Wizard Academy faced off against the highly favored Métis Wizard Academy for the championship. Suddenly, on the large screen. Chapter 722. The Intent of the Wizarding Alliance. Is it worth rejoicing for defeating the champions of the previous tournament? Absolutely. The strength of Spes Wizarding Academy is not to be underestimated, yet as time progresses. Chapter 723. The most dreadful approach. Is this truly without consequence? As night falls, the training ground is ablaze with fervor. Winston, Nina, Weston, Vivian, and Susan are drenched in sweat, yet they remain. Chapter 724. It is not our incompetence, but rather the strength of our adversaries. The roster of combatants is incomplete, and the preparations for war are conducted openly and straightforwardly, without any attempts at concealment. There is even a deliberate action to display the submissions of candidates on the large screen. Chapter 725. The News of Magesis. When silent, one remains inconspicuous. When one speaks, it astonishes. When grounded, one stays unnoticed. When one soars, one ascends to great heights. Such was the remarkable display of the Mr. Wizard Academy at this 5 Rings Wizard Academy Exchange Conference. Chapter 726. The Surge of Apprenticeship. The Challenge of Acceptance. Chapter 727. The meteoric rise of the Midas Wizard Academy, the remarkable ascent of Susan and Vivian has captured the attention of many. prompting numerous instructors at the Midas Wizard Academy to re-evaluate their previous approaches to apprenticeship. Chapter 728. Your excuse is utterly absurd. In a modest residence within the six-ring constructed wizard's tower, the apron-clad knight Floriette presented dish after dish upon the dining table, while the ageless catgirl appeared to grow ever younger. Chapter 729. Julian's Dominance. Chapter 730. A guide to Mount Verstad. The investment in the Fortress of War has been substantial. Although I have coordinated resources through the internal repository and collaborated with merchants and mercenary associations, there has been a steady and sustainable flow of resources. Chapter 731. The Brother Complex Mercenary Group. When Julian placed a substantial pile of contracts before Little Will, he was utterly bewildered. In just 3 days, Julian had accomplished so much work? Chapter 732. No one suffers loss. A new mercenary group has emerged at the constructed wizard tower. This should not be a significant matter, considering that it is one of the 5 constructed wizard towers on the 6-ring wizard islands. Chapter 733. Urban Legends. The enigmatic sorceress. What constitutes an urban legend? Urban legends refer to tales that are widely circulated within urban settings, often characterized by their eerie and bizarre nature. Generally speaking, urban legends tend to be fictitious. Chapter 734. The best strategy is to see through without speaking. What was initially considered an infallible pursuit has ended in failure. The second-tier vampire, Lady of the Night. In collaboration with the newly ascended first-tier vampire, Floriette, astonishingly failed to apprehend the elusive demon. Chapter 735. Will you emerge on your own, or shall I summon you forth? As night descends and a gentle breeze flows, a full moon hangs in the sky, casting a serene glow over the inner sanctum of the 6-ringed constructed wizard tower, enveloped in profound silence, unlike the bustling atmosphere of commerce. Chapter 736. The Shadow Clan Maiden, a devotee of the goddess. Alas, a failure, a resounding failure. Who would have imagined that you are, in fact, a shadow sorcerer? A melodious voice echoed, seemingly emanating from all directions. Chapter 737. The Divine Favor of the Lord. This question is rather cunning. Sophia Sylvie, Shadow Clan, 19 years old, a first-tier expert. This first tier bears some resemblance to that of Lady of the Night, referring to their overall prowess. Her strength. Chapter 738. Sophia's Commission. Finding someone. No one achieves success by mere chance. Sophia Sylvie has come to realize this truth. Her purpose is to foster amicable relationships with them. Chapter 739. That old man is deceiving people again. Despite her discord with Julian and having been deceived by him multiple times during their collaborations, often finding herself at a disadvantage in negotiations, Sophia must concede that Julian indeed. Chapter 740. Is the fake always inferior to the genuine? What constitutes a forgery? A forgery refers to an item or object that is falsely represented as authentic, often implying a cheap or deceptively similar imitation that masquerades as a genuine article for the purpose of deceit, particularly for profit. Chapter 741. You have already mentioned that Xiao Wire expended 8,000 magic stones to acquire 3 counterfeit items, which prompted the old man to offer them a faint clue. Next door, the fruit shop. Chapter 742. 3 years without opening leads to 3 years of loss. Realizing she had been deceived, Sophia discovered that the drunken dragon fruit she had buried was unearthed by the denizens of this alley. Moreover, every one of her actions had been meticulously observed by them. Chapter 743. A sign of his imminent prosperity. What exactly did the extraordinary Lolo do within the training hall? Perhaps Little Weir, Lilith, and even Julian can surmise a hint of it. Was she honing her strength? Chapter 744. The 5-star apostle Troy. Lilith exhibited no interest whatsoever in the search for the shadow dragon, while the immensely strong Laura remained steadfastly by the side of Little Will. As for Julian, he seemed to be perpetually in pursuit of something as elusive as the eternal. Chapter 745. All blame on Julian, he is my mentor. What else could Little Will say, guide? What has Professor Weasel bestowed upon himself? Chapter 746. The Sibling Affection Group prepares to set sail. Esteemed Guardian, I humbly wish to enlist your services for my protection as I journey to the 7-ring Sorcerer Islands. In the courtyard, Sophia earnestly presented her request to Little Will. Chapter 747. What is dignity? Can it be consumed? The exterior of Little Weir's ocean-going vessel appears rather unremarkable, with its pale blue hull blending inconspicuously into the vast sea. However, its streamlined form possesses an astonishing speed that exceeds imagination. Chapter 748. Unreliable future teammates. The name and banner of the distant vessel evoked uncontrollable laughter from Sophia, despite the fact that Little will displayed no adverse reaction. However, Julian found it somewhat difficult to accept. Chapter 749. Behind the departure. The news of Little Weir's departure from the sixth ring constructed wizard tower swiftly spread through certain clandestine channels. A fleet of pirate ships began to strategize. Chapter 750. Occasionally seizing a princess and confronting a hero. Chapter 751. Sarah, you have expanded. The target has departed from the construct wizard tower. The target navigates a deep-sea vessel into the vast ocean. The target encounters a honeysuckle merchant ship, situated 10. Chapter 752. Is the faith of the Wizard Islands so free? The Sanyan Islands lie at the juncture of the 6th Ring Wizard Islands and the 7th Ring Wizard Islands, serving as a strategic stronghold in the historical exploration of the 7th Ring Wizard Islands, despite the complexities surrounding the 7th Ring Wizard Islands. Chapter 753. Dinner invitations and pirate encounters. My name is Hamlin, a halfling gourmet. My aspiration is to traverse the globe, sharing culinary delights with the world. The halfling gentleman possesses the spirit of a child. Chapter 754. The malevolent whale Barble. The fire skeleton Hancock, true to its name, resembled a skeletal frame draped in a layer of human skin, entirely engulfed in a fiery crimson hue. Its eyes glimmered with an intense blaze, while its visage bore no more than a couple of. Chapter 755. A burden not yet reached. The second-order child. Are you happy? Do you feel that there exists an abundance of misfortune and suffering in this world? Come, dear child, immerse yourself in the grandeur of. The words of Baron Moonrabbit did not. Chapter 756. Culinary delights and promotion. Little one, I perceive an abundance of divine aura within you. Upon first encountering the young Veer, the halfling Hamlin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 757. Why a chef cannot be an extraordinary profession. Hamlin's banquet did not proceed smoothly. First, Jasmine inexplicably ascended to the rank of Sky Knight, followed by Lilith mastering a particular sorcery, and then the extraordinarily strong Luo also achieved a breakthrough. Chapter 758. Building connections. Hamlin and his companions did not linger on Floating Cloud Island for long. They spent merely 2 days consolidating their gains before setting sail once more. In just 2 days. Chapter 759. Only by enduring can one live long after donning 3 layers of disguise. I traversed the teleportation array to depart from Luyan Island. Subsequently, I underwent 3 consecutive transmissions, taking a considerable detour to arrive at Liuhua Island. Baron U2 confirmed that no one was in pursuit. Chapter 760. This is a woman's intuition. The target is on Floating Cloud Island. The mere 6 words left the succubus Sarah feeling so distressed that she nearly spat blood. In a flurry, she hastily initiated the assault mission of the fire skeleton pirate crew. Chapter 761. Bloodline evolution. Herb. Dozens of pirate ships dispersed, with 5 pirate crews advancing towards Mist Island via different routes. Meanwhile, Sarah boarded the flagship of the fire skeleton pirate crew. Chapter 762. You think of nothing, a trap. Holding the exceedingly rudimentary map in his hands, Little Weir promptly reached his conclusion. Sophia gazed in confusion at the divine figure across from her. Chapter 763. Anjian's identity appears to be problematic. Xiao Wire has never lacked courage or a spirit of adventure. Otherwise, he would not have acquired the 7-tiered Holy Tower, subdued the bloodthirsty demons, obliterated the lair of the Grey Dwarves, and cleansed the otherworldly realms. Chapter 764. The trials of the blood god. The ocean vessel was not at the forefront, with the formidable strength of Lola and Lilith present. There was no need for the so-called deployment of equipment. The 2 joined forces to hurl Little Will into the air. Chapter 765. Farewell to the Blood Moon warrior. Ah, young sir, we meet again. Just as Xiao Wei was preparing to glance around, a somewhat familiar voice echoed, accompanied by 3 figures swaying dramatically. Chapter 766. The Blood God Trial. First challenge. The Path of Skulls. While engaging in light-hearted banter with several enchanting ladies, Xiao Wire simultaneously gathered intelligence, subtly exchanging information with Lilith in all matters. Chapter 767. Blood Vendetta. Blood Slave. Your acquaintance? Little will discerned a striking resemblance to Dolly Caress in Babel. Both are lost souls adrift in the same world. Dolly. Chapter 768. I await you in the divine realm. In one hand, a sword, in the other, a hammer, and upon his back, a large, foolish figure. This is the woeful Little Weir in his current state. The malevolent whale, Babel is gravely injured, having lost a considerable amount of blood. Chapter 769. We have no escape. To the left, 3 layers, 2 heads. Directly ahead, for layers, 1 head. To the right, for layers, 3 heads. Littleware swiftly reported the location of the blood slaves. Breaking through the void. Chapter 770. The trial of the Thunder Giant's bloodline. The final height of the bone path reaches 2,999 tiers. In the first stage of the Blood God trial, one must traverse the bone path. Successfully completing this challenge yields a reward of 1 drop of holy grade blood, along with physical enhancements. Chapter 771. The second trial of the Blood God. The sea of blood. The blood cocoon abruptly contracted, and the immense aura of blood was entirely consumed by Shao Wire. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and 2 lightning runes flashed fleetingly within them, as a formidable presence erupted instantaneously. Chapter 772. The hunt for bloodline essence. Sailing across the sea of blood may appear deceptively simple, yet it is fraught with peril. The most formidable danger lies within the sea of blood itself. As the skeletal vessel enters the crimson depths, it immediately becomes one with the sea. Chapter 773. The defective blood soul beast. The blood beast. Young Weir's expression shifted slightly. Then he gently shook his head, stating, "No. It would be more appropriate to call it the blood soul beast. The forbidden space above the blood sea." Chapter 774. The path through the sea of blood. Chapter 775. An unexpected life and death crisis. A multitude of perfectly coexisting individuals with remarkable bloodlines has been detected, each possessing the potential for divinity. It has been observed that these individuals hold preliminary authority within the realm of the divine, and they have successfully captured and absorbed a significant amount within the blood sea pathway. Chapter 776. Thicket of Thorns, Crimson Rose. Pass the orders. Prepare for a breakout. The voice of Shao Wei echoed, uplifting the spirits of those outside. Little brother, you have finally awakened, and there is no. Chapter 777. You are indeed cunning. Little Vale, the boy who repeatedly creates miracles, serves as the beacon of hope for these second-tier experts. However, none of them anticipated that this youth surpassed their expectations by an astonishing margin. Chapter 778. The Iron Chain of Death. Choose one among 3. The Iron Chain of Death allows a maximum of 3 individuals to pass at a time. During the journey, all fighting spirit and magical power must remain within the body, and the sorcerer's tricks will be constrained. In truth. Chapter 779. The Devouring Crimson Python. Everyone has been sent across, leaving only Little Weir, the Blood Moon Warrior Dory Cares, the Malevolent Whale Barber, and the Phantom Thief Jack on the opposite side of the canyon. U3. Chapter 780. The Choice of Bloodline. Within a grand hall, atop an exalted throne, a figure shrouded in crimson suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, a grave expression etched upon their countenance. Who could it be? Chapter 781. The Farce. Before the final assessment, a significant number of perfect individuals with coexisting bloodlines have been detected. Chapter 782. Long time no see. Soul Singer Sorceress. With a well-proportioned figure adorned in a pristine steward's uniform, a sleek black top hat perched atop his head, and a staff crafted from an extraordinary material. His youthful and handsome visage captivates the observer, compelling one to gaze longer. Chapter 783. The Illusory Path to Survival. The Soul Singer Sorceress, accompanied by a first-tier team, became the final straw. Ultimately, the barbarian, a warrior of the sacred level, discarded those lesser minions and fled. Chapter 784. Greetings. Your mother is a gorilla. Welcome to Blood Soul City. Upon reaching the 5th level of the Blood Soul Tower, a brilliant light illuminates the surroundings, revealing a vast metropolis before our eyes. The location where Shao Weil and others have emerged is a grand square. Chapter 785. Blood Sacrifice. The Arrival of the Demon. No. This is impossible. Mary should have been dead. I am the newly appointed Blood God. The elderly man in the crimson robe let out a furious roar, his voice filled with resentment as he began to bleed from all 7 orifices. Chapter 786. Tedious Tactics. Is there truly no way out? Sorceress's face was etched with reluctance, having not yet ascended to divinity and stood atop the world. How could one resign themselves to such an untimely demise? Yet, Chapter 787. The Subordinate Authority of the Divine Realm. Vale Declan, my dear, you are quite remarkable. This queen has decided to summon you personally. The languid voice echoed once more from the Bloody Mary magic mirror, as a spatial passage swiftly took shape. Chapter 788. The 4 Directions Reinforcements. Subdue the demon in my name. I declare the lifting of restrictions on spatial equipment. In my name, I summon the valiant warriors of justice. Emerge now. Young were seemed somewhat. Chapter 789. The Devil's Counterstrike as the reinforcements arrived and morale soared for young Weir. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse for the hellish demons. It was at this moment that the demonic leader, the sinister demon, erupted into uproarious laughter. Chapter 790. The ferocious demon army having just vanquished the blood curse, Dean Collin and 7 other esteemed masters of the saint level swiftly arrived at the wizard tower. They repelled the relentless advance of the hell demon army, marking a critical turning point in the battle. Chapter 791. The arrow of divine destruction, restrictions lifted. Before us stands a demigod-level sin demon, its feet crashing violently against the ground. It then unleashes a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Its body enveloped in a fearsome green flame that instills dread in the hearts of onlookers. The Sin Demon. Chapter 792. The Gift of Professor Weiserbang. The fist of the Sin Demon was intercepted as a towering figure materialized before little Weir. What do you intend to do to my disciple? Chapter 793. Adversity and life and death crisis. You seem to be in high spirits. If there is something joyous, do share it with me so that I too may find delight. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed, belonging to an individual clad in black. Chapter 794. The Emergence of Blood Goddess Mary Neal. O'Neill. You remain as ineffectual as ever. A melodious voice rang out as the 4-legged dragon crashed to the ground, wailing in despair, while young Veer stood there in a daze. Chapter 795. Who are you? What nonsense is this about a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Blood Clan, who cannot even defeat a Blood Clan member of the same realm? Utterly worthless. The demon of sins could not help but sneer. Chapter 796. Farewell to Ramad, the once formidable and invincible 6th-tier hell demon. The Sin Demon was vanquished with such ease. The long-haired man effortlessly captured the Sin Demon. Chapter 797. Aftermath of War. The Blood God is an artificial deity, and the realm of the Blood God is a fabricated divine kingdom. The Blood Clan merely serves as experimental subjects for the giants. Due to the incompleteness and exclusivity of the divine essence and status, successive blood gods have. Chapter 798. The pungent aroma of Love Hamlin was filled with joy, his deft movements and chopping vegetables imbued with an inexplicable charm, infusing the dishes with his exuberance, allowing those who tasted them to experience a hint of. Chapter 799. I shall care for you in your twilight years. Julian has taken on a significant project, assisting Hamlin in the creation of a city, a culinary metropolis. The undertaking is commissioned by the 6-Ring Constructs Wizard Tower, with the blueprints crafted by Little Vale. Chapter 800. The divine and demonic acting competition. Before him stood the weeping demoness, Sarah, clinging desperately to his legs. The expression on Baron Moonrabbit's face was one of utter rigidity. How on earth had this creature managed to track him down? Chapter 801. I intend to employ them. The days of Baron Moonrabbit are fraught with difficulty, as he realizes that Bai Weian is, to some extent, more challenging to contend with than Professor Weasel. Professor Weasel is a formidable man. Chapter 802. The truth is often held by a few. You see. Chapter 803. The Strange River. Did Lady Naga invite the Divine Chosen One solely for the peculiar river that appears once every 50 years? As a young Naga maiden in her 30s, Alessia did not. Chapter 804. From support to seeking favor. Chapter 805. A path less traveled. Suddenly, a delicate mist emerged over the vast, empty sea, gradually spreading its ethereal presence. A shadowy projection flickered into view, elusive yet captivating. The gentle sound of flowing water. Chapter 806. Against the current, the devil octopus, the Naga clan, numbering nearly 100, entered the peculiar river. Alicia's status was not even the highest among them. Her departure went unnoticed by many, and some even secretly reveled in it. Chapter 807. The Ancient River God Ding. The manifestation of the ancient river god has been detected, and it has a slight fortifying effect on the body of the foolish apostle brother. Please, foolish apostle brother, continue your diligent efforts. Chapter 808. The Demon Bone Orb. Treasure hunting equipment. Why did this monstrous serpent emerge without our slightest awareness? It was only upon its appearance that we realized its presence. Under the combined efforts of Xiao Weier, Lilith, and Nicole, a first-tier magical. Chapter 809. The Emergence of Monsters. The treasure-seeking compass, with a set lower limit for entry, spans a distance of 1,000 meters. Activate. Little Weir felt an overwhelming surge of magical energy coursing through his body, as the compass instantaneously enlarged and transformed into. Chapter 8:10, The Colossal Rock Bear. Are you demons? Second-tier magical beast, the Colossal Rock Bear. Little Wire enunciated each word deliberately, his eyes narrowing slightly as the ocean vessel surged forward rapidly. Inside the cockpit, Elysia was left in a state of astonishment, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. Chapter 8:11. Alicia's speculation: the second-tier Colossal Rock Bear collapsed, having been brutally beaten to death by a trio of monstrous entities. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, the island at the heart of the river rapidly diminished in size, the Colossal Rock Bear. Chapter 8:12. I am Nicole, the brave cat warrior since venturing upstream. Elysia encountered an extraordinarily vast bifurcation for the first time, one that was remarkably obstructed by a colossal island. Chapter 8:13. Monster Hunting and Ascension. Challenging Tier 3 beasts, wolves, tigers, leopards, and bears. The variety of magical beasts on the small island may not be extensive, yet their power is truly formidable. Over the course of 3 days, Little Vil, Lilith, and the mighty Lore relentlessly engaged in battle. Chapter 8:14. The affliction of sisterly obsession is incurable. On the 10th day of challenging the iron-toothed spiked dragon, Lilith discerned a peculiar anomaly. The once formidable creature was weakening, and its capacity to assist was gradually diminishing. Chapter 8:15. The triumphant return of Princess Elysia. The Sea Tribe is not a monolithic race, but rather a formidable alliance of various factions. Not only are there distinctions among different sea tribes, but even within the same tribe, there exist diverse clans, each with its own unique identity. Chapter 8:16. Who is truly foolish? The king of Lanyu's eyes gleamed at the sight of 10 second-tier serpent pearls. With a casual gesture, he collected all the pearls, and with a delicate finger, he playfully chided Alicia by tapping her forehead. Chapter 8:17. This thigh must be embraced tightly by my daughter. The enchanted river water offers a tenfold enhancement to cultivation, concealing one's aura from the perception of lurking monsters that ambush their prey beneath the water's surface, leaving behind an enigmatic remnant after the hunt. Chapter 8:18. Jasmine appears to have grown arrogant. In the 6-ringed wizard tower of the deity clan estate, observe the Lady of the Night on the left, a 3rd-tier vampire, and to the right, Nicole, a 3rd-tier holy warrior. Across from them. Chapter 8:19. The Divine Musician's exclusive quest. The exclusive missions issued by demigod-level beings are opportunities that most mercenaries cannot afford to decline. Even Hamlin had previously only dared to approach the 6 arcane construct wizard tower with trepidation. Chapter 8:20. Task Review. Identity Revelation. The conditions for releasing exclusive tasks are exceedingly stringent, as such tasks fundamentally belong to the realm of legendary quests. The identity of the issuer must be of considerable stature, and the rewards for these tasks are correspondingly substantial. Chapter 8:21. Which deity are you reincarnated from? In contrast to the god of gastronomy, Hamlin, the goddess of music, proves to be far more challenging, for she is a woman, exquisitely beautiful and exceptionally intelligent. Chapter 8:22. 3 Paths to Ascendancy. If I were a deity reincarnated, I should have already regained my memories upon encountering other divine powers. Do you believe that a reincarnated god would be as diligent and earnest in their cultivation as I am? Chapter 8:23. The great battle of faith for the gods among the myriad clans and tribes. Such knowledge is not a secret to any demigod. What I wish to understand now is how you would assist me in ascending to godhood if you were to accept my quest. Chapter 8:24. 6 Failed Saints. What does it signify to replace 6 guides within a year for a dedicated mercenary mission? The first guide, Jeremy the Holy Sorcerer, accurately confirmed the commencement of the task. Chapter 8:25. The current state of the elf forest. Coxie Island is a medium-sized isle, sheltered by a 2nd-tier elven druid. The island's forests are lush and verdant, home to over 50 tribes belonging to a multitude of races. Chapter 8:26. You shall be the first guiding spirit to achieve results. The elven race has transformed beyond recognition. Class distinctions have become ingrained and commonplace. Diana, a 3rd-tier holy-level sorceress, serves as a pure-blooded elven elder. Chapter 8:27. The goddess descends. The temple is constructed. The island of Corsica remains as breathtaking as ever, with its azure skies, billowing white clouds, verdant trees, and clear sunshine. A gentle breeze wafts through the air, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds and the fragrant blooms of flowers. The flower fairies emerge from their quaint nests. Chapter 8:28. The Path of the Grasshopper Clan. How are miracles created by the God of War Church? In the eyes of these little ones, whose highest strength is merely that of intermediate warriors or level 2 wizard apprentices, Everything before them is a miracle. And Chapter 829, Initial Success. Arrival of the support group. Can faith be played this way? On Corsica, there are few strong individuals, and resources are scarce. These minor entities may not be highly regarded, yet their numbers are undeniably significant. Chapter 830, Effeminate men and strong women within the banquet. Small cliques inevitably emerged. Little Vale, Lilith, and the esteemed sorceress Diana remained by the side of Baihuayin, while the members of the celestial song and dance troupe formed their own. Chapter 831, The Dream of the Night Templar. Allow me to decline. To raise a hand against a lady is contrary to my chivalric code. Luther Wilson firmly rejected the proposition, recognizing that victory in such a matter would yield no advantage, while defeat would be even more detrimental. Chapter 832, Simply the utilization of waste. Bishop Holly's assistance to Little Will and others was indeed substantial. Unlike the practical-minded Little Will and Lilith, Bishop Holly's theoretical knowledge surpassed that of all present. Chapter 833, The Paradise of Indulgence Beyond the 7 Rings of the Sorcerers. There lies a vast expanse known as the Unattainable Lands. Among these, the Paradise of Indulgence stands out as one of the most infamous realms of lawlessness, a domain ruled by the Marine clans. Chapter 834, Whose Display of Authority. After the advancement in strength, Xiao Wei's astrological skills have improved significantly. The so-called 3 formidable challenges are indeed 3 formidable challenges. However, these challenges have not imposed too much pressure on them. Chapter 835, The Goddess is Never Wrong. The Goddess of Music, by Huayin, has graced the libertine paradise with her presence. Selma Hilwa, one of the 5 queens of the Siren clan, personally leads her army to welcome her into the city, choosing only the grandest of avenues along the way. Chapter 836, Everything for the God of Music. Music knows no boundaries, no races, and no hierarchies. It is an uninhibited and all-encompassing force. Why must it be confined within the walls of an opera house? God. Chapter 837, Hunting and Counter-Hunting. As night falls, the Paradise of Indulgence remains illuminated. A city that never sleeps, devoid of true darkness. If one wishes to gaze upon the stars, they can only catch a distant glimpse of the wilderness far beyond. Chapter 838, The Troubles of Selma Sylvie. Through the 7-tiered sacred tower, Xiaowile, Lilith, and Genie, and Luther Wilson effortlessly appeared beside the formidable Demonis. The 3rd tier hell demon even. Chapter 839, The Prelude to the Game. The God of Music, by Huayin, is poised to unveil a miraculous spectacle at the central square of the Indulgence Paradise. This news, in any case, cannot be concealed. The ability to thrive within the realm of indulgence. Chapter 840, The Divine Declaration and the Curse of Resentment. Deities, Masters of Rule, Guardians of Order, and Protectors of the Cosmos, by Huayin, stood upon the elevated stage, casting a sweeping gaze, embodying the presence of a demigod. Chapter 841, Purification Compass. Demon beheading. If I were to become a deity, I would punish evil and promote good, distinguishing between foes and allies. Those who stand with me shall be treated with kindness, while the demons of hell shall face retribution. The voice of Baihuayin suddenly transformed. Chapter 842, The Mind is a Wonderful Thing. The journey of the music goddess by Huayin in the realm of indulgence can be deemed both a success and a failure. In this notorious haven of lawlessness, Baihuayin achieved. Chapter 843, Lutherv, Angieni's mission upon the deck of the Sacred Nation Support Fleet. Angieni, adorned in a splendid black bodysuit, wielded a slender longsword. With her hair tied back in a neat and efficient ponytail, she stood resolutely. Chapter 844, The God of Sisterly Affection. Upon the distant ocean, a mirror reflected the battle between Angieni and Luther Wilson. Baihuayin's lips twitched uncontrollably, pondering whether she could withdraw from this confrontation. Chapter 845, The internal high-level meeting of the Mythos Wizard Academy. The route to the Farsi territory has been meticulously arranged by Xavier, Lilith, and Bolton, taking a month to traverse through hundreds of tribes, with 3 newly established faith tribes along the way. Chapter 846, The Miserable Lord Bolton. The coastal city of Farsi has embarked on a sweeping transformation project, commencing with the construction of a towering wizard's tower, which has significantly enhanced the defenses of the Lord's Manor. Chapter 847, The Visit of the Thunder Naga. Can this little trick be put away? You should already be aware of our true strength through the Orchid Island tribe. Little Veer sat quietly with his arms crossed. Chapter 848, The Proactive Lei Yuan tribe. Lois's investigation of the Farsi territory was far from superficial. She meticulously observed the transformations within Farsi city. Subsequently, She personally visited those who had experienced the enchanting melodies of the 100 Flowers sound. Chapter 849. The coveted Sister Khan group, those who can dominate a territory, are not foolish. Although the subtle maneuvers of the Thunder Abyss tribe remain clandestine. Once they invite Xiao Wire, Lilith, and the Celestial Melody Troupe to the tribe. Chapter 850. The expedition to the 7-ring Sorcerer Islands after a heated debate. The 7 royal tribes of the Thunder Naga reached a consensus, dispatching a united force to exert their utmost efforts in assisting Bai Huayan on the seas beyond the 7-ring Sorcerer Islands. Chapter 851. The legend of the dolphin-voiced girl. The dolphin-voiced girl, age 12, is a half-blood, possessing the lineage of the Dolphin clan. An orphan who has never undergone formal training, she possesses innate talent equivalent to that of a third-tier wizard apprentice. Chapter 852. Arrival at the Monster Academy. The Academy of the 7-ring Sorcerers on the Island of Monsters has today welcomed several esteemed guests, whose identities are known to but a few. Their presence is significant enough to prompt Dean Klein to. Chapter 853. The reunion of Master and Apprentice. Changes at Mythos Academy. The collaboration with the Monster Academy proceeded exceptionally well, yielding remarkable results from the Bloodline Gems within just 3 days. This directly facilitated the addition of 2 new instructors at the entry level for the Monster Academy. Chapter 854. The Confession of the Four-Eyed Mad Dog. I detest you. The Mythos Wizarding Academy has extended support to over 100 wizard apprentices. Yet they are all seasoned apprentices well past their 40s, many of whom have little hope of becoming official wizards and are on the verge of being. Chapter 855. The true purpose of the Four-Eyed Mad Dog in a realm unseen by the Four-Eyed Mad Dog. A petite figure of fiery red materialized effortlessly as Xiao Wire reached into the air. The young girl, eavesdropping on others. Chapter 856. Divided Pathways. A reunion with Professor Weasel. Do you truly have faith in him? As she gazed at the 3 warships departing with Yang Fan, Bai Huayan cast a surprised glance at Xiao Wire, taken aback by his decision. Chapter 857. Training Guidance for Demigods. What is the disparity between a saint-level master and a demigod-level master? Even in the Peculiar River, it took 3 months to wear down a demigod-level monster. Chapter 858. The Melancholy of Floret. The anticipated 3-month training extended to a full 5 months. The reason for this was not due to their inadequacy, but rather their exceptional performance, including Lilith, the young wizard Vale, and others. Chapter 859. The first trial of the beast god. The orc population is exceedingly vast, and the inner layers of the wizard islands cannot accommodate such a large number of inhabitants. Aside from the divine continent, the periphery of the wizard islands also serves as a gathering place for the orcs. Chapter 860. The most powerful summoned beast of the mighty Lolo, brother. Cuteness knows no borders or races, particularly in the case of mighty Lolo, who embodies the contrast of innocence and strength. It is not merely ordinary beastmen who are captivated. Even several demigod-level beastmen priests find themselves enchanted. Chapter 861. Are you certain you are not here to cause a disturbance? I truly am foolish. Dressed in tattered clothing, with a bruised visage, Neo Ben crouched on the ground, gazing sorrowfully at the 3rd-tier magical bull before him, which was blissfully devouring fresh fruit with its tail wagging. Chapter 862. The Battle of the Jasmine Knight. With discernment comes insight. A glimpse reveals a fragment. The outcomes of the initial 2 challenges of the Beast God S6 trials have led the priests of the Beast God Temple and Professor Weasel to form their own assessments regarding the overall situation of the battlefield. Chapter 863. The Truth or Dare of Floret. The Great Ape King felt unjustly defeated. Had Night Jasmine not summoned her magical companion, she would have been no match for him. Even with the invocation of her mystical creature, had the battleground been anything other than the forest, the outcome would have been different. Chapter 864. Am I, a prestigious master of the Tiger Clan, not concerned about my dignity? Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Your little fox has actually chosen a wife who interrogates him about his affections. Ha ha ha. Professor Weasel is laughing to the point of tears. Chapter 865. Is it still possible for me to act now? Chapter 866. How has the teacher been lately? The divine beings must not be offended. Even their avatars are beyond their capacity to contend with. Lilith grasped the hand of the mighty Luo, accompanied by Nicole, Jasmine, and Floret. Chapter 867. The Open Path and the Secret Passage. The collection of deities undoubtedly evokes great excitement. However, the collection of their avatars may not elicit the same enthusiasm, particularly that of the Beast God. More than half of this collection consists of various specimens and bones of magical beasts, Chapter 868. A visit to the Enchanted Forest. The Enchanted Forest of the Elven Isles is the sacred sanctuary of the Elven race, an exclusive gathering place inaccessible to outsiders. Legends speak of the god of music, by Hwine, who possesses a profound. Chapter 869. A foreboding sense of impending trouble beneath the vast expanse of the sky. Everything below came into view. The sacred pilgrimage path was enveloped within a 10-mile radius of the elven goddess temple's dominion. Apart from the members of the clergy, others were. Chapter 870. The Fountain of Life. As one approaches the Tree of Life, the essence of vitality becomes increasingly profound, and the magical energy intensifies. Imbued with greater vigor, a faint smile unconsciously graced the face of the powerful creature, Wiley, as she thought of Jasmine. Chapter 871. The sapling of the Tree of Life advances. Under the eye of appraisal, the Spring of Life reveals all. The closure of the Spring of Life by Kong Lui does not imply the spring's non-existence, but rather a temporary severance from the outside world. Chapter 872. The Harvest of Baptism. With a resounding splash, the small creature, Xiao Wire, leapt from the water, soaring high into the air, only to come crashing down with a tremendous thud, sending a cascade of droplets flying in all directions. Chapter 873. Primal Elf Bloodline. Dragon Druid. The Elven Heritage Hall is not a grand edifice, but rather a complex of structures that occupies an entire branch of the Tree of Life, comprising more than 150 buildings of various sizes. Chapter 874. Vea is angered, and the consequences are severe. When my brother arrived at the Elven Forest, he did not seek me out immediately, which provoked Vea's ire, leading to grave repercussions. As I gazed upon the young girl who had leapt into my embrace. Chapter 875. The Summoning of the Elven High Priest. Due to the summons from the High Priest, the family reunion plan of Young Were must be postponed. After all, this is the territory of others, and the opposing party is a formidable elder. Chapter 876. The Heritage of Baiwa. Time spent in casual conversation always passes swiftly. The High Priest is undeniably a person of great amiability, at least in the presence of Xiao Wei Air, Lilith, and Xiao Weiya. Chapter 877. The Ascendance of the Floral Melody. On the 10th day of her sojourn in the Elven Forest, the floral melody was unexpectedly chosen by the elevated council of the Elven Goddesses Temple to establish 50 small to medium-sized tribal sanctuaries dedicated to the goddess of music, nestled within the realm of the Elven divinity. Chapter 878. Mission accomplished. The legendary mercenary, by Hwine, stood with her eyes tightly shut, enveloped in layers of sacred light, exuding an aura of divine inviolability. No, the being that by Hwine had become could no longer be referred to as merely human. Chapter 879. Young Sissy, I have taken a liking to you. Chapter 880. 4-star Apostles. Vacant positions. Congratulations on ascending to the rank of 4-star Apostle, young one. It is only now that you can be regarded as the true envoy of the God of Wisdom, officially integrating into this grand family. Chapter 881. Allow me to give you a beating. After playfully frolicking with my sister, Xiao Wei, for a while, Xiao Wei concluded her night of meditation. Accompanying her to the training ground, Lilith and the formidable strength of the creature, Wiley, were already awaiting their arrival. Chapter 882. The initial quest of Xiao Wei and the battle against Lilith, culminating in Xiao Wei's victory, as Lilith refrained from exerting her full strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei stood by, gritting her teeth, internally lamenting, "What are you all doing?" Chapter 883. When will I be blessed with a child? How do you intend to arrange the initial tasks for me and little Luo? After absorbing the tale of little Weir, Lilith suddenly inquired. Little Weir raised. Chapter 884. It is decided. Tonight we shall launch a night raid. Leia, we are currently in a phase of rapid enhancement of our abilities. Might it be a tad premature to deliberate on this matter? As for Leia, the sentiments that Xiao Wao harbors are. Chapter 885. A willing striker and a willing receiver. Leia's nocturnal assault ultimately met with failure, not due to the vigilant defenses of Xavier, but because Leia was swiftly seized by Lilith, who grasped her by the nape of her neck and carried her away as soon as she made her move. This. Chapter 886. The Elemental Spirit of Magic. From a distance, one perceives a desolate expanse of barren earth and scattered stones. Yet, upon entering, one truly comprehends the overwhelming presence of malevolent energy, as if the very air were cleaved by a blade. With the prowess of a third-tier warrior, the protective aura of 1's fighting spirit. Chapter 887. The Hidden Crisis. As night fell, Emo Jessie placed her hands on her hips, reprimanding her son. Do you have any idea how much I worry about you? The Dead Corner is no ordinary place, even the members of the elven race. Chapter 888. The 36 Stratagems of Love. Using a knife to kill Little Weir and Lilith did not hastily attack the magical essence of the neglected corner. Instead, they first reformed the external magic array. Such a large-scale magic array is typically beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Chapter 889. Little Luo's anger and its serious consequences. The presence of 3 individuals does not enhance their likelihood of encountering the elemental spirits of magical power. Rather, it amplifies the intensity of the hellish magical shock experience collectively. Little Wei. Chapter 890. The 36 Stratagems of Love. Turning the tables. Brother Veer. Am I truly of no use? Outside the magic circle in a desolate corner, Leia, having consumed a vial of magical potion, wore an expression filled with despondency. Young Veer gently rubbed. Chapter 891. Lilith's counsel. Rhea is striving diligently, exercising to the point of exhaustion each day, leaving her with little energy to disturb herself, which piques young Vale's curiosity. However, regardless of whether it is Rhea or Lilith. Chapter 892. The new application of the Tree of Life in the desolate corner. Before Lilith and the formidable monster, there stood a group of 20 to 30 individuals, all possessing strength above the entry level, led by Leia and Alpha, the 20 or so elite. Chapter 893. Your strength is insufficient, holding us back as night descended. The weary will, having successfully hunted 5 inheritance crystals, gazed at the exhausted Leia, Lilith, and the powerful Lolo, pondering whether he had been remiss in his efforts. Chapter 894. The neighbor Davidson, a truly impolite young man, gazed at the 4-legged dragon soaring through the sky, his eyes flashing with a hint of anger, yet feeling somewhat helpless. Chapter 895. The Divine Guidance Manual. Chapter 896. Grandmother wishes to share in the feast. There are 2 demigods, hailing from the Wizard Alliance and the Sea Tribe, whose relations with our elven clan are relatively amicable. Elena has finally concluded the previous detour. Chapter 897. Do not keep me waiting too long, Brother Vale. May I purchase a copy of this information for my father? The Moon Elf tribe also has several demigod acquaintances visiting. As the meal is served, Chapter 898. Longing for the Rhinestar Mountain. Days pass by, and Little While's pace of advancement accelerates each day. As he approaches the core, the magical elemental spirits he encounters grow increasingly formidable. Little While faces them alone. Chapter 899. The Moon Elf Chief. The periphery of the blind spot is not devoid of resources. Little Weir and Lilith cannot allow their actions to be exposed in broad daylight, beyond the barrier of the blind spot. Chapter 900. The Fool has taken the bait. Little girl, do you truly wish to oppose my Moon Spirit clan? Isaiah gazed coldly at Lilith. His purpose for coming here was straightforward, to demonstrate power, while simultaneously confronting Lei. Chapter 901. The duel commences. Each fights their own battle. Shao Wire stifled a yawn, languidly stretching his limbs. He stepped forward first, murmuring as he walked. The hellish magic in this dead corner is truly too. Chapter 902. A resounding victory, accepting the bet and the consequences. Until the final moment. Who can truly ascertain the outcome? Elena appeared remarkably nonchalant, betraying no hint of anxiety, her gentle motion of smoothing her hair revealed. Chapter 903. Does this count as shooting oneself in the foot? The captives were released, each bearing their share of injuries. Among them, the 3 defeated by Little Weir sustained the least harm, while the most severely injured was the elven druid, who had been struck by the formidable strength of the brute. Chapter 904. The great construction of the elven territory. The situation in the dead corner slightly exceeded Little Vale's expectations. If Lilith were to continue building a power centered around that territory, the completion of this task would indeed be. Chapter 905. One must be accountable for their actions. Lilith has adeptly maximized her resources. Within the realm of the Sea Tribe lies a sanctuary island, a territory that this deity of music has transformed into a haven for both the aquatic clans and the sorcerers of the archipelago. Chapter 906. Carving out a new horizon. Lilith's unwavering resolve has yielded results, as several half-elves have gradually come forth to seek refuge. The half-elf girl and her mother are experiencing a steady improvement in their health, in Little Wei. Chapter 907. The Sunlight Wizard Tower is in position. The divine guide to becoming a god by Vale Stardust has gradually circulated over the past 6 months. While the channels are limited, they are not insignificant. The Moon Elf Isaiah, the Star Elf Ellen. Chapter 908. The Purification Operation in the Dead Zone. The purification operation in the core area of the Dead Zone has commenced. After more than half a year of practical research, Xiao Wire and Lilith have discovered that the magical essence strength throughout the entire dead zone is. Chapter 909. The first step in the development of the dead corner rolling helplessly on the ground to evade the deadly strike of the demon ape. Jasmine inwardly cursed the wretched magical spirit with fierce malice, while also feeling a tinge of secret resentment. Chapter 910. The second step of developing the dead corner, Xiao Wei's dragon language magic array, has reached a commendable level. His most significant innovation lies in the life defense shield, which employs a dual-layered structure of ordinary magical energy and infernal magical energy. Chapter 911. The Trap of Sunshine Academy. The inheritance crystals are indeed valuable treasures. However, individuals possess varying thresholds for absorption. It remains uncertain how much one can extract from these inheritance crystals, and furthermore. Chapter 912. The little undercover Davidson Elena withdrew early, her disdainful expression deeply provoking the Sun Elf clan leader, causing this long-established, renowned elven mage to display a countenance of. Chapter 913. A turbulent night in the heart of the dead corner. The infernal magic is extraordinarily potent, so potent, in fact, that Little Vale steadfastly guards the core area, with the Wizard's Tower serving as the epicenter, spanning a diameter of 5. Chapter 914. Infiltration of the Treasure Pavilion. A subtle mist enveloped the half-elf residence, and the dimly lit lamps failed to illuminate every corner of the expansive commercial street. A patrol team of 5 moved in coordinated steps. Chapter 915. Frenzied Slaughter. The true Mirage, the illustrious Nightwalker, Tang Si, has indeed sustained injuries. Could it be that a conflict arose during the contest for the Legacy Crystal with Lord Domingo? A voice resounded. Chapter 916. Fishing in Weir, the Star, and Moon Plundering. The 4-legged flying dragon carried Lilith, Leia, the mighty Luo, and the knight Jasmine, who were on the verge of slumber. The battle below failed to ignite any enthusiasm within them. A throng of individuals had succumbed to madness. Chapter 917. The counterattack of the Land of Light. The spectacle of over 20 saint-level powerhouses suspended in the square at the periphery of the half-elf residence captivated the entire Elven Isle. In the square, a grand billboard was erected, displaying. Chapter 918. A litany of crimes. The noble struggle today. The elves surrounding the home of the half-elves on the outskirts of the Elven Isles were treated to a splendid spectacle, one so captivating that they found it hard to tear themselves away. The villainous Domingo found himself in a rather pitiful and disheveled state. Chapter 919. The exposed hellish demon partner. Surprisingly, only a mere 5 or 6 individuals were willing to stand by Domingo. It is important to note that this assembly of the elven nobility gathered nearly 100 elven nobles, regardless of their rank or status. Chapter 920. The Battle of Honor. Invincible Lolitas on the Elven Isles, Little Veer, Lilith, and the mighty Lola are renowned as unrivaled beneath the demigods. They ascend to greater heights, having triumphed over numerous third-tier elves, for the third-tier masters are no match for them. Chapter 921. Good deeds reap rewards. Loyalty above all. A tall elven druid knelt reverently before the statue of the elven goddess, recounting his experiences with utmost respect. It was on a fateful night 2 decades ago. Chapter 922. Tang Si's release. Sanguine thoughts. Little Weir, Lilith, and Leia scrutinized the awakened beings of elven bloodlines as if they were evaluating livestock, meticulously assessing each individual's height, weight, age, appearance, strength level, and occupation. Chapter 923. The Demigod Challenge. The emergence of the demon sword technique before Conroy. The expressions on the faces of Xiao Weil and Lilith were shrouded in darkness. The number of those accusing Domingo appeared to have diminished significantly, while the praises sung in his honor began to surface. Chapter 924. The Defeat of Weir. Lilith's fury. Young Weir's body crashed violently onto the ground, sliding several yards on one hand, leaving behind a deep gash on the earth. The long sword in his grasp emitted a mournful wail, evidently. Chapter 925. A triumvirate of defeats, yet honor remains. I am a knight of the elves, and there are many varieties of such knights. Do you truly know what kind of knight I embody? As Conroy suddenly unleashed his fury, he executed a relentless series of 36 strikes. Chapter 926. Schemes and betrayals. The task of collecting the spoils of war was not one that could fall upon Conroy. With a single command from Sarn, the elite saints at his side promptly stepped forward, efficiently and decisively handling Domingo. Chapter 927. The Demigod of Multiple Exploitation. After the departure of Xiao Wei, Lilith, Monster Power Luo, and Leia, Conroy remained in the square for a considerable duration, waiting until sunset, yet they never returned. Chapter 928. The Twilight of Domingo. Chapter 929. Via's coming-of-age ceremony. Little Via has been feeling quite irritable lately. Chapter 930. Cleverness cannot achieve greatness ultimately. One must depart. Indeed, humanity should not be overly greedy. Standing upon the expansive balcony, the high priest gazed at the resplendent celestial chariot as it gradually receded into the distance, feeling an unmistakable sense of melancholy. Chapter 931. The peculiar atmosphere of the family reunion. Chapter 932. Sister's overwhelming prowess. Yahweh insisted on demanding 3 days from Xiao Wei Air. Yet Lilith granted her an entire month, provided that she could ensure Xiao Wei Air's regular training and that work responsibilities were not neglected. Chapter 933. The astonishment brought by the magic crystal card in the regions of Sunshine Territory, Dead Corner, Rose Territory, and the Half-Elf's Abode. The purification of the death energy proceeded remarkably well. Under the capable leadership of Xiawaya, success was achieved without fail. Chapter 934. The distinct half-elves. Welcome to the Half-Elf Home Treasure Pavilion, the most comprehensive and abundant emporium of treasures on the Elven Isles. Our mission is to serve you with utmost sincerity. I am your. Chapter 935. I am your great-uncle. I am the brother-in-law of the Lord. The Lady of the Lord is my biological sister. The silver-haired elven youth repeatedly hinted for the guard to step forward, yet he was met with indifference. Chapter 936. Once looked down upon, now unable to ascend, the young clan leader obeyed Lady Leia's every word. Meanwhile, the sales assistant, Xiao Ku, softly reminded him, upon realizing he could not contend with Lady Leia. Chapter 937. The commencement of the recovery of Saint-level prisoners. Xiao Wei and Xiao Wei casually explored all 3 floors of the treasure pavilion, each selecting 3 items on the first floor at prices significantly below their true value. Chapter 938. Are there really cats that do not stray? The development of the Land of Sunshine seems to have progressed rather swiftly, ever since the demigod Vea officially joined the Land of Sunshine a mere 3 months ago. The Land of Sunshine has. Chapter 939. Night Wolf Ancestor. Tang Xi's proposal. Not all saint-level experts are willing to live under the shadow of others. Aside from those who have already surrendered, and excluding the pure-blooded elven noble who redeemed himself along with his 2 subordinates, the other elves. Chapter 940. A visit to the demigod of Troy. Xiaowaya's vacation has been extended from 1 month to 6 months. Once the 4 territories of the Land of Sunshine could no longer accommodate her, Xiao Wei led her on a tour of the entire Elven Isles. Chapter 941. Beast hunting. Silently departing from the 6-ringed construct wizard tower, Troy tore through the fabric of space after sailing several hundred miles, instantly transporting himself along with Little Will and Little Vea thousands of miles away to a small island. Chapter 942. The predicament of the half-dragon people within the lush and dense jungle. Several figures advanced swiftly, traversing through the underbrush with reckless abandon. As they passed, chaos ensued. Birds took flight and dogs scattered, while magical beasts, regardless of their rank, retreated in haste. Chapter 943. A fruit that provoked a beast tide. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, 3 quick circles, and 3 slow circles. Chapter 944. Half-dragon. 9 classes on a modest hillock. 5 figures cautiously concealed themselves beside a massive boulder, armed with blades and spears, ever vigilant. Beasts of darkness galloped past them, though they had never. Chapter 945. Encountering a suitable partner, the colossal black dragon descended with a thunderous roar, causing all surrounding magical beasts within a radius of several hundred meters to collapse to the ground. Only the second-tier magical beasts, recognizing the impending danger and bereft of the allure of the fruit, managed to flee in time. Chapter 946. This young man actually understands the abyss. It is best for men not to interfere in matters concerning women. While Ivan and Xiaowei were engaged in close communication, Brand and Xiaowei Air had already commenced their endeavors on the battlefield. Chapter 947. What is the abyss? How much do you know about the abyss? For the 2 third-tier masters, there is truly no need to hasten the cleanup of the battlefield, and the exchange between Ivanth and Xiaowei continues. Chapter 948. Brand's inference. What is the abyss? Chapter 949. What to do when pie falls from the sky. As a metallic dragon. Chapter 950. Settling wage disputes. Chapter 951. I have long desired to deceive you. Do not fear, my daughter. Allow your father to take charge. Brant boldly stepped forward, his stature as a mature half-dragon towering over young Ver, exuding an undeniable presence. Chapter 952. Is Brand teaching girls or deceiving them? Has Troy betrayed us? Chapter 953. The most valuable gifts are those given freely fleeing? Escape is an impossibility. That young lad is merely executing a strategic withdrawal, aiming for a more advantageous advance. Brand observed young while grasping his sister. Chapter 954. Brand's gift: a sudden emergence of a multitude of saint-level magical beasts in the land of sunshine, though conducted in secrecy, nevertheless captured the attention of certain discerning individuals, such as Elena and also Isaac. Chapter 955. The confidence of the sunlit land. Jessie is the daughter of Elena, and her own strength is merely at the second tier. Apart from her somewhat unique status as the mother of Xiao Weier and Xiao Weiya, her other abilities are rather. Chapter 956. The dilemma of Jessie. The strength of the magical beasts, particularly the dragon-type monsters, is formidable. Surprisingly, none of the saint-level experts in the land of sunshine have been able to successfully tame these magical companions, and it appears that. Chapter 957. All are actors in truth. This is not particularly challenging. It merely requires the application of the process of elimination. Isaiah appeared nonchalant, as if this were indeed a. Chapter 958. Internal meeting. Another conspiracy? The mighty Druid Vale Stardust has received the Reverse Dragon Order and is set to embark on the perilous path of the Reverse Dragon with his wife, Lilith Kindle. This news is quietly circulating among the pure-blooded elven nobility. Chapter 959. The entanglement of the elven priestess in this world. There is no wall that does not allow the passage of sound. What is known by one person remains a secret, yet when two are aware, it ceases to be so. Moreover, now that both Xiao Weier and Lilith are soon to. Chapter 960. The dragon spirit family continues to progress. Who on the entire elven island is most concerned with the land of sunshine? Gino Billy Dorak. As the external supervisor of the dragon spirit family, his authority. Chapter 961. Gino's ultimate purpose. Lilith. Do you know what is the most crucial element in achieving the status of a colossal dragon druid? Gino suddenly posed a question, one that left Lilith deep in contemplation. Chapter 962. The gamble of the dragon spirit family. Gino Billy Dolage was cast out of the sunlight territory, his requests unheeded by Lilith. Young Veer aspired to journey further along the path of the reverse dragon, and Chapter 963. Pursuit on the sea. The siren's gift. The boundless ocean lay calm, with mere 3-foot waves lapping gently. A majestic fish eagle, with wings spanning nearly 10 feet, soared freely through the sky. Wherever it passed, the birds hastily retreated, while the fish beneath the surface sank in trepidation at its shadow. Chapter 964. A battle of wits and deceit. Upon seeing that silhouette, the young man let out a deep sigh, retracting his long sword. He released the solitary canoe and settled into it directly. This abrupt action took everyone by surprise. Chapter 965. No escape from the truth. You wretched boy, prepare to meet your demise. The siren demigoddess could no longer maintain her composure. Her dignified image as a demigod was utterly shattered after being outsmarted time and again. Chapter 966. The unassailable divine might. Heaven's wrath can be endured, yet self-inflicted suffering is inescapable. Is it not preferable to embrace simplicity? Why must one provoke those who ought not to be disturbed? The voice of the youth. Chapter 967. Tree fertilizer. The god of pirates in the realm of Zumya world, Xiaoweir, Lilith, Guililuo, and Xiawaya gathered together. In addition to their company, there was another presence. Or rather, a trophy, the pirate. Chapter 968. Whose 100,000 demon stones. The entrance to the path of the reverse dragon is not limited to a single location. However, each reverse dragon token corresponds to a unique entrance. Standing upon a rocky outcrop measuring merely a few meters across, young Veer. Chapter 969. The dragon god above. Another bug emerges. Would it suffice if only the two of you were to enter? This young man was merely a filler, wasn't he? The fiery old dragon, adhering to the principle of saving whenever possible, promptly rejected Gino. Chapter 970. The losers of the first challenge. Ahead lies a grand plaza, bordered by stone tablets inscribed with draconic script. At the heart of the plaza stands a majestic dragon, tasked with guiding those in need. Should you find yourself unable to decipher the draconic inscriptions, the guiding dragon shall assist you. Chapter 971. I suspect you collaborated to deceive me. Why is the sky 3 feet high? Because a certain avaricious little fellow wishes to scrape the ground by 3 feet. Sometimes, stating it as merely 3 feet is an understatement. It is a blazing inferno. Chapter 972. A risk-free transaction for quick gains. Given Lilith's bloodline concentration, had she not appeared simultaneously with Xiao Weier, she would have been subjected to the most challenging assessment. However, with the presence of Xiao Wire, who exceeds all specifications. Chapter 973, Barbecue for Treasures. A fair exchange. The vast expanse of the icy plains differs significantly from the fiery mountains stretching for 800 miles. Here, one encounters the purest of ice fields. Towering ice peaks and glacial rivers, enveloped in an extreme chill. Although it cannot be said that not a single blade of grass thrives here. It is a landscape of stark desolation. Chapter 974. The thread of the Blue Dragon. The 800-li Flame Mountain forms a slender passage spanning 800 miles, while the 1,000-li ice plain encompasses a small world of 1,000 square miles. Lilith diligently strives to cultivate her future magical prowess. Chapter 975. The Tranquil Village of the Defeated Newcomers. Welcome to the third stage of the Dragon Reversal Path, the hero's journey. Here lies the abode of the vanquished, a sanctuary for the dragon-blooded who have faced defeat. Little Veer, Lilith. Chapter 976. It turns out to be the brother-in-law's visit. Cart Kerbees? Suddenly, Gino gazed at Carter and uttered a name. Carter scratched his head. Did I just introduce my full name? Chapter 977. A truly crafty merchant. Please do not push your luck too far. In this village, descendants of the Longling family constitute at least 30% of the population. Although your strength is formidable, it is not easy to triumph over the many under the constraints of the rules. Chapter 978. Reluctant to lose a second daughter as night fell, the flourishing business prevented Xiao Wei and Lilith from entering the hero's path that day. They had no choice but to set up camp and rest for the night. Chapter 979. Confrontation and mastery of magic. The path of the hero tests not only strength, but also courage. Without courage, one cannot triumph. This time, Xiao Wei and Lilith unexpectedly found themselves assigned to. Chapter 980. The beast tide and break through. The desert is teeming with an overwhelming multitude of magical beasts, including packs of desert wolves, colossal desert lizards, venomous desert scorpions, swarms of desert snakes, and hordes of desert mice. However, the most terrifying among them is undoubtedly the army of desert ants. Chapter 981. Gino's dream of constructing sorcery. Is this truly the essence of construct sorcery? The capabilities of a construct sorcerer are indeed formidable, living up to the reputation of a war mage. Gino was genuinely taken aback, for merely 5 or 6. Chapter 982. Will drawing a turtle transform it into a turtle? Lilith, I can sense it. Beyond the mountains lies the vast ocean. Yet it cannot be traversed by external means. One must swim across. This is an immutable regulation that cannot be altered. Chapter 983. Braving the Ocean. A forbidden realm. As Xiao Wei contemplated the harmonious fusion of the mountains and the sea, the Snowwood realm experienced a violent tremor. The two small spaces tethered to the Snowwood realm shrank considerably, their forms. Chapter 984. Passage and perfect evaluation. After enduring the trials of the 10 miles of fish, Gino felt as if he had been utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the weariness that had once enveloped him had significantly diminished. The fish. Chapter 985. The enchanting blessing of the golden dragon. Congratulations, my child. Arriving here with such a humble lineage and meager strength, you are indeed fortunate. Fortune, after all, is an elusive ally, a stroke of serendipity. Chapter 986. The two with anomalous states. In the fourth challenge, the guardian takes the form of a black dragon. This black dragon exhibits a far more favorable disposition towards Xiao Wei and Lilith than the azure dragon, even going so far as to engage in several transactions with Xiao Wei. Chapter 987. The enigmatic inference of the otherworldly realm. The bipedal dragons favor the marshy terrains for habitation, exuding a faint yet pungent odor. They possess sharp and robust claws, capable of launching acidic assaults, and are classified as formidable creatures of remarkable strength. Chapter 988. Enveloped in darkness, yet yearning for light. This alternate dimension is 100-fold larger than the Dream Island realm that Xiao Wei had previously encountered. Purging it is no simple task. If it were still 10 years ago. Chapter 989. Tales and transformations. The night in the underworld is frigid. The luminescent grass offers no warmth. And the Shadow tribe is not akin to the Fire tribe, as their geographical position is far from advantageous. Chapter 990. The great demon King Veer-Rena's heart was in turmoil. What was her purpose in remaining here? Oh, Mother in the heavens, please guide me on what to do. In this moment. Chapter 991. Strength breeds arrogance. The Shadow village was engulfed in an overwhelming terror. The village chief and the remaining villagers fled in haste, leaving behind only Reyna and a handful of young girls. At that moment, Chapter 992. Distribution of Power and Conspiracy. The underground realm is vast, taking the shape of a perfect circle with a diameter exceeding 3,000 miles. The passage leading through is located at the heart of the Demon King's Palace. The Demon King's Palace. Chapter 993. Doubt and sudden twist. The Shadow Village is truly deserted. Not a soul remains. The passage outside the village stands wide open, and inscribed upon the stone wall is a record stating, "At the invitation of the Ember Fire Tribe, in the year XXXX." Chapter 994. Subjugating two villages as followers. Boom, boom. The thunderous sound of footsteps reverberated through the air, causing beasts to flee in all directions. Whether they were lowly creatures or first- and second-tier monsters, any that dared to confront. Chapter 995. Following Lord Veer to feast. A challenger has shattered the army of monstrous beasts and is poised to assault the Demon King's Palace. This news has swept through the underground world like a tempest, spreading evermore. Chapter 996. The Great Battle Against the Skeletons, breaching the city gates 200 miles from the Demon King's Palace. Xiao Wei began to advance along a spiral route around the palace, methodically clearing the surrounding magical beasts. Wherever he passed, it was not merely. Chapter 997. The Enchantment Array. Refining the mountain city. The terrain within the Demon King's castle is perilous, yet its structure is not overly intricate. The broad and sturdy streets provide an ideal setting for the steel puppets to unleash their formidable prowess. Ahead, waves of skeletal soldiers, numbering in the thousands, surge forth. Chapter 998. The Dark Chess of the Hellbone Dragon. The furious roars emanating from the lofty Demon King's palace resonated throughout the mountain city, causing the entire settlement to tremble violently. Streams of black light surged forth from the palace, soaring towards the celestial web above. Chapter 999. Rena's decision. The formidable power of the Hellbone Dragon's Millennium Arrangement is truly immense. Within the mountain city, the demonic energy in the Demon King's palace took Little Veer a full 7 days to completely absorb. Chapter 1000. The Art of Negotiating with Dragons. As Xiao Wire presented fragments of the Tree of Life, the face of the Emerald Forest Dragon was adorned with an expression of peculiar delight, were it not for the prohibition against thievery in the Square of the Guides. Chapter 1001. A world shrouded in green terror. Skill. The crux lies not in technique, but in the equality of identity and status. Little Veer gazed at the dense forest surrounding him. Confronted with Lilith's inquiry, he remained. Chapter 1002. A new hope for the House of Rebels. Unlike the previous underground world, this realm is devoid of indigenous inhabitants. It is inhabited solely by challengers and their descendants. The House of Rebels is a small town, a modest. Chapter 1003. Ambush on the Green Dragon. Wisdom of Wilton. Amidst the thunderous roar that pierced the air, a massive cloud of toxic green mist approached. At the command of the elder leader, all were instructed to consume the elixir. Chapter 1004. The Fall of the Five Great Kings. The former leader personally extended his apologies to Xiao Wei and Lilith, while the other second-tier experts, who were aware of Xiao Wei and Lilith's formidable strength, felt no sense of discomfort whatsoever. Chapter 1005. Will it ultimately return to the abyss? Has the Green Dragon Lycian truly been reduced to a mere head? The answer is negative. It is merely that Leia's specialty dragon shop has opened, and little will. In order to support her. Chapter 1006. Unexpected Gains. The Codex of Thunder God. Little One, you have performed admirably. The guide for the 6th trial is a demigod-level bronze dragon. By the time Weir, Lilith, and the others finish their discussion about the stone tablet, they will arrive at their own. Chapter 1007. The Resolution of Little Veer, Thunder and Lightning. This is a world dominated by the vast ocean, devoid of any visible land. The sea is beset by tempestuous storms, flashes of lightning illuminating the darkened skies, while beneath the waves, monstrous creatures wreak havoc, creating a scene of utter chaos. Chapter 1008. The world of post-human climate transformation. The island of Sanctuary expands gradually day by day, its foundations steadily rising. Surrounding the island are towering monolithic pillars, each reaching a height of 100 meters, stretching towards the clouds, bearing the weight of the heavens above. Chapter 1009. The Exiled Land, the Edge of Desolation. What audacity! What intentions do these 3 colossal dragons harbor? Dragons possess immense intelligence, particularly those of the highest echelon endowed with ancestral lineage. Chapter 1010. On one side is strength. On the other is crisis. How long have you been in this realm? Little Weir expressed no interest in the so-called leader of the White Dragon bloodline. but instead found himself captivated by Andrea. Chapter 10:11. Establishing Trade. The emergence of the White Dragon, the Crystal Palace, is safeguarded by a formidable dragon language magic array, serving as the final refuge for those who venture forth. As a trusted ally and the most powerful scout, Andrea naturally. Chapter 10:12. The online teaching of the White Dragon. The emergence of the Frost White Dragon attracted the attention of Sanctuary Island. Upon approaching within 100 miles of the island, the Frost White Dragon also perceived the sounds emanating from Sanctuary Island, and at once. Chapter 10:13. The Great Battle Against the White Dragon. Fisherman Adele. A fierce battle raged on for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, the serene Pu Island lay undisturbed, while 10 Sky Knights dutifully concealed themselves within the subterranean safe zone. On the second day, they commenced their probing. Chapter 10:14. The Game of the Bronze Dragon. In pursuit of overcoming the challenges and escaping this dreadful world. Adele devoted 10 years to meticulously observing the every move of the 3 monstrous dragons, even daring to infiltrate their lairs on several occasions. Chapter 10:15. The Deal. Lilith's 3 conditions: warmth, comfort. How long has it been since these sensations graced her? When Adele awoke from her slumber, she found herself nestled in a spacious and cozy bedroom. Chapter 10:16. Handover and Transaction. Adele's astonishment. Adele, a woman of considerable intelligence, secured the coveted flesh and blood of the White Dragon following the signing of the contract. However, she did not immediately consolidate the 3 pieces of flesh and depart from this place. Instead, Chapter 10:17. The Prodigy of Fortuity. You are aware of Chapter 10:18. My task is to assist you in dealing with a mistress? How could it be so remarkable? It must surely be a coincidence. Indeed, it is undeniably a coincidence. Adele's words were somewhat disjointed, as she struggled to accept that events could align in such an improbable manner. Chapter 10:19. The Half-Dragon Who Emerged and the Chaotic Elves. In the year XXXX of the Dragon God era, the 99th Half-Dragon Championship was held on the island of Parzona, a territory of Silver Dragon Island, with nearly 1,000 participants from 87 half-dragon tribes competing at various levels. Chapter 10:20. The Uncontainable Land of Sunshine. The whereabouts of the esteemed Wizard Vale have long been shrouded in mystery. Although reports from the upper echelons of the half-dragon faction indicate that he has been ensnared within the 6th layer of the reverse dragon path, the Land of Sunshine has also acknowledged this matter. Chapter 10:21. Adele's deceptive scheme to steal employees. The meeting between Lilith and Yame was exceedingly straightforward. They commenced with an altercation, cautioning her against any reckless behavior, and subsequently directed their ire towards Adele. Was the reasoning truly significant? Chapter 10:22. The Final Boss. The Sea King Dragon Xiao Wei felt quite displeased. The first 5 levels of the dragon's path were effortlessly traversed by him. Without a doubt, the most time-consuming aspect was the treasure hunting and mining. As for the enemies, they posed no real threat. Chapter 10:23. The Troublesome Sea King Dragon. 1. What do you desire? What can you offer me, aside from the flesh and blood upon your form? With this single remark from Xiao Wei, the blue-haired beauty was left speechless, realizing that apart from her body, there was little else to discuss. Chapter 10:24. The Tenacious Sea King Dragon. 2. 3 days later, at the lair of the Sea King Dragon, Little Weir remarked that the enemy's stronghold was none other than his own territory. In 3 days, that place would belong to him. Chapter 10:25. Unexpected for each other. The Sea King Dragon exhibited remarkable caution, while the relocation efforts of Andrea and her companions proceeded with great smoothness. Even though Little Wolf frequently appeared in the Sea King Dragon's lair, distancing himself from Andrea, there were no. Chapter 10:26. The Power Befitting the Victor. Chapter 10:27. The Contract Signing. The Destiny Pearl. The azure-haired beauty, the Sea King Dragon, possessing the key of space, is uncontainable. In a solitary boat upon the vast ocean, Little Weir quietly gazes at the enchanting figure before her, pondering the demands she has put forth. Chapter 10:28. Collecting the Destiny Orbs. Brother, Vansty misses you dearly. Please hurry and revive Vansty. Little Weir's eyes suddenly flew open, realizing that he had inadvertently fallen asleep. Chapter 10:29. Farewell to Lolita. Upon encountering Lolita once more, young Veer was accompanied not by Lilith, but by Lantis. The enchanting golden dragon Lolita gazed with her strikingly beautiful eyes. Chapter 10:30. The New World, the Hunted Sea Dragon. The path of the 10,000 reverse dragons is not merely an empty phrase. It does not simply refer to the distance from the entrance of the reverse dragon path to Dragon Island. Rather, It signifies the arduous journey one must undertake to traverse the 9 trials of the Reverse Dragon Path. Chapter 1031. Goblins and the Crystal Dragon. Chapter 1032. The Tragic History of the Sea King Dragon. Chapter 1033. The Tyranny of Goblin Civilization. What is the modus operandi of the Dragon Clan? Without a moment's hesitation, Leo was intent on subduing the 2 outsiders, scarcely pausing to reflect on the manner in which he had been rescued. Chapter 1034. Unexpected Discoveries, Ingenious Uses of Space. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. Centuries of hardship have rendered Leo exceedingly cautious. Yet excessive caution can often lead to timidity. Regarding the goblins. Chapter 1035. Infiltrating the goblin base. What is the most prominent characteristic of the goblin lair? It is rugged, intricate, and imbued with a distinct goblin essence. Even amidst the dominance of one of the space's rulers, it exhibits a savage evolution. Chapter 1036. Enlisting Lantis. I am deeply intrigued. Soaring freely through the sky, though cloaked in invisibility, is an unparalleled exhilaration. Lantis gazes with glistening eyes at the young boy not far away. Truly. Chapter 1037. Is Xiao Wei a weakling? Those within our ranks possess certain privileges. And Xiao Wei does not hesitate to offer a brief elucidation of his intentions and actions. We face 2 adversaries, one being. Chapter 1038. The confrontation within Gary Island. The architecture of Gary Island appears somewhat chaotic, yet the streets are remarkably spacious, with an incessant flow of magical vehicles. This place serves as the epicenter of the world, where His Highness, the Crystal Dragon King, resides. Chapter 1039. The Wheel of Fate has begun to turn. Wix ultimately did not dare to make any requests. He merely reported the unknown forces that had been stealthily attacking the Goblin clan to the Crystal Dragon, receiving an expected response in return. Chapter 1040. The Alternative Legacy of the Goblin Overlord. My dear child, the rulers of the Goblin clan shall only meet their demise at the hands of their successor. This is not a matter of prophecy or calculation, it is our fate. Chapter 1041. The Counterattack of the Sea King Dragon. Magical Resonance. Magical Interference. Little Veer fiddled with the instrument in his hands, a hint of a smile gracing his face. This contraption was quite fascinating. A full year. Chapter 1042. The Advantages of Goblin Civilization. How large can an instrument held in hand be? Little Weir will inform you that, in fact, it is not exceedingly large, with a diameter not exceeding 3 meters and a weight of less than 5 tons, merely. Chapter 1043. The Conspiracy of Wix. The Crystal Dragon unleashed its wrath, causing the Goblin clan to tremble in fear. The newly appointed Crystal Dragon attendants, along with a dozen chefs, were incinerated in an instant by its fiery breath. The reason was straightforward. They had. Chapter 1044. The Script of Wix. What does it feel like to manipulate everything from behind the scenes, watching all, including the seemingly invincible true sovereign, the Crystal Dragon, advance according to one's orchestrated command? Chapter 1045. The Crystal Dragon Strikes. Wix unease. The master of the Goblin clan, the most magnificent, invincible, and noble lord of the Crystal Dragons, your humble servant reports to you, your most loyal servant of the Goblin clan. Chapter 1046. Familiar yet hostile. The Crystal Dragon gazed at the island below, a nostalgic expression crossing its face, tinged with a hint of anger. It stared silently at the island, and after a prolonged moment, emitted a. Chapter 1047. The Goblin Rebellion. The chaos of Gary Island. Wix gazed at the fate orb in his hand, enveloped in a crimson glow, the last vestige of golden light completely obscured. A flicker of. Chapter 1048. Completely different from the prophecy. Lantis's figure plummeted suddenly, enveloped in a whirlwind of blue magic. A fierce sensation of tearing pain emanated from the wings, while a colossal tail lashed out violently, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. Chapter 1049. The Grand Scheme of the Crystal Dragon. Why? The Sea King Dragon puppet controlled by Vix is indeed formidable, equipped with over 1,000 high-quality magic stones and several supreme-grade magic. Chapter 1050. The Unforeseen in Prophecy. Lantis, taking on human form, valiantly suppressed his exhaustion, steadfastly keeping himself upright. His gaze was fixed intently upon the crystalline dragon, Meow. Suddenly, he inquired, I am quite curious, from what you refer to as. Chapter 1051. The Crystal Dragon's Outburst. Little Will's plunder. The Crystal Dragon, Meow, has never been one to excel in adaptability. It is not that he is genuinely dim-witted. Rather, he lacks the quick wit often required in sudden situations. He prefers to analyze problems meticulously, taking his time. Chapter 1052. Contrarian approach, what can be accomplished in 30 seconds? Little Weir reveals that within this fleeting half-minute, he can traverse 100 meters underground and subsequently detonate the Crystal Palace of Crystal Mountain. Chapter 1053. The shift of offense and defense. Lantis opted not to linger for another month, allowing Xavier, Leo, and others, perhaps including the dragon, to divert the attention of the crystal dragon, Meow, but instead chose to engage everyone directly. Chapter 1054. The Crystal Domain. Battle of the demigods within the crystalline barrier. The formidable power of Mio erupted in an instant as he bellowed, Crystal Domain. The domain is the ultimate skill of the demigods. Chapter 1055. The Grand Overseer of the Crystal Palace. Wix as the crystalline dragon, Meow, retreated. Lantis led 5 third-tier Sea King dragons in a relentless assault against the crystal barrier for a full hour before reluctantly withdrawing, while Meow concealed himself in the shadows. Chapter 1056. Dark Elves versus Dark Elves. What does it signify to have 3,000 first-tier warriors? Even if these formidable warriors are unable to harness their battle energy, 1,000 of them still constitute an exceedingly considerable force. And Chapter 1057. Who will prevail? Heaven knows Xiao Wei managed to breach 2 crystalline barriers in succession before being caught up by the crystal dragon, Meow. The two engaged in a fierce battle, and, as expected, Xiao Wei found himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 1058. The Counteroffensive Plan. Chapter 1059. A mouth full of excrement. Silencing with feces. Plans and reality often diverge. Initially, Xiao Wei and Meow engaged in a fierce battle that lasted an hour without a clear victor, before retreating with composure. The Crystal. Chapter 1060. Semi-divine authority, theft, and deprivation. Indeed, that is the way, if one is a man. Then exert oneself with vigor. Only then does one exhibit a semblance of masculinity. Have you not dined? Or perchance, did you indulge excessively last night? Chapter 1061. The demise of the crystal dragon. Slaying a demigod is indeed no trivial task. Young Weir, Lantis seized the advantage of time and place, and even launched a surprise attack that sealed one of the abilities of the crystal dragon, Meow. Ultimately, Chapter 1062. Everything has come to an end. The home lay in utter disarray, with corpses strewn across the ground. The only casualties were the goblin puppets, the gnolls, and the gray dwarves. Iron war chariots stood abandoned, yet they remained unscathed. Chapter 1063. The escape of Lantis. When Lolita proclaimed that Lantis could depart from the path of the reversed dragon, little Will was utterly bewildered, while Lantis was engulfed in a wave of ecstasy. To leave the path of the reversed dragon signified. Chapter 1064. The Wandering Chef of the Four Directions Continent. The Dragon God Festival is the grandest celebration held once every 5 years in the Cloud and Mist Kingdom of the Four Directions Continent. It also serves as the ultimate competition for all chefs in the kingdom to vie for the title of the world's foremost chef. The origins of this festival. Chapter 1065. The eccentric artisan. Make way, make way. The elegantly attired gentleman appeared eager to rush toward the nearby brook. Yet the flames blazed with such ferocity that he found himself in a most distressing predicament. Chapter 1066. The unreliable hunter captain. The leader of the steel hunters, renowned as the foremost in Ironclaw City, is the formidable and rugged Mabry. A young man exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the towering figure before him. A man of 9 feet in height, broad-shouldered and robust. Chapter 1067. The cunning lowly summoner. The noble young master, the wandering chef, the unreliable tough guy captain, the faceless cloaked magician, along with myself, an unlicensed blacksmith, little while has always felt that he. Chapter 1068. The beastly uprising and the framing of innocence. If one were to contemplate the subjects that have garnered extensive research in this world, aside from the culinary arts, it would undoubtedly be spatial magic. The myriad of magical artifacts designed for spatial storage is but a mere prelude to the complexities involved. Chapter 1069. Returning the favor in kind. There exists a myriad of creatures within the realm of monsters, not confined to a singular type. Their appearance does not resemble that of pursuers. Rather, it seems akin to that of fleeing individuals. Young Veer casually sees the item cradled in Baldy's embrace. Chapter 1070. Omen of the Beastmen's siege. The banquet hall of the Lord's Manor in Ironclad City buzzed with an extraordinary vibrancy today, as nearly all the noble elite gathered in unison. A dozen esteemed 3-star chefs had nearly monopolized all the high-end culinary offerings of Ironclad City. Chapter 1071. Natural beast repelling materials. The more time I spend in contact with Little Weir, the more I discovered the profound depths of this enigmatic individual. What significance does being a master craftsman hold? This fellow's combat prowess surpasses that of everyone on our side. Chapter 1072. You have the potential to become a 5-star summoner. Beldy's complexion remained pale throughout the morning, enduring the relentless mockery of Katie. Powerful creatures possess a profound sense of territoriality. They often. Chapter 1073. The hunt for the ether dragon beast. Why is this happening? Katie crouched upon the back of the Gale Wolf, ceaselessly evading and leaping, while the steel armor adorning Marbury left a series of distinct marks. Chapter 1074. For the restoration of the nation, a dozen figures clad in tightly wrapped black garments swiftly encircled them, wielding blades, firearms, and staffs, emanating an aura of lethal intent that was unmistakable. Chapter 1075. The contradictory rebel Houghton. It is too late. It is already too late. The kingdom of cloud and mist is on the verge of becoming a mere memory. Houghton Tamik repeated this singular phrase incessantly, with nothing else to utter. Chapter 1076. The fall of Iron Clamp City. The inexplicable downfall of Iron Clamp City unfolded as the city's defense forces suddenly collapsed. Countless beasts surged forth, encountering minimal resistance as they penetrated the city's confines. All inhabitants. Chapter 1077. Whose scheme? Spatial transmission. A resounding roar of a dragon echoed through the air, shaking the very foundations of the Ironclaw City. All the beasts within trembled in fear, scattering in panic. Youngwer stood resolutely with his sword, gazing skyward, as a colossal projection blotted out the heavens. Chapter 1078. What have you done? Chapter 1079. The unsealing of the island of the undead. The corpse of the hurricane python was casually collected by Little Weir, causing the silver dragon, Maiden Linda, to twitch at the corners of her eyes. It seems that there are numerous secrets hidden within this kin of hers. Chapter 1080. Siege of the Lava Demon. As the ominous clouds of death dissipated without a trace, as the spatial restrictions were shattered, as countless skeletal wraiths turned to dust, one could observe this young man amidst the adversaries. Chapter 1081. The demigod lich in action. I am Horrors, a demigod-level lich, and I find myself in a state of disarray. Can anyone elucidate how the deathly clouds, which have accumulated over a millennium, have vanished so abruptly? Chapter 1082. The acquisition of the Fate Box. Little Weir is exceedingly busy, caught in a whirlwind of activity. Beneath the island of the undead lies a labyrinth of more than a dozen levels, each with its unique terrain, teeming with skeletons, zombies, and vengeful spirits. Chapter 1083. Deserving of incompletion. In the realm of the reverse dragon path, the beings residing therein could not possibly fathom their circumstances without the tidings of outsiders. Numerous challengers have traversed the first 6 gates of the 9 trials of the reverse dragon, including Landy. Chapter 1084. The great migration of the Cloud Mist Kingdom. The space surrounding the island of the undead has been confined, fortifying the direct connection between its interior and other realms. Linda, a decisive and formidable figure, has surprisingly. Chapter 1085. The Siege of the Undead. Chapter 1086. First. Call him grandfather. Little Wall possessed an exceptionally powerful mental prowess, effortlessly locating the commander concealed within the army of the undead. In a swift motion, he appeared behind him. Chapter 1087. The battle commences after the deal halls was not one to squander resources, with so many cities laid to waste under his hand. Where once vibrant life had turned to mere skeletons and zombies, what purpose did the riches left behind serve? Naturally, they were to be. Chapter 1088. Capturing Hars. Hars possesses formidable strength and remarkable decisiveness. Rather than passively observing Shawaya as he set up the magical array, Hars unleashed his full power directly. Chapter 1089. The ambitious king of the mist. The scale of the undead catastrophe exceeded the imagination of Little Will, the silver dragon Linda, and the white dragon Daryl. Over 70% of the territories of the Flame Kingdom and the Apothecary Kingdom have succumbed, and the Fallen Lands are all. Chapter 1090. Summoned Beast. Kali Shao Weir's time scavenging resources was indeed brief. He drained the magma lake in the habitat of the lava demon within 3 months, unearthing a plethora of hidden treasures within the molten depths. Chapter 1091. You too, decide with rock, paper, scissors. Perhaps it was the stroke of good fortune brought by Carly. On the very next day of her arrival, the spatial coordinates for the 9th trial were secured. A 5-star summoner, as per usual, initiated. Chapter 1092. The sudden conclusion. As the 2 dragons clashed, Little Weir found himself in an advantageous position. In their fervent quest to secure the qualification to enter the ninth realm, the colossal dragons vied to present their treasures to Weir, attempting to. Chapter 1093. Daryl's choice. Linda's departure was exceedingly abrupt, catching Little Will completely off guard. However, in Daryl's eyes, there existed only Linda. Everything else was utterly inconsequential. Indeed, all others were of no significance. Chapter 1094. An unusual beginning. Why the vast ocean? I had distinctly implored Lolita to transport me to the shore. Lying in the modest little boat, young Will rested his arms beneath his head and gazed upwards. Chapter 1095. Confrontation at the dock. This hairstyle does not suit him. Twin ponytails are an abomination. Although you are my brother and my greatest partner on this matter, I must firmly disagree. Chapter 1096. The criteria for entering the family as the resounding chimes echoed from afar. The Ice and Fire Hall on Ice and Fire Island was bustling with guests, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the host, General Rose of Ice and Snow, was notably absent. Chapter 1097. The Extraordinary Exhibition. Chapter 1098. The Triple Pass. Chapter 1099. For the sake of survival, the candidates who have completed the first round of selection, regardless of whether they were successful or not, have been gathered together. Those who did not participate are in another location: bamboo poles, leather. Chapter 1100. The half-step demigod of the six-root laws chain. Is this the sensation of attaining the pinnacle of the third tier? Upon awakening, Shower discovered that his storm attribute had also reached perfection, and that which previously harbored the storm attribute. Chapter 1101. The misfortune of Little Weir Xiao Wei. What is the situation outside? How much time has elapsed? Little Weir felt an extraordinary sense of well-being in his current state. Yet he vaguely sensed that a formidable presence lingered not far away. Chapter 1102. You are not merely at the pinnacle of the third tier. You have ascended to the realm of demigods. The colossal sword in Temple's grasp trembled violently, his arms growing weak as the force from the opponent's long sword surged forth. Chapter 1103. The end of Temple. Victory deserves a reward. What is the reward that Little Will bestows upon Temple? In moments of profound exhaustion, relaxation and rest undoubtedly stand as the finest of rewards. Chapter 1104. Understanding and choices. The fierce battle against Temple persisted for a day and a night. Although it concluded with an unabashed draw, the rewards were substantial. Young Will not only became well acquainted with the demigods. Chapter 1105. Equipment Stream versus Cheaters. The brave of the Raging Tide is the chieftain of the Raging Tide Merman tribe, backed by millions of Raging Tide merfolk. Although their individual strength may not be formidable, the sheer numbers. Chapter 1106. Deception and Betrayal. Battle Contract. The Rock Spike. A pillar of stone rapidly ascended beneath Xiao Wei, lifting him 3 zhang off the ground. Only then did he signal the brave of the raging waves with a sphere and a signal. This battle. Chapter 1107. Temptation of Wealth. Abundant harvest. If one were to assert that the Mad Dog Temple, devoid of power and influence, was compelled to descend into depravity for the sake of survival, then the valiant Tidebreaker, endowed with inherent authority and status, willingly succumbs to moral decline in pursuit of a more opulent existence. Chapter 1108. Pseudo-Domain versus Pseudo-Domain. Xiao Wei comfortably took a 2-day respite, meticulously organizing the insights he had garnered during this period. Just as he was about to relish his accomplishments, a line of large characters suddenly appeared on the ground before him. Chapter 1109. The ruthlessness of the Gale Warrior. No, the colossal rock puppet has been shattered, and the enemy has perished by their own hand. Why does the Crystal Realm still endure? The Gale Warrior suddenly sensed a hint of discord, only. Chapter 1110. The Enchantress rose suddenly. The surroundings began to tremble. An inexplicable voice informed me that the Ice and Fire maze was nearing its conclusion. What on earth? Has not even a day passed yet? Chapter 1111. The meeting with the Silver Dragon. The beauty that brings disaster. The ancients do not deceive me. After consecutively tearing through space 3 times and escaping 1,000 miles away, only then did the small Vil find the time to ascertain his whereabouts. As a result. Chapter 1112. Linda's intelligence. This world is indeed peculiar, possessing distinctly defined hierarchical restrictions. Although the external realm is fraught with various limitations, none are as unequivocal as these. Chapter 1113. The marvelous application of the reverse dragon pattern. Searching for an island brimming with magical energy amidst the vast ocean is no simple task. Yet this poses no challenge for the young Veer. First, he must eliminate all but 3 demigods residing on the island. Chapter 1114. The Dual Bandits. The courage of gold and silver. As the storm approaches, the winds fill the building, countless sails and trees compete to conceal their vessels. The shimmering light is obscured by the horizon, casting a melancholic air over Furnace Island. Furnace Island is situated at the juncture of nearshore and offshore waters, surpassing. Chapter 11:15. The General of the Furnaces commission. What is the mightiest thief in the four seas? In a general's mansion, with thousands stationed to guard it. They could only watch helplessly as their foes approached, and then as they departed. Chapter 11:16. The fruits of 3 years. The act of thievery is most effective when executed with utmost surprise, with a single decisive strike. Repeated attempts, however, only serve to complicate matters further. The Shadow Hero volunteered. Chapter 11:17. The lava passage. The Furnace Island resembles a furnace, with an active volcano and a pool of magma beneath its surface. A winding passage is permeated by a thick scent of sulfur. Were it not for the protective magic array and my sister. Chapter 11:18. The harvest beneath the lava. I am Steel, a molten fire dragon, the sovereign of the underworld of Furnace Island. At this moment, I find myself in a state of disquiet. I am not an ostentatious dragon. My true nature is. Chapter 11:19. A discourse on the future of the three kings. It is said that the king of the earth is indeed quite pitiable. A single utterance from Xiao Wei left Linda in a state of utter bewilderment, as one of the three sovereigns of this realm extends his sinister grasp. Chapter 11:20. Advancing is a pitfall, retreating is a pitfall. With a resounding clap of his hands upon the ground, the earth trembled and rocks began to rise. In the blink of an eye, a colossal puppet resembling a molten lava dragon emerged before him, Little Weir. Chapter 11:21. The one behind. In the reception hall of the Furnace General's mansion on Furnace Island, a subtle crimson glow illuminated the space, revealing the vibrant presence of abundant elemental magic as a pile of ground fire. Chapter 11:22. Returning a child to him. Amidst the vast ocean, tempestuous winds howled, lightning flashed, and torrential rain poured down. A small boat drifted aimlessly, tossed by the tumultuous waves, when suddenly, a colossal sea creature surged forth, opening its gaping maw. Chapter 11:23. The allure of Sleeping Beauty. Scarface, the formidable captain of the ice and snow pirate crew, commands a grand pirate ship and possesses the prowess of a peak-tier holy warrior of the third rank. Under his leadership, he boasts a cadre of 50 to 60 henchmen of varying ranks. Chapter 11:24. Grand reception at Ice and Fire Island. Ice and Fire Island has completely deviated from its intended position, drifting into a relatively secure area within the Misty Sea, 1,000 miles deep. The demigod-level magical beasts that once resided there. Chapter 11:25. The grandson-in-law of the Shadow King. Following the grand welcoming ceremony, a lavish banquet commenced. The responsibility for catering did not fall upon the General of Ice and Snow's estate, but rather upon the esteemed Will, the husband of the General's daughter. Chapter 11:26. The Legend of the Shadow Dragon. My grandmother was a pirate, a remarkable seeker of freedom. This marks the beginning of Rose's tale, the legendary saga of a female ice fairy. Chapter 11:27. How do you intend to deal with us? Upon awakening, the world had undergone a profound transformation. The valiant archer and the sea which were filled with resistance, yet amidst the vast ocean, they found it impossible to discern the cardinal directions, compelled to follow. Chapter 11:28. This young man, I have set my sights on. Beneath the expansive belly of a Tinjiang-long deep-sea manta ray lies a teleportation array, fortified by the formidable presence of a sea creature that embodies 6 intertwined laws, ensuring the security of its lair and the array itself. Chapter 11:29. The courtesy of the Shadow King. A magnificent palace sprawls over 1,000 acres, resplendent in its crystalline beauty. The bustling throngs of people traverse its grounds, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At the grand entrance, semi-divine beasts stand sentinel, while soldiers maintain a uniform watch over the premises. Chapter 11:30. The conditions of the Shadow King. The Shadow King, as expected, discarded a pot of fine tea carelessly and commenced the preparation of a second brew. This time, however, he resolutely refused to engage in frivolous banter with his beloved granddaughter. Chapter 11:31. Conditions for passage. 2 paths intertwine. The situation in the 9th trial of the Dragon's Reversal Road is somewhat exceptional. The power of this world surpasses the limits that an ordinary half-dragon can contend with, making it impossible to clear, as in the previous 8 trials. Chapter 11:32. The choice of Xiao Wei. A candid and forthright discussion has fostered a mutual understanding between both parties, particularly for Xiaowei heir, who, upon grasping the criteria for passage, is now contemplating how to. Chapter 1133. Who in this era does not have a doppelganger? You should not have come. On the small dock of Furnace Island, a tall figure stood proudly, gazing silently at the sea. The howling winds raged, yet they could not disturb his. Chapter 1134. The loyal Furnace General. Amidst the resounding clamor, Furnace Island trembled violently as the earth cracked, and the radiant celestial dome, which once served as their protective barrier, now became their most cherished refuge in their desperate bid for survival. The Battle Aura. Chapter 1135. The General of the Furnaces surrendered, beholding the colossal creature before him, which wagged its tail in a plea for mercy, sending debris scattering into the air. And with eyes brimming with an innocent and pitiable glow, the General of the Furnace found himself utterly bewildered. Chapter 1136. The cautious King of Earth. The King of Earth suddenly cast his gaze into the distance, revealing an expression of undeniable realization. The Shadow King had indeed escaped from the Furnace Island. The Sea King, with a hint of disdain. Chapter 1137. The grief of the Sea King's palace. How dare these despicable creatures? As the Sea King gazed upon the ruins before him, walls crumbled, rivers of blood flowing, and corpses strewn across the ground. His eyes filled with fury, and the formidable aura surrounding him erupted instantaneously. Chapter 1138. The unsealing of Furnace Island. Something is amiss. Profoundly amiss. The King of the Earth hovered in midair, his gaze fixed intently upon Furnace Island. The radiant celestial canopy remained formidable, and the entire island continued to tremble. Chapter 1139. The enigmatic domain. Gathering of the Beast King's Shadow King. Hasten your pace. You are on the verge of eluding me. Oh, this shadow trap is rather exquisite, quite tantalizing. I find it to my liking yet. Chapter 1140. The sorrow of the Sea King. Ha, ha, cough, cough. Amidst the violent gasps for breath, anguished coughs echoed as the Sea King gazed upon the massive gaping wound in his chest, his face contorted in agony. Chapter 1141. Joining forces to face the enemy, challenging beyond limits. Who are you? The Earth King gazed at the young man before him, clad in crystalline armor, wielding a 4-foot-long sword, and standing upon a heart of crystal. Young Veer infused with magical energy. Chapter 1142. The King of the Earth's imagination. The colossal earth giant, the rock puppet, clutched the rampaging dragon carp with an iron grip. In an instant, its immense magical power erupted, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered it into countless fragments. The rampaging dragon carp emitted a sorrowful cry. Chapter 1143. Fighting side by side, the victory plan after a day and night of intense battle with only 3 to 5 hours of rest. The recovery speed of Little Weir astonished the King of the Earth. However, this was undoubtedly excellent news, especially as. Chapter 1144. The grief of the rampaging dragon carp. The kingly beasts possess their own dignity, even though their intellect has reached considerable heights. Certain instincts inherent to the beastly nature remain intact. The demigod beasts are still merely magical creatures. Chapter 1145. The lament of the deep-sea demon tome. As the king fell, the release of rank reverberated through the entire realm of illusion, causing it to tremble violently. The surrounding scenery subtly shifted, and the binding force of the space vanished without a trace, revealing. Chapter 1146. The shadowy manipulator. The parasitic demon. Chapter 1147. The Earth King's charge. The Earth King was pierced through the chest. In his final moments, he sacrificed his own body as bait to sever the remaining arm of the parasitic demon. He staggered back 2 steps, a mouthful of. Chapter 1148. The reality of a henpecked husband. Before me stood a nesting doll, and the expressions of the King of Shadows and the Silver Dragon, Linda, were remarkably vivid. After our arduous efforts to jointly vanquish the Sea King, we were initially filled with enthusiasm to share. Chapter 1149. The last words of the Earth King. Chapter 1150. The hunting plan. The parasitic demon, also known as the symbiotic demon, is fundamentally a minuscule creature adept at concealment and lurking, capable of parasitizing beings of equivalent rank, albeit strictly limited to those of the same level. Chapter 1151. The omnipotent parasitic demon. Amidst the howling winds, 2 figures clashed violently in the sky. The icy sea roiled as powerful waves surged, and the immense fluctuations of strength could be distinctly felt even from hundreds of miles away. For years. Chapter 1152. I am reluctant. Among the countless races in the abyss, the dragon race ranks within the top 5 of those least susceptible to parasitism. A genuine smile appeared on the face of the great demon, and in an instant, his form flickered. Chapter 1153. The Undercurrents of the Elven Island. What does it feel like to be uncomfortably full? It is a blend of pain and pleasure. What is the sensation experienced by a group of individuals who have overindulged? Little Wire, previously. Chapter 1154. Ready to get to work upon awakening from a slumber. Xiao Wei'er discovered that he was not reclining within the opulent confines of the Ice Palace, but rather had found himself amidst a slaughterhouse. Beneath him lay an expanse of crimson, and all around. Chapter 1155. You shall regret today's decision. Welcome back, brave challenger. Welcome, my dear silver dragonkin. Before a resplendent palace of gold and jade, a beautiful figure clad in golden armor. Chapter 1156. The evolution of the dragon washing pool. Every half-dragon who conquers the path of the reverse dragon is granted the privilege of 3 blessings, one to enhance their dragon lineage, one that they may request themselves, and one bestowed by the previous conqueror. Chapter 1157. The foolish apostle brother. Oh, foolish apostle brother. In your fervent pursuit to transcend the barriers of the demigod realm, you recklessly merged with an alternate space of earth attributes, resulting in a breach of the Snowwood world's essence, nearly provoking the wrath of the goddess of night. Chapter 1158. The remaining value of space in the 9th level. Ah, young one. I have awaited your arrival until the flowers have withered. Xiao Wei'er pushed open the grand door of the dragon washing hall, and in that moment, it felt as though he transcended the very fabric of space, arriving at a. Chapter 1159. Welcome home. In the second palace, the white dragon demigod was defeated, sacrificing a heart of ice and an earth attribute demonic crystal to exchange for a heart of ice demonic crystal held by Little Weir. Chapter 1160. The predicament of the elven race. The lord of the land of sunshine, Veer Stardust, returns. This news swiftly spread across the entire Elven Isle, as the high priestess of the goddess summoned all. Chapter 1161. Return to the Elven Island. In the Wizard Archipelago, the status of a demigod expert is unparalleled, far surpassing that of a 3rd-tier saint-level master. A 4th-tier demigod expert commands respect and authority in every corner of the Wizard Archipelago. Chapter 1162. A wish for the entire clan to worship the goddess. The simple yet solemn welcoming ceremony swiftly came to a close. Aokijima merely served as a transit point, as Xiao Wei'er and the others entered the Elven Island in the company of the Grand Priest. However, this. Chapter 1163. The redemption of Wix and the teasing of Janet. On that day, Janet, Wix, and others remained in the temple of the Elven Goddess, fully embracing the baptism of the goddess's teachings. Their generosity and magnanimity deeply moved the temple's priestesses. Chapter 1164. A generous gift in the radiant land of sunshine. The Castle of Happiness glows brilliantly, bustling with lively crowds. Exceptional minds converge as exquisite dishes are presented by Little Weir, gracefully delivered to the spacious dining table where seated. Chapter 1165. I have no regrets. After 3 days of negotiations, the Elven Isle retained 23rd-tier night elves, among whom 3 were acknowledged by the goddess. Their contribution of faith power. Chapter 1166. Reclaiming privileges, clans, and individuals. A collective of 2nd-tier masters performed melodious tunes, while the enchanting Storm Mermaid graced the occasion with her own song. Such a welcoming ceremony was indeed filled with sincerity. A colossal entity descended from the heavens, bringing forth a small. Chapter 1167. Balance and compensation. Within the inner courtyard of the Far Sea Lord's Manor, a gathering took place among Xiao Wei'er, Lilith, Eleanor, Janet, Lantis, Bolton, and Femir, as they savored delicacies hailing from another realm. Chapter 1168. The arrival of the mermaid demigod. Chapter 1169. Strength determines status. A grand battle raged on for an entire day and night, ultimately culminating in the victory of Xiao Wei'er over Laird, yet it concluded in vain for Rebecca. Indeed, it seems that experience still falls somewhat short. Chapter 1170. The enthusiasm of the Lon Island tribe. The speed of the flying warship was not slow. Lord Seiya sought assistance from the Storm Mermaid King City through the teleportation array and, after a meeting with the higher-ups, was granted an audience with the demigod. Chapter 1171. Lilith, I shall rise. The Naga royal family's 7 Kings Conference is held once every 5 years, symbolizing both the division and unity of the Naga royalty. It is also a testament to the Naga royal family's ability to govern territories far more expansive than those of the Storm Sirens. Chapter 1172. A visit to the Monster Academy. Before the gates of the Monster Academy in the Academy City, a throng of people gathered, stirred by the sudden news of an esteemed guest who was soon to arrive. The importance of this guest was beyond measure. Chapter 1173. Julian's jealousy. The visit of Little Vel to the Elven Forest was semi-public, while knowledge of the visit to the Far Sea territory was even scarcer. The expedition to the Thunder Naga tribe, a domain belonging to the royal family of the Sea Clan, was seldom undertaken by outsiders. Chapter 1174. The recruitment of Hamlin. Julian was acutely aware that his jealousy was utterly irrational, yet an undeniable discomfort lingered within him. What, after all, was the nature of his relationship with that little fellow? Chapter 1175. Your secret affection. I have told no one passing through the gastronomic capital. The flying battleship soared uninterrupted towards the Tower of Constructed Sorcery on the sixth ring. The Tower of Constructed Sorcery has undergone a remarkable transformation, its surroundings now adorned with. Chapter 1176. Farewell to Troy. The banquet began to take on a slightly peculiar atmosphere after the appearance of the shadowy dragon, Troy. Sean's instinctive reaction was not to approach this kin, but rather to turn and flee. Chapter 1177. The weary father. Troy. What is the Alliance of Demigods? The Alliance of Demigods is a coalition formed by a group of demigods. The aforementioned is mere triviality. The Alliance of Demigods is composed of wizards. Chapter 1178. I am the true empress. 537 dark goblins. I shall claim them all. After visiting the goblin laboratory in the alternate space of Little Vale, Julian decisively made his decision. Without further ado, Julian. Chapter 1179. The Beast God's Sixth Guardian, Semi-Divine Edition. Amidst the resounding echoes of thunderous roars, a towering figure collapsed to the ground, never to rise again, signifying the defeat of the sixth semi-divine priest of the Beast God Temple. Chapter 1180. Farewell to the Beast God. Ah, young one, we meet again. Your rate of growth truly befits the bloodline evolution technique. The middle-aged handsome gentleman version of the Beast God languidly reclines under the eaves, basking in the sunlight. Chapter 1181. Teacher, I have returned. Unlike the elven race, which holds a profound reverence for the Night Elves, and the Thunder Naga clan, which places significant importance on the trade rights of Shawir, the Beast God Island exhibits a rather indifferent stance towards the resources of Shawir. Chapter 1182. The current state of the Mythos Wizard Academy. For 3 days, Lilith and Weir resided at the Mythos Wizard Academy, during which they established 3 large draconic magical arrays and more than 10 medium and small-sized draconic magical arrays, while also engaging with the Academy. Chapter 1183. The significance of strength. The Stardust family, though a rare member of the 4-ring Wizard Islands, boasts a formidable reputation. Over half of its members are of the saint-level wizardry, and the family's ancestral figure is a demigod. Chapter 1184. The melancholy of the demigod Carlson. Gazing at the recommendation letter before him, a radiant smile graced the face of demigod Carlson. Truly, as a scion of the Stardust family, he possessed remarkable audacity, a hallmark of the Demigod Alliance. Chapter 1185. The initial assessment of the mystic sect. The journey of Little Weir to the 4-ring Wizard Islands has consumed a considerable amount of time. He has visited the 3 major clusters of wizard towers, sky, earth, and ocean, and unexpectedly acquired a wealth of knowledge. Chapter 1186. The first examination. Enlightenment of light. Standing in a corridor, the walls, pristine and white as jade, were adorned with exquisite patterns. The grand and majestic murals could only signify one thing. Within this confined space, intricate carvings. Chapter 1187. Continuous assessments. The second test. Understanding of the earth. For Shawir, this became significantly simpler. An advanced demigod's comprehension of the earth attribute? Effortlessly. Chapter 1188. The purpose of joining the esoteric sect. Has the final challenge finally arrived? Young Veer gazed at the statue of the emperor before him, a peculiar expression crossing his face. The emperor was not a deity, yet. Chapter 1189. The obstacles to joining the Demigod Alliance. Chapter 1190. A visit to the mercenary guild. The 3rd-ring Wizard Islands have made contact with the very core of the Wizard Islands, where the Pope, the High Priest, and the headquarters of various churches from the Divine Continent have retreated. Chapter 1191. The Mercenary God Project. A simple proposal, comprising merely 30 to 50 pages, has stirred a sensation among the upper echelons of the Mercenary Guild. This is, after all, the Divine Ascension Project, crafted by none other than Vale Stardust. Chapter 1192. The Alliance of Demigods. The Society of Failures. Little Veer did not linger long at the Mercenary Association. After 3 days, he departed for the Wizard Association, the Tower of Light, and the Tower of Darkness. The Wizard Association. Chapter 1193. The Abyss of the Soul. The abyss, as interpreted by the diminutive veil, possesses its own unique understanding. However, there has yet to be a single individual who can comprehensively and systematically elucidate the essence of the abyss. The abyss serves as a bastion against. Chapter 1194. The true abyss. The abyss is omnipresent. It lies beneath our feet and surrounds us. This was the message conveyed by President Kane to Xiao Wei, who found validation in his words. Chapter 1195. The Path of Development in Wiles World. Chapter 1196. The emerging new forces. The process of joining the Wizard Alliance is a protracted one. During this period, Little Veer chose to remain on the three-ring Wizard Isles, traversing daily between the towers of light and darkness. Chapter 1197. Individual Reasons. Chapter 1198. Is marriage a matter beyond my concern? The Wizarding Isles are not a paradise. Not all apprentices from the continent of the gods can navigate their journey unscathed. There are unspoken truths among them, yet many from diverse backgrounds. Chapter 1199. The Semi-Divine Circle. Within the spacious and radiant Crystal Palace, crystal chandeliers glittered with a kaleidoscope of colors. A massive crystal mirror dominated one wall, measuring over 10 zhong in both length and width. Chapter 1200. The Tragic Baron Moon Rabbit. Chapter 1201. The Resolute Supporter of the Mighty, Lord Corleone of Mabuster City. If the descent of Baron Moon Rabbit into the servitude of Littleville is a tragedy, then the once revered Sky Knight and martial artist, Lord Nobby Corleone of Mabuster City, becoming subservient to Littleville. Chapter 1202. The series of failed endeavors. Within the Crystal Palace, two figures sat facing each other, yet the previous air of spirited confidence and casualness had vanished, replaced by a profound silence and a somber atmosphere. The God of Crystal. Chapter 1203. You should belong to the church and not to Wizard's Child. God loves the world, and in you, I see the most profound divine favor thus far. May the divine presence always be by your side. The Night Goddess Church. The Realm of the Gods. Chapter 1204. The reality of the world in the bustling city. The impoverished are often overlooked, while those who dwell in the depths of the mountains find distant relatives. This adage has been profoundly understood by Xiao Wei. In his youth, he was merely an inconspicuous child. Chapter 1205. The demigod blocking the way. Xiao Wei may not treat all churches with absolute equality, yet he has managed to bestow profound respect upon each one. Consequently, after spending 3 months at the church headquarters. Chapter 1206. A Mistaken Identity. Whose fault is it? What does it feel like to be enveloped in the domain of 3 high-tier demigods in an instant? The arbiter of justice merely takes a deep breath and then instinctively. Chapter 1207. The mysterious recluse. Certain matters cannot be reiterated endlessly. The just arbiter did not promptly intercept the celestial warship a second time. Instead, he opted for a temporary retreat, necessitating a discourse with another. Chapter 1208. The recommendation of open and hidden schemes. The flying battleship has successfully completed a grand tour of the continental gods, now hosting several distinguished guests: Jollies, Unipec, the Knight of the Temple of Vol, and the Lord of Corleone. Chapter 1209. The Demigod Assembly. Application statement. The Demigod Alliance is a coalition of demigods, beings whose formidable power is challenging to regulate. Many of them have already discovered their own paths. Imposing excessive constraints upon them is a daunting task. Chapter 1210. The 3 accusations against Little Weir. The events recounted by the just Judge Trell are well known to all, with scarcely any secrets remaining. After more than a decade of navigating through adversity. Chapter 1211. Coveted nominees or rules worthless? The corner of the judicator's mouth twitched slightly as you belittled the rules to mere insignificance before me, incessantly proclaiming your sole supremacy. Chapter 1212. The sudden abandonment. What began as a straightforward membership review unexpectedly captivated the majority of the Demigod League members, who gathered to witness a throng of demigods vying for the chance to become a member of the Veiled Demigods. Chapter 1213. The conclusion and the invitation. Terrell's abrupt withdrawal sparked a commotion, especially after the Inquisitor's repeated confirmations. The crowd gazed at the arbiter of justice as if he were an imbecile, their expressions reflecting a blend of confusion and disbelief. Chapter 1214. The Frantic March. 3 months of madness. 3 months, a span neither excessively lengthy nor unduly brief, witnessed 10 demigod-level beings presiding over the 6th ring-constructed wizard tower. Their presence rendered the tower increasingly vibrant, yet simultaneously imbued it with an air of peculiar. Chapter 1215. The luxurious guest of the Sanctuary Island. The Justiciar has recently endured considerable hardships, to the extent that relocation with his entire family has become imperative. As the commotion surrounding the demigod Vale intensifies, and with the guardians of the island. Chapter 12:16. Could you not speak in private? Shelter Island presents a refreshing experience for all its visitors. The sky above is a brilliant blue, the waters are crystal clear, and the air is imbued with a subtle fragrance. The teleportation hall offers them a sense of. Chapter 12:17. Culinary Realm. Conditions met the playful banter between Professor Wessel and the demigod Troy significantly diminished the oppressive aura and pressure exerted by Little while. Simultaneously, it enhanced his amiability, allowing the atmosphere of the grand ceremony to flourish. Chapter 12:18. The Ascendance of Hamlin. The populace regards food as paramount, with flavor reigning supreme. Today, Hamlin, having comprehended the principles of sustenance, has achieved the status of the god of gastronomy. May heaven and earth bear witness to this. Over 100 demigods observe. Chapter 12:19. The Divine Exploration Alliance. The grand ceremony marking the semi-opening of the Guardian Island gained immense attention due to the unexpected ascension of the god of cuisine, Hamlin. In the midst of public scrutiny, Little Veer took the initiative to propel him to complete his. Chapter 12:20. He still does not know what happened that day. What is it like to awaken from slumber to find oneself with an additional daughter? Little Weir gazes at the soft, delicate bundle nestled in his arms, feeling the profound connection of their shared bloodline. Chapter 12:21. The demigods filled with hope. The official entry of the Guardian Isle into the ranks of the Wizard Archipelago has had a profound impact. However, its relatively concealed geographical location and the formidable Guardian hidden magic array. Chapter 12:22. The internal meeting of Weir's harem. The Crystal Palace of the Guardian Island is not a palace situated in the core area, but rather a spatial semi-artifact meticulously crafted by Weir, taking over a year to complete, nearly consuming. Chapter 12:23. The choice of followers relies solely on intuition. Xiao Weier turned around, and many were willing to accompany him to the abyssal battlefield. However, those who truly possessed the capability to instill confidence in him were few, such as Nobi Corleone and Wool. Chapter 12:24. Indeed, there are no good bargains. I am Tamik, a 5th-tier light knight, your guide. Welcome to the abyssal battlefield. Clad in pristine white half-armor and bearing a 5-foot crimson sword. Chapter 12:25. The cruelty of the abyssal battlefield. The flight speed of the Sky Fox was beyond Little Weir's imagination, rivaling that of demigod-level beings. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of this aerial battleship were equally formidable. Chapter 12:26. The veteran, as the housekeeper Ling had mentioned, the flying battleship had not been in the air for long. It had taken off in the morning, and by now, it was merely noon. The speed of the Flying Fox began to significantly diminish. Chapter 12:27. Is the gap really that large? Old Charlie is a warrior of demigod pinnacle level, as well as a demigod-level construct wizard. Unlike the so-called construct puppet wizards of the present, he has embarked on a different path. Chapter 12:28. The scene is too beautiful to imagine. Hu Xiaoer let out a long sigh, completely relaxing her taut nerves. A wave of fatigue instantly enveloped her entire being as she gently moved her limbs. Chapter 12:29. The Sacred Domain of Light. Chapter 12:30. The abyssal battlefield with profound origins. The abyssal guardian city, although referred to as a city, is in truth a conglomeration of numerous floating islands. These floating islands may also be aptly termed as aerial cities, which we have grown accustomed to. Chapter 12:31. The Brazen Facade. A reflection of my former glory as demigod-level beings, Xiao Weier, Lilith, and the formidable strength lowly possess certain privileges. The trio has formed a small team, aptly named the Guardians. Chapter 12:32. I desire to live well, so are you for the ones who ultimately passed the initial trial? Lady of the Night gazed with a hint of amusement, and I must caution you in advance. Chapter 12:33. 3 individuals endure for 9 seconds. Is it still possible for me to withdraw at this point? On the spacecraft, Caroline withdrew her petite head from the book, her large, timid eyes. Chapter 12:34. The enigmatic talent. 3 woeful men were brought forth, accompanied by a 3-tiered Hellfire Hound, 1 2-tiered Night Spirit Cat, and 3 2-tiered Dark Spirit Cats. This is the essence of guardian creatures. Chapter 12:35. Breakthrough in Corleone Fist Technique. Zack now finds himself in a state of bittersweet joy. An injury he initially anticipated would require 3 to 5 months, or even a year, for recovery has astonishingly healed in the blink of an eye, leaving him bewildered as to how it transpired. Chapter 12:36. The true essence of the fist in tattered garments, battered and bruised, with a swollen visage resembling that of a being who had endured unimaginable trials. Zack emerged into the spacious and luminous hall. His gaze fell upon the opulent round table. Chapter 1237. I do not wish to die little where held the mighty Luo, while Lilith guided Jia Luo, both appearing out of thin air. The other members of the expedition team bowed respectfully before the translucent Caroline and the amorphous creature Zack, adjusting their demeanor accordingly. Chapter 1238. The newcomer, I shall not delve into your secrets. My sole desire is to ascertain one matter. Is your presence beneficial or detrimental to our expedition team? Youngwer gazed intently at Carlo. Chapter 1239. Zack's peculiar method of assimilation. Zack knelt upon the ground, cradling a book in his hands, tears welling in his eyes. This was the gift he had chosen, and even amidst his sorrow, he resolved to accept it. The title read, The Divine Fist Scriptures. Chapter 1240. Opponents in the darkness. The Guardian Expedition team has submitted an expedition application, set to commence 7 days hence. Members include Lady of the Night, the Lord of the Ruins, the Temple Knight, the Invisible One, and the Slime Creature. The Expedition Team. Chapter 1241. The Fate Thief Caroline. Ding. The foolish apostle brother was subjected to the calculations of others. The predictor, using the Destiny Pearl as a medium, collided with the Destiny Pearl sent out by the foolish apostle brother and Destiny. Chapter 1242. Trell's Madness. The Thief, Caroline. Innate abilities, Fate Theft, Danger Foreknowledge. Chapter 1243. An unexpected turn of events. With a resounding roar, a towering beam of light suddenly erupted, its immense force rending the fabric of space and echoing into the profound and boundless void above. Chapter 1244. The Void Crisis. Several figures materialized within the conference hall of the Lighthammer Expedition, which was now devoid of any presence. A soundstone lay quietly in the midst of the emptiness. Tamik casually. Chapter 1245. Entering the otherworldly space in the mystical realm of the enigmatic forest. At the pinnacle of the towering wizard's tower, 6 demigods gathered in a circle. A beautiful woman, adorned with wings upon her back, bore a countenance of deep anguish. Her teeth clenched in silent fury. Chapter 1246. The Centaur clan will never be enslaved. The existence of hellish demons is undeniable. The legends hold truth. It is revealed that ogres are not the true demons. These are the genuine embodiments of malevolence. Mara stands atop a lofty hill. Chapter 1247. The miserable retreat. The Cache River is the lifeblood of the Centaur tribe, as well as the most extensive and longest river in this otherworldly realm, meandering gracefully for over 500 miles across the entirety of this extraordinary space. Chapter 1248. The secret weapon of the Centaur tribe. Chapter 1249. The collision of a first meeting. Who are you? Mars gazed at the towering figure before him, his first instinct leading him to ponder. A troll? The Lord of Corleone fell into a state of bewildered silence, pointing at himself. Chapter 1250. The naive Vivian. The God of War, the martial arts master of the God of War Church, Sky Knight Nobi Corleone. The Temple Knight of the Dawn Goddess Church, Sky Knight Waldicus. Chapter 1251. The onslaught of hellish demons. Amidst the thunderous roars, 21st tier Centaur warriors charged forward, brandishing their long spears. Waves of battle energy surged toward Vivian with ferocity. Not far away, 20. Chapter 1252. Do not allow them to accompany you in your demise. Chapter 1253. Finding hope in desperation, reinforcements arrive. Run. Quickly leave this place. The chieftain of the Chiolene tribe pushed aside his son and struggled to rise. Without arrows, the longbow in his hand had become mere decoration. And the spear. Chapter 1254. A dire situation, a pleasant cooperation though it is reluctantly acknowledged. One must concede that the Centaur race is facing the gravest crisis in its history, one that surpasses even the peril encountered by our ancestors in their struggle against the ogres. Chapter 1255. The Sacred Bow and the Dance of the Moon. Only the Master of Space can contend with the Master of Space. This is the message conveyed by the Lord of Corleone to the higher echelons of the Centaur tribe, along with the characteristics and functions of the Key of Space. Chapter 1256. We are merely novices in moments when we find ourselves overwhelmed. Seeking assistance from the divine is not a source of shame. It is essential to possess self-awareness. We shall neither belittle ourselves unduly nor succumb to arrogance. Chapter 1257. The Siege of the Infernal Demon. Chapter 1258. Old man, are you not off to meet your demise? It is time to deploy our secret weapon. The Lord of Corleone gazed solemnly at Elma and Malice standing before him. A grave expression etched upon his face. Have you truly? Chapter 1259, The First Rift, the Purification Compass, a treasured artifact of our expedition leader, the demigod Veil. Crafted by the night goddess herself, serves but a singular purpose, to combat the infernal demons. Chapter 1260, From Beginning to End. You have always been the weak one's time is of the essence for us, as the counterattack from the infernal demons could strike at any moment. We must expedite the completion of the teleportation array. Chapter 1261. The final counterattack. Amidst the thunderous roars, mushroom clouds surged into the sky. On the flying vessels, Lord Corleone and the Knights of the Temple of All wielded miniature magical devices in their hands. Chapter 1262. Different fates among Irma and Malice surged through the spacious mountain cave, leaving behind a trail of fallen ghouls in their wake. The creatures here were not as formidable as they had anticipated. Chapter 1263. Breaking into the depths of the labyrinth. Mastering the teleportation array, it must be said that the gnolls are exceptional miners, second only to dwarves and surpassing even goblins, having transformed an entire hill into an enormous underground labyrinth. Chapter 1264. Joy turns to sorrow, spatial adhesion with a thunderous roar from Irma. A colossal sphere of light coalesced on the bow and struck fiercely against the protective barriers surrounding the teleportation magic circle, causing a tremendous. Chapter 1265. The Exhibition of Lady Knight's Powers. Who are you? Chapter 1266. Errol's surrender and loyalty. How unexpected. He is merely a secondary authority. The Lady of the Night clenched her fists, murmuring to herself, "It has been a long time since I engaged in close combat, yet I find myself unable to retreat." Chapter 1267. Reversal of strength and weakness. Can we have credit? I shall not permit anyone to disrupt my plans, not even you. The immortal Errol with whom I have coexisted for centuries, only a mere 3 feet tall. Chapter 1268. The battle for the spatial passage. It is nearly complete. The culmination of my centuries-long endeavor is within reach. Carlton, appearing almost deranged, poured the vials of potions. Chapter 1269. A century of scheming. The truth of betrayal. For over 200 years, I have painstakingly gathered the power of blood, and I am on the verge of depletion. The spatial passage will not endure much longer. I implore you, in your boundless mercy, to grant the humble. Chapter 1270. The last words of Lady Wang Yue. What is the disparity between the third and fourth tiers? Carlton, the dark gnome, initially believed that this gap was not insurmountable. After all, he had previously witnessed. Chapter 1271. Is the head tax required even in death? It is not merely slumber, rather. Has it not been lost from the very beginning? In the darkness, the gnome Carlton appeared ashen, his expression one of utter despair, and with a hollow laugh. He uttered, "I." Chapter 1272. The allegiance of the moonlit young girl. Is this truly acceptable? Lady of the Night sat quietly upon an opulent chair, her fingers gently tapping against the blood-red coffin, within which the silhouette of a figure began to shift. Chapter 1273. The mature little lowly looks at the moon. Now, may I request you to summon the person behind you, or rather, your man? The little lowly, gazing at the moon, along with Lady Night, meticulously arranged everything within the ancient castle. Chapter 1274. The counterattack of the Treant Morris, the commander of field, has issued a decree prohibiting any internal strife before the decisive battle. Are you truly certain you wish to defy the command of the esteemed commander? The dense forest. Chapter 1275. The guardians of the expedition team, strike. Cursed be it. Cursed be it. Cursed be it. The accursed Treant has dared to bring me disgrace at this critical juncture. I shall ensure you pay the price for this affront. The Night Elf, Ernst. Chapter 1276. The unexplained rejection within the castle. Thousands of low-tier dark elves met their demise. All who dared to resist were ruthlessly slaughtered, and those who surrendered constituted less than 1/10 of the total. This occurred even amidst the presence of the Treants. Chapter 1277. The choice of Morris as a mature Treant who has lived for several millennia. Morris possesses knowledge far exceeding what Lilith could ever fathom. Although he has not experienced the grandeur of the giant race, he. Chapter 1278. The Return of the Dark Knight Elves. Chapter 1279. Patrick's agitation. As the chief strategist of the Devouring Legion, Patrick has been increasingly irritable. It has now been 9 days, yet there remain certain matters that elude his understanding. Chapter 1280. Only you are not qualified to speak of others. Whether it is a case of concern leading to chaos, or the challenge of assisting a commander who does not resemble a typical leader, as the most critical moment approaches, the tension within Patrick's mind Chapter 1281. The invasion plan, the unseen, elusive, and intangible, flickered momentarily before vanishing entirely. Yet, in the next instant, a fist descended with formidable force, accompanied by a deafening crash. Chapter 1282. Patrick's doubts. Patrick has recently been plagued by a sense of unease. His dear friend, the shadow demon, has vanished without a trace. Following the clues left behind, he has tracked his whereabouts to the storeroom, yet the trail. Chapter 1283. Patrick's escape. The towering demigod secluded himself, refusing to meet outsiders. The steel crab demigod has vanished without a trace, his whereabouts unknown. The tiger shark demon demigod has not returned for several days after venturing out to hunt. Chapter 1284. Are you not ready to come out yet? The serpentine magical artifact traverses the boundless void, where an intangible pressure gradually erodes this formidable enchanted item. Patrick's magical energy incessantly flows forth as the scenery in the void unfolds. Chapter 1285. The insidious brother. Patrick is no fool. On the contrary, his intelligence has always been sharp, which is precisely why he has risen to the position of a grand commander of a legion. However, being entrenched in the complexities of his situation. Chapter 1286. Little Weir, have I lagged behind again? In the vast expanse of the sky, a small black cottage, no larger than a fist, quietly hovers in midair. Little Weir and Lilith gaze at the world outside through a crystal mirror. Chapter 1287. Legion. Meeting. The lava demons represent a race among the multitude of inhabitants in the infernal realms. They are inherently endowed with formidable strength and exceptional resilience, capable of swiftly augmenting their power under specific conditions. Chapter 1288. Immediate assault. I find myself unable to ascertain, Patrick remarked, casting his gaze towards Patrick. My trepidation stems from a fear of the formidable and the looming crisis. I harbor doubts. Chapter 1289. Massacre and blood sacrifice. A legion of hellish demons unleashed their full might, a force that was nothing short of terrifying. At the helm was a 5th-tier powerhouse, accompanied by over 30 4th-tier warriors who joined forces to rend the very fabric of space. Chapter 1290. You invade my world. I plunder your lair. What has arrived? The moment awaited by the lava commander has finally come. The spatial passage has never been a venture achievable by one side alone, nor can it be established solely through the efforts of one party. Chapter 1291. Space Division. Powerful support indeed. The 2nd Legion is formidable, surpassing even the underperforming 3rd Legion, with an impressive number of spatial rifts. Young Veer gazed at the 9 swirling vortices of space lined up before him. Chapter 1292. The business of the first apostles. Sprite Xiao Wei, Lilith, and Guili Luo possess formidable backing. To what extent is this support powerful? The bounty for severing space has just been issued. Chapter 1293. Godlike enemies, pig-like subordinates. Victor is a mid-tier demigod and one of the few void demons among the infernal fiends. The lineage of the void demons is exceedingly noble. However, Victor's bloodline. Chapter 1294. All are extraordinary, a wonderful misunderstanding and contradiction with him. Chapter 1295. The offensive of Patrigo. I am quite curious. How did you uncover the anomaly? I believed I had exercised sufficient caution. In midair, Little Weir and Lilith stood proudly, facing a white figure. Chapter 1296. Dual domains. Battle of demigods. You possess dual domains, yet ultimately, you are merely 2 individuals, the nested rotation of 2 realms, forever remaining as 2 distinct domains rather than a unified and harmonious amalgamation. Chapter 1297. The realm of ice and fire fusion. 1 + 1 does not necessarily equate to 2. It may exceed 2, or perhaps fall short of it, potentially even being less than 1. However, under certain circumstances, it could indeed surpass 10. For instance, Chapter 1298. Patrick's sacrifice. What does it mean to kill both body and spirit? Patrick initially believed he understood this concept thoroughly. He thought he was executing a plan that would effectively extinguish both life and hope, leveraging the strength of this young individual. Chapter 1299. Patrick's soliloquy. Oh, my foolish brother, you are well aware of matters that I could never be ignorant of. Patrick embraced Patrick tightly, his face awash with sorrow. Chapter 1300. The desperate choice. Danger, danger, danger. Death, death, death. Patrick is a person of keen perception. He is confident, perhaps even a bit arrogant. Chapter 1301. The arrival of Feld. How dare you? The imposing voice of the dark demon projection resounded, abruptly interrupting Patrigo's soul sacrifice. Yet, This was already the extent of his capabilities. Chapter 1302. Confrontation within the spatial passage. Go. Little Veer uttered a low exclamation as his long sword and staff vanished in an instant, along with the enigmatic realm, the essence of flames, and the duality of ice and fire. Chapter 1303. The Great Escape and Trials. Having temporarily evaded the threat posed by Feld, Lilith and Little will join forces to accelerate. In a fleeting moment, the path ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a scene drenched in crimson. Chapter 1304. Two old friends. Sarah, it has been a long time. In the skies above the valley of hidden demons, the diminutive Weir descended gracefully, as a multitude of demons, young and old, of various shapes and sizes, were scattered by his powerful presence. Chapter 1305. A long-term vision in business. Prepare the tea, select the water, boil the water, arrange the utensils, warm the vessels. Set the tea, brew the tea, pour the tea, and serve the tea. In order to please the first apostle, who is none other than His Majesty the Emperor. Shall we? Chapter 1306. Two distributions of spoils within the apostles' domain. There exists a multitude of apostles. However, the one that consistently holds the foremost rank is the first apostle. This supremacy is evident in various aspects: strength, wealth, merit, achievements, the prowess of the sprites, and the ethereal nature of their existence. Chapter 1307. The generous Holy Light Feather Tribe. The ancient god cemetery, also known as the Sacred Ring, appears as an enigmatic, circular otherworldly space when viewed from the boundless void. It is vast, magnificent, exquisite, sacred, and shrouded in mystery. However, the truth. Chapter 1308. The achievements of the Guardian Expeditionary Team. The Radiant Feather Clan appears to hold considerable prestige within the ancient god's burial grounds, and Freya, a fourth-tier demigod of light, is renowned throughout the 12 divine temples of the ancient god's burial grounds. Chapter 1309. Little while. Am I a pauper? The Knights of the Temple of Wall were merely the first wave. Then, the gelatinous creature Zack produced a claw from a lava demon and solemnly declared that it was a fingernail. And Chapter 1310. The Trial Tower of the Mountain Temple. Within the Mountain Temple lies a sacred trial ground, encompassing a radius of 10 miles suffused with the ominous energy of the abyss. Only those with unwavering resolve, capable of wielding divine arts, such as the Knights of the Temple, may venture forth. Chapter 1311. Insights from the majestic mountains. The Tower of Trials in the Temple of the High Mountains stands 8 stories tall, with each level designed to cater to trial takers of varying strengths, progressively increasing in difficulty. The first 3 levels correspond to Chapter 1312. The business of mountain sacrifices. I must respectfully decline. In the face of the request from the 3 demigod strongmen, Little While's refusal was exceedingly decisive, leaving them to exchange glances in bewilderment. The Mountain Temple. Chapter 1313. The contest for quotas. With 130,000 pieces of equipment at the Alchemist Blacksmith level, 30,000 pieces at the Alchemist Master level, and 5,000 pieces at the Alchemist Grandmaster level, the need to store these items. Chapter 1314. A glimmer of hope. Gazing at the imposing stack of thick beast skins before him, the expression on Little Weir and Lilith's faces revealed a subtle nuance, while the content within left him in a state of bemusement. Chapter 1315. Battling Han Irma. The heart of fallen iron, located at the core of the celestial meteorite, is the size of a palm and weighs 3,500 pounds. The Earth Iron Mother, the core of the Xian Iron Mine, is the size of a thumb and weighs 300. Chapter 1316. My apostle brother could not possibly be so brazen. Listen here, young man. If you fail to forge a semi-divine hammer that meets my expectations, I assure you, I shall not spare you, my poor bearded friend. For dwarves. Chapter 1317. You truly are our kin. Master Han Irma, accompanied by 2 dwarven demigods, entered the forge of Little Weir. Before him lay a forging hammer that was both unfamiliar and familiar, his face a canvas of complex emotions. Chapter 1318. The efficiency of exposure. A secret known to one person may remain concealed. A secret shared by 2 can be preserved to some extent. However, once the knowledge extends to 3 individuals, it ceases to be a secret altogether. Chapter 1319. The secret of the strange river. Gazing upon the thunderous Naga demigod before him, a joyful smile adorned Little Weir's face. I, alongside the Naga clan of the Sorcerers Archipelago, stand as strategic partners, safeguarding the island. Chapter 1320. The misfortunate Threll One is not afraid of difficulties, but rather of lacking a goal. For the just adjudicator Thrall, compelling the demigod Veil to owe him a favor and liberating the goddess of suffering and torment is his motive. Chapter 1321. The secret of advancing beyond the fourth tier. My name is Hiram. I was once a valiant warrior, a colossal giant of earth and stone, until an arrow found its mark in my knee, in the heart of a vast plaza. Chapter 1322. The seal of the exiled lands. 10 third-tier magical beasts, 1 fourth-tier magical beast as ingredients, and 100 barrels of fine wine, in exchange for a tome titled Earthly Combat Techniques, Secrets of the Giant Clan, Little Weir, Lilith, and the Formidable Strength. Chapter 1323. The conspiracy of the 12 houses. Shao Weir gazed at Hiram with suspicion, a hint of confusion gracing his features as he remarked, "This condition is hardly harsh. One might even say it is quite lenient, considering the giants." Chapter 1324. Fourth Order Demon. Boundless abundance. As Hiram gazed at the retreating figures of Lilith and Little Veer, he took a hearty bite of roasted meat and gulped down a barrel of fine wine. Yet tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Chapter 1325. The founders of the 12 houses. Identity verification in progress. Divine favor detected. The challenger is the favored of the earth goddess, the ocean goddess, and the goddess of night. Divine favor level, high, bestowing 3 enhancements upon the challenger. Chapter 1326. The river goddess Wrath. As Ding Dang Shao Weir activated the mark on the back of his hand and directed it towards the statue of the river god. A faint glow flickered upon the statue, as if it had come to life. Chapter 1327. The truth of the sealed exile land. The enmity of a father's murder is an irreconcilable hatred, perfectly embodied by the river god. Although the extent of his involvement during the expulsion of the giant race remains uncertain, it is evident from his. Chapter 1328. No need to thank me. This is my obligation. After a whirlwind of sensations, the surroundings suddenly illuminated, accompanied by a rich fragrance of fruit and a gradual infusion of pastoral essence. At a crossroads. Young Veer. Chapter 1329. Is it too late for me to withdraw now? 10 demigods from the human race, 10 demigods from the elven race, 10 demigods from the dwarven race, along with 34th-tier magical beasts. Such a grand reception left Shao Weir, Lilith, and the others. Chapter 1330. I am the master of constructs. How long does it take to traverse a distance of 500 meters? For a 4th-tier expert, it should be a matter of the blink of an eye. However, it consumed Little Weir an entire day. This mere. Chapter 1331. The schemes of the 12 strong ones. Little one, as your strength ascends, the truths of the world will gradually unfold before your eyes. At present, you lack the qualifications to comprehend more. Devote yourself to your efforts, and when the time comes. Chapter 1332. I desire ownership of the 12 palaces. It is terrifying outside. I wish to retreat into solitude. This is Fright's true sentiment. With his fists clenched tightly, a singular thought occupies his mind. No matter what, he must. Chapter 1333. Extortion and counter-extortion.